I'm a talent scout. I'm also a presenter.
My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. I am the host of Dr. Damages and also the Roundtable. I do a little bit of production and directing here at Sahara TV.
My name is Adiola Fayon. I'm a producer at Sahara TV and a presenter.
Hi, my name is David Miskis. I'm an editor and social media manager at Sahara TV.
Sahara TV is this very interesting television system or station that is internet-based, that discusses everything Africa, using everything possible to get information, to get footage, to get opinions, views. It's the most groundbreaking thing to happen to television in Africa.
Sahara TV is unique in the U.S. and in Africa in that it is directed by ordinary people with concerns about how their democracy can grow.
Sahara TV is the TV of the people, by the people, for the people, a democratic platform. It's actually democracy in practice, yes.
Unlike mainstream news outlets that maybe go to certain sources, like from a government perspective or like from certain experts' perspective, or certain even general perspectives on Africa, like from the idea of development or from NGOs, things like that. Sahara TV really tries to get a wide variety, including, and most important, I think, is the citizen journalist perspective, and the people on the ground living in the situations on which we're reporting.
We have missed the Industrial Revolution. This is the information age, and I think this is a chance for Africa to catch up with the rest of the world. And until we explore that and we use it to our maximum potential, we may miss another opportunity to catch up with the rest of the world.
This is really people-centered news, and it has a different sound, a different tone, and a different truth, which I think is invaluable.
We are rising because in terms of our viewership and in terms of the quality of people that we bring on the show. So I'm thinking that the sky is the limit.
Sahara TV will become the reference for change in Africa, especially for change in Nigeria.
It is going to be great because this is television driven by ordinary people.
The future of Sahara TV will have government policymakers, analysts, acting upon what they hear on Sahara TV and including that in policies to make Africa a better place.
Well, Africa itself is innovative, and Africa, as we know today, has one of the largest concentration of mobile technology. So Africans are not strangers to technology. You've seen that in Egypt. You've seen that, as we were told recently, that the richest man on earth who ever existed actually came from West Africa. So, but the most important thing is that Africans right now, or Africa, the African continent, can make use of the innovation that comes with the mobile technology that we have so much embraced. And this is the age that Africa cannot be said to be behind other continents in terms of embrace of technology.
Sahara TV.
This is who we are.
Everything African.
Sahara TV. Sahara TV. Sahara TV. Keep watching Sahara.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Sahara TV experience. We're an online TV station that focuses on the underreported stories that may not be covered in the mainstream media, with the aim to inform Africans and people of African descent about the issues that directly affect their lives. Sahara TV covers a range of issues from governmental corruption, human rights, news breaks, exclusive interviews, as well as African music, culture, and fashion. Simply, we highlight various African cultures around the world. You can catch our live weekly broadcasts on YouTube, Roku, Livestream, the Sahara Reporters website, the Sahara TV website, and even on your mobile phone. Did I say mobile phone? Yes, your mobile phone. You can also watch the show through Livestream on your laptop or on your mobile device. Just visit new.livestream.com and search for Sahara TV. Now, for viewers who have Roku, for those of you who don't know what Roku is, it's a streaming device, just like Apple TV. Search the Sahara TV channel where you can watch us live along with all of our videos. And if you missed the show, don't worry, we upload the different segments onto YouTube, so they're always there. So remember, catch our live broadcast every Saturday, 12 to 4 p.m. EST, 5 to 9 p.m. GMT. Check your local time zone to be sure to tune into the show. Sahara TV is everything Africa.
Keep watching SaharaTV. 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 Oh, hey. Keep watching Sahara. Everybody, come on, say SaharaTV.
My name is Omoyele Showore, and I am an executive producer at SaharaTV in New York.
Well, my name is Fungai Maboreke, and I'm a talent scout. I'm also a presenter.
My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. I am the host of Dr. Damages and also the Roundtable. I do a little bit of production and directing here at Sahara TV.
My name is Adiola Fayon. I'm a producer at Sahara TV and a presenter.
Hi, my name is David Miskis. I'm an editor and social media manager at Sahara TV.
Sahara TV is this very interesting television system or station that is internet-based, that discusses everything Africa, using everything possible to get information, to get footage, to get opinions, views. It's the most groundbreaking thing to happen to television in Africa.
Sahara TV is unique in the U.S. and in Africa in that it is directed by ordinary people with concerns about how their democracy can grow.
Sahara TV is the TV of the people, by the people, for the people, a democratic platform. It's actually democracy in practice, yes.
Unlike mainstream news outlets that maybe go to certain sources, like from a government perspective or like from certain experts' perspective, or certain even general perspectives on Africa, like from the idea of development or from NGOs, things like that. Sahara TV really tries to get a wide variety, including, and most important, I think, is the citizen journalist perspective, and the people on the ground living in the situations on which we're reporting.
We have missed the Industrial Revolution. This is the information age, and I think this is a chance for Africa to catch up with the rest of the world. And until we explore that and we use it to our maximum potential, we may miss another opportunity to catch up with the rest of the world.
This is really people-centered news, and it has a different sound, a different tone, and a different truth, which I think is invaluable.
We are rising because in terms of our viewership and in terms of the quality of people that we bring on the show. So I'm thinking that the sky's the limit.
Sahara TV will become the reference for change in Africa, especially for change in Nigeria.
It is going to be great because this is television driven by ordinary people.
The future of Sahara TV will have government policymakers, analysts, acting upon what they hear on Sahara TV and including that in policies to make Africa a better place.
Well, Africa itself is innovative, and Africa, as we know today, has one of the largest concentration of mobile technology. So Africans are not strangers to technology. You've seen that in Egypt. You've seen that, as we were told recently, that the richest man on earth who ever existed actually came from West Africa. So, but the most important thing is that Africans right now, or Africa, the African continent, can make use of the innovation that comes with the mobile technology that we have so much embraced. And this is the age that Africa cannot be said to be behind other continents in terms of embrace of technology.
Sahara TV.
This is who we are.
Everything Africa.
Sahara TV. Sahara TV. Sahara TV. watches Sahara.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Sahara TV Experience. We're an online TV station that focuses on the underreported stories that may not be covered in the mainstream media, with the aim to inform Africans and people of African descent about the issues that directly affect their lives. Sahara TV covers a range of issues from governmental corruption, human rights, news breaks, exclusive interviews, as well as African music, culture, and fashion. Simply, we highlight various African cultures around the world. You can catch our live weekly broadcasts on YouTube, Roku, Livestream, the Sahara Reporters website, the Sahara TV website, and even on your mobile phone. Did I say mobile phone? Yes, your mobile phone. You can also watch the show through Livestream on your laptop or on your mobile device. Just visit new.livestream.com and search for Sahara TV. Now, for viewers who have Roku, for those of you who don't know what Roku is, it's a streaming device, just like Apple TV. Search the Sahara TV channel where you can watch us live along with all of our videos. And if you missed the show, don't worry. We upload the different segments onto YouTube, so they're always there. So remember, catch our live broadcast every Saturday, 12 to 4 p.m. EST, 5 to 9 p.m. GMT. Check your local time zone to be sure to tune into the show. Sahara TV is everything Africa.
Hi guys, it is 12 noon in New York City and 5 p.m. in Nigeria. That means it's time for your weekly show on Sahara TV. Today is May 31st, 2014. My name is Adiola Fayon. Now on this day in 1966, Joseph Desire Mobutu's military government in the Congo had 4 former ministers sentenced to death for treason, murder, and an attempted coup. So once again, you're tuned to Sahara TV. But before we bring you a rundown of what's going to be on the show, let's take a quick look at the recap of news making the headlines in the African press this week with Tracy Thompson.
Thank you, Adiola. Now, the Malawi Electoral Commission has declared opposition figure Peter Mutharika the winner of the country's election. The EC said it announced the results despite a court order for a recount because of a constitutional provision which mandates it to do so within 8 days after voting. President Joyce Banda earlier called for annulment of the poll, citing bloated figures, fraud, and computer hacking. Now, even though the EC admitted some irregularities, the EC chairman, Maxine Mbandera, told the press that the vote was mostly free and fair. Leaders of the Economic Community of West African States have ended a one-day summit on the security in the West African sub-region in the Ghanaian capital of Accra. Top of the agenda were the insurgencies in Nigeria and Mali. ECOWAS chairman and Ghanaian President John Mahama says deploying ECOMOG troops to fight Boko Haram is out of the question. A traditional ruler, Emir, has been killed in the latest upsurge of insurgency in the northeastern part of Nigeria. Assailants shot dead the Emir of Gwoza, Shehu Mustafa Idris Timta, on his way to a ceremony. 2 other emirs were abducted by Boko Haram but managed to escape. Now, for more on this story, head to our sister platform, SaharaReporters.com. Meanwhile, here are some other stories you will find on our sister platform, SaharaReporters.com. Inside the Akpoporo and Pierce conspiracy wire fraud sentencing. Bayelsa speaker, 90-year-old mother-in-law kidnapped. New York police say they're searching for a Nigerian-American high school student who attempted suicide. A number of gubernatorial election dispute backdated oath of neutrality as Arrowhead issue. Nigerian military claims unnamed Northeast politician sponsoring anti-military plot. Now, these and more stories are on our sister platform, SaharaReporters.com. Make sure you go there. And that's it for the news in brief. Now let's go back to Adiola for a look at today's show.
Thank you, Tracy. Now, on the 47th anniversary of the declaration of the short-lived sovereign state of Biafra in Nigeria, we will host a special panel to discuss this issue. What led to the attempted secession? What lessons have we learned? And also, what is the way forward? Also, there are still pockets of people calling for a revisit of Biafra, by the way. So is this a justifiable call? We'll take a look at all these issues. And joining us to speak about that would be Gani Adams, that's the leader of Odua People's Congress, Nnamdi Kanu, that's the director of Radio Biafra UK, and Bello Abdulhamed, that's the director of public affairs of the Arewa Youth Forum. We'll also speak with Khalifa Ahmed Zana on the recent abduction of the 3 emirs and the assassination of one of them in the north. Now, Malawians are presently waiting for a recount of the votes in the country's just ended presidential election. However, Peter Mutharika, who has been declared the winner and is likely to be sworn in as the next president to replace Joyce Banda, is still presently the president. Now, we will reach out to the chairman of the Electoral Commission, that is Peter Sangwani, to walk us through how Mr. Mutharika was declared the winner despite a court order of a recount. Moving on to Ghana, we will touch base with politician Chuck Kofiwayo. He has a lot of interesting things to say. Please, you do not want to miss that interview. We'll also bring you, as usual, our feedback slot. That is our Skype segment with Rudolph Okonko and our phone talk back segment with Humble Prince and myself. So we invite you to throw in your contributions at that time. Our question of the day is, now, Boko Haram kidnapped 3 emirs and killed one of them. You know, it appears as if they've now taken the battle to the elite in the north. So will this change anything? Please make sure that you put down your answers on our Facebook page, on our Twitter page as well, so that I can read them later on the show. Also, on today's show, we'll bring you our regulars, Dr. Damages, as well as Keeping It Real with Adiola. On Dr. Damages' show this week, the good doctor updates you on the latest news around the fight to bring back the school children that were abducted in Chibok. Also, Keeping It Real with Adiola. Adiola this week expresses outrage over Gambian MPs attempting to crown their president a king. Adiola also suspects that the next thing after that is that they would make him a god. Also, it's now 11 days to the World Cup in Brazil 2014. How exciting is that? So on our sports segment this week with Kwesi Bako, we assembled a crack team of pundits to discuss the issues that matter to you. Nigeria played Scotland in a warm-up game. Prior to the game, there were rumors of a match fixing, but the game ended in a 2-2 draw with 2 rather questionable moves on the part of the Nigerian goalkeeper Austin Ejide. So our team examines the game and Ejide's performance in that game. You do not want to miss that sports segment. Viewers, it's very sad for me to say that this will be our final Saturday show until the fall. We're taking some time up to revamp this show, and we're going to have us to update our equipment and also our programs as well. We'll be right back with your show in a jiffy, but in the meantime, we want you guys to enjoy this short video, and we'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
Love will prevail to bring them home. Love never fails where you roam. Love conquers all, no matter where you go. And only love will bring them home.
The Bring Back Our Girls momentum arrived at City Hall, and this time it was on the steps of City Hall where the elected officials from New York gathered and to also lend their voices in protest and also demanding for the Nigerian government to act in trying to recover the missing 200 and somewhat children. Following the United States Congress decision to support the Nigerian government in logistics to recover the more than 200 girls abducted in the dead of night from their school in a remote village of Chibok in the northeastern part of Nigeria, state and federal representatives, spiritual and community leaders gathered on the steps of City Hall in New York to show solidarity in the efforts to rescue the girls believed to have been kidnapped by Boko Haram insurgents a month ago. This was their joint message.
The United Nations says no in the Ukraine. Well, they better say no here to what's going on.
Have also attempted to confuse African and indeed world opinion by propagating the despicable falsehood that our independence will be a precedent for separation in other African states. They have not bothered to ask themselves, for instance, what was the precedent for the alleged Biafran secession? The truth is that one secession does not necessarily lead to another. Throughout history, there has been a long list of empires that broke up into nations and federations which split into sovereign states. The Union of Great Britain and Ireland, the federations of Mali, Malaysia, West Indies, and Central Africa are recent examples of this. The disintegration occurred on account of unique local factors or to grave linguistic and religious differences. Biafra, however, remains a lesson to all countries of what could happen if they were to unleash a pogrom against a section of their own community. Amongst other spurious arguments trumped up by the Lagos clique is another that Nigeria is a single interdependent economic unit and that its disintegration would disrupt established market trends and leave the separate economies so much poorer. It is true that as between the regions of the former Nigerian Federation, the economic pattern was one of interdependence, but this is equally true of all world economies which are complementary. But this should not make us to try and force unworkable political units on an unwilling people merely to create a large market. It is enough for both states to enter into trade and technical agreements. With more efficient planning, these separate units could even be made economically more prosperous. This also disproves the argument that Nigeria would not be viable without Biafra. Perhaps Nigeria may be poorer for it, and it should have occurred to its leaders to be more tolerant of people who they now admit constituted their wealth. But the rest of Nigeria has enough potentiality to remain a great and united African state, if only its leaders would show realism and imagination in harnessing their vast potential resources. The Nigerian leaders demonstrated their scorn for African opinion, which they are now trying desperately to cultivate by refusing to accept our calls for a peaceful resolution of our conflict through the good offices of many African states. Even when they had reluctantly agreed to the Organization for African Unity's desire to mediate, they are taking steps to frustrate their efforts. Biafra is no longer asking for anyone's mediation, but is willing at all times, as in the past, to resolve its conflict with Lagos at the conference table. The Organization of African Unity has shown itself insensitive to our suffering and incapable of resolving the crisis. A so-called mediation, which presumes that there is only one side to a dispute and can go to every length to appease that side, cannot be expected to be fair, objective, and just. The present conflict can now be resolved by individual states taking initiative by recognizing our right to existence and urging on Nigeria to abandon her war of aggression against an injured people. Having failed on all scores, the Nigerians have raised the bogey of a minority in Biafra being forced into independence against their wish. This again is far from the truth. Our people, irrespective of their ethnic grouping, have shown conclusively their commitment to and support of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Biafra by their sacrifice in blood and contribution to the war effort. The decision to declare the sovereign and independent state of Biafra was a unanimous one made by the chiefs, leaders, and representatives of all communities in Biafra at the Consultative Assembly and Council of Chiefs and Elders. The so-called representatives of the minorities in Lagos have never had any popular backing, were defeated in elections in their own homes during the civilian era, and have since been denounced by their own people. Some of them, like Okoye Arikpo, are themselves guilty of intellectual dishonesty since they were party or sponsors of the constitutional proposals creating the present provinces of the Republic of Biafra in order to allay minority fears. Our people know enough of Lagos and can testify that the massacre of thousands of then Eastern Nigerians was irrespective of tribal affiliation. The bombing and other military brutalities since Biafran independence have followed the same pattern. Having suffered together, they are now united together in solidarity to fight on to victory to assure a place of honor and respect for themselves and their children. When the Lagos Vandals realized that they were doomed to failure, they, along with their foreign megaphones like the BBC, thought that they could win by pretending to be doing so. They are trying to make the world believe that they have taken Enugu, that the war is virtually ended, and that they are now engaged in the task of reconstruction. Nothing is further from the truth. Our valiant forces have continued to keep the enemy at the few border towns and zones they have captured by treachery. The gallant Biafran forces are now in control of most of Enugu and Bonny and are gradually wiping out the enemy invaders at Calabar. They have also re-entered Ogoja. The Nigerian troops will never forget the lesson of their Onitsha invasion, where thousands of their men were decimated. Our troops are fighting bravely and will continue to do so until victory is won. The Nigerians appear not to know that by unleashing a war of aggression, in addition to several past injuries, they have aroused a whole people against them. This is a people's war for freedom. Biafra has come to stay, and the fact of our independence is irreversible. Ours is a nation of 14 million people with various ethnic groupings, united together by past sufferings and present freedom, and nothing can shake our determination. Conscious of the justness of their cause, and with God on our side, our people are determined to fight to the last man, confident of eventual success. May God bless you all, fellow Biafrans, and keep and protect Biafra.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalan, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
It is clear to me that what my good friend turned bandit Gawan is planning there is purely to get a group of...
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Now let me ask you, who be the Ashawo? Who be the Ashawo now?
Press one, two. It is time for flavor. It is time for flavor. Oh, it is time for flavor. It is time for flavor. And the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
One thing I'm sure of is originality, you know. That's what I bring up anywhere I go, because as an international act, you travel to different countries to perform. The there are different places, different countries, you know. So, but there's something about you that you always give it, you know, give the people. So that's what I do. I stay original, and I know this is what they want to see. They want to see the flavor, the African flavor.
Listen now, I saw my baby at the Kachiko. Yeah, see you now. I saw my baby at the Kachiko. One more time. So we run so fast, baby, come.
My name is Olisemeka Mbono, Mbana Mbala, Diokpala, Matthew, Mazi, Odogun Nke America #1, that is of Tampa Bay area. Some people call me /wisdom on stage. That is Akonuche Sinenigwe for short.
So I can call you
/wisdom.
Wisdom MC.
/wisdom.
/wisdom. All right, awesome. So tell me, what are you doing here tonight? What's going on?
Tonight I'm the MC for the Flavors concert. My job is just to talk to people, make sure that they know that flavor is coming. Because some people are going to be looking like this, so I need to let them know flavor is coming. That's my job.
Baby, so fine. Baby, hold on. I want to see some shaking tonight.
I listen to all kinds of music. I like American music. I like R&B. I like hip hop. I'm a big fan.
Is there anyone in particular that like kind of carries weight in your mind, you know, maybe like within your creative process when you're producing or creating your own music? Is there one track that you might like play over and over because it inspires you?
Then you have to take it to the old, you know, old
That's
guys.
What I'm talking about. Yeah.
With that, a whole lot of them. I think Michael Jackson, you know, his act. That's what I want. You know, that it comes to me when I'm composing.
And they want to see some shaking. Are you ready to shake it? And so, ladies and gentlemen, okay, and so, my ladies, I want you to all to face this way. Just the shaking, just face this way. Let's go there. Ben. Give it to them now. Hey. Whoa. When you see a woman, where's the big shaker? Are you ready now? Whoa, baby girl, show them. Are you ready now? 1, 2, 3. Shake your mouth, shake you. Shake your mouth, shake you. Shake your mouth, shake you. Shake your mouth. Hey. Where are you going?
The guy is huge, man. Like, he's big, big, but he's not fat. So, because if I say big now, in the Madagana, they'll start thinking he's fat, but he's not. He's big. If you say flavor now outside, everybody will gather and say where. So
maybe you can like just sing one of his songs for me then. Maybe you can let our audience know that this is the song, you know?
But I didn't drink my egg this morning, so my voice is cracked.
I'm sure you're fine.
Okay. So it goes like this. Andu baby sawa lele, sawa le, sawa le, ashawo. I'm not calling you an ashawo.
Oh my God, that's what he was saying? Now I know the lyrics.
No.
I know that song.
You know the song?
Yes.
Can you, you were just dance, show us your movement one more time.
Sawa, yeah. Sawa, yeah.
Are you seeing something? Ladies and gentlemen, are you seeing something? I want to see it again. Give it to them now. Let's go. One more time now. Whoa. Hey. Original. Uh-huh. Hey. When you see a woman, you gonna know. Are you ready now? Hey. Baby girl, show. Woo. Jae. 1, 2, shake it. Shake it, man. shake you. Africa papa, shake you. Shake you, shake you. Africa papa, shake you. Shake you, shake you. Africa papa, shake you. Willie, 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 Willie. Whoa! Come.
I just kind of want to get your general opinion about, you know, Nigeria and, you know, the future of the country. You know, where do you think it's going? How do you think it is today, or where do you think it's going?
I think we are trying to recover, you know, and I know Nigerians, they want the best for the country, you know, because they are tired of all that, you know, all the old stuff, everything that's been going on, and they want a change, you know, and they are not violent about it, you know. People, they do understand what they are in for, you understand? So I'm a Nigerian, and as long as you're a Nigerian, in Nigeria, you feel it. Whether you're rich or you're poor, there's some way you feel what's going on in the country. So we want a change, and we're working towards it.
Are you ready now? Give it to them. Rock. Hey, rock. Hey, baby, fire they go. All the boys sit down to go, and they want some. She come there. Everybody let me hear you till you waka, baby. Uru, baby. Kona, baby. And I go tell my mama, and I go tell my papa, and I go tell her, say, you waka, baby. Give it to me, baby.
So were you like jamming out during the show today?
Yeah, Flavor is my homeboy, so we all grew up together in Coal City.
Oh wow! So like it kind of made you feel like you were back home, right?
Oh my God, I enjoyed the show. I was dancing all night. Yeah, I was wild out.
So tell me, wait, where are you from in Nigeria?
I'm from Enugu.
The same place that Flavor's from?
Yeah.
Oh wow! But you live in New York City now?
No, I don't live in. I live in PA.
Oh, so you drove up?
I drove all the way from Pennsylvania just to catch up with the show. So I love him. He's my homeboy. So he's my boy. I love him.
Right. So, what's your favorite song?
Adada.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Yo, so my name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Sahara TV, you're showing boy in law respect. So hallelujah now. I'm on a jolly meal, Joe.
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV. Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
People there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening them and I go to watch them 5-5 and me I know they see but I go to watch.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Yesterday marked the 47th anniversary of the Declaration of Biafra. The breakaway republic precipitated a 3-year Biafra-Nigeria civil war. Biafran war veterans and children of Biafra marked the occasion in several events across the world. The Biafran resurgence is happening at a time when Nigeria is fighting a different war, a war on terrorism. In this special segment of our show, we will look at the continuing agitation for the state of Biafra. How much is the increasing state of insecurity in Nigeria fueling this agitation? Is the state of the nation 45 years after the war a vindication of the Biafran struggle? Joining us to discuss this are 3 young Nigerians who are leaders in the socio-political struggles that is shaping the future of Nigeria. They are Kano Namdi, Ganiu Adams, and Bello Abdullah Hamed. Nnamdi Kano is the director of Radio Biafra. Ganiu Adams is the national coordinator of the Odua People's Congress and a delegate to the national conference. Bello Abdullah Hamed is the director of the public affairs for the Arewa Youth Forum. He's joining us in place of the president, Gambo Gunjung, who lost a family member this morning. Ganiu Adams, welcome to Sahara TV.
You're welcome. Udo.
Thank you. Bello, welcome to Sahara TV.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I understand that Nnamdi is live on Radio Biafra. He will join us as soon as he can. Let me start with you, Ganiu. I know you are at the national conference. You're a delegate. Yesterday, was there anything at the conference to show that something happened in Nigeria 47 years ago?
Well, I think most of the delegates in the national conference did not come with secession agenda. Majority of them in southern Nigeria come based on restructuring of Nigeria. And delegates from the northwest and northeast, most of them want a minor change or status quo should remain. Some delegates in the middle belt, they want an identity and they want resuscitation of Ajakuta State Company. So basically, from my own view, there is no delegate that have canvassed for breaking of Nigeria or neither secession in Nigeria. So the highest demand in national conference based on structure is regional autonomy.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. I understand that that is one of the things that are being pushed by delegates from the south west. Bello, let me ask you, there is a war going on in Nigeria in the northern part of the country. How is that war different from the Nigerian Biafran war?
Mr. Udo, the terrorism war currently going on in northern Nigeria is quite different from what happened in Biafra. What is going on in northern Nigeria is not a secessionist war. It is a terrorism-based war. So they are quite different in agenda, they are quite different in approach.
Now, just this week, the Sultan of Sokoto made a speech where he said that what led to Boko Haram were injustices being perpetrated by the Nigerian state to northern Muslims. Do you agree with that? And do you think is something that the nation should focus on?
Hello?
Yeah, Bello, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I think the nation should have a rethink. Not the nation per se, but the leaders. In the sense that the issue of poverty, the issue of lack of adequate education, the issue of lack of funding, of exploitation of mineral resources that is going on in governance at the moment could be responsible for some of what is going on. However, the escalation of this crisis, quite frankly, was avoidable. At a point in time, before it got to this stage, before it got to a stage where innocent lives have been lost, where injuries have been sustained, where properties have been destroyed, where a whole state, the whole region has been incapacitated. The first instance was the assassination of the leader of this movement. When he was arrested, other measures could have been employed to eradicate the whole sect. But the approach that was taken by government at the time was just to assassinate him without digging into the whole thing and even understanding the structure, the personnel, and the modus operandi of the movement. That singular incident contributed in what the spiral effects we are having right now. And later, after that, there was a point in time where these people wanted to negotiate. Government could have given them a listening ear. They refused. The spillover effect is the calamity we are now facing. Innocent lives are daily being wasted. People that don't know what is going on, very, very innocent people are being killed daily. It is very, very regrettable.
Yeah, Bello, hold on there. I'm going to come back to you, and we are going to talk about the solutions. But let me come to you, Ganiu. The Western delegates to the Southward delegate to the National Conference said recently that they want autonomy or nothing else. Now, how is this demand for autonomy different from what was negotiated at the Aburi Accord between Nigeria and the then breakaway Republic of Biafra?
Well, I think the position of the Western delegates reflected from our background since 1994. In 1994, our leaders sat and decided that the only way we can have a very good Nigeria that every region can develop at their own pace is to run the country based on regionalism. In a situation that the six political zones, can develop at their own pace based on regionalism. Secondly, we agree on parliamentary system of government. When the government of President Olusegun Obasanjo called for national political reform in 2005, the same agenda was pushed before the government of Obasanjo frustrated that agenda. Now, we continue agitating for this conference based on restructuring. We did not agitate for this conference that status quo should remain. But unfortunately, most of the remaining geopolitical zone could not see reason on what is happening. I don't disagree. I disagree with what my brother was saying, that it's based on poverty that we are having the crisis of Boko Haram. I believe that if the zones, geopolitical zones, were being given an opportunity to develop at their own pace, I think if we don't eradicate poverty from this country, it will be reduced to minimal level. And I remember vividly when we have the northern region, western region, and eastern region, we are making waves economically, politically. And by then, there was a lot of economic competition. There was a rivalry that if West does anything, the East and the North will make sure they will follow. If East does anything, the West and the North will make sure doing the same or upgrading more than the level they are. So I believe if this country has been restructured, the problem we are having with Boko Haram, and my brother should not forget, the issue of Boko Haram is not the first religion crisis we are having in this country. We have witnessed Matasini in 1981, and we have witnessed a lot of riots, religion riots in the north. That even when you ask what is the cause of this crisis, you may not even understand what caused it. So the issue of Boko Haram started from Borno State when the governor was looking for a way to build his own political wings based on militancy. And at the end of the day, it boomerang. We agree on certain part that the government should not have the power, should not take the law to the hand and kill the leader of the Boko Haram from initial stage. But notwithstanding now, the way we are looking at these issues, it's beyond the issue of religion. It's highly politically motivated now. Because a lot of groups have gone beyond the group we have in Borno State that castigate themselves in different names, that even operate beyond the power of the Boko Haram that started this crisis. And thirdly, the issue of Biafra is a full-scale war that the Igbo people want their own Biafra Republic. But tactically what we are seeing in the north, we may call it terrorists, at the same time we may not even agree it's terrorists. It's full guerrilla warfare. It may not be a full-scale war, but it's a full guerrilla warfare. So we admit that what is happening in the northern region is a guerrilla warfare. The person you want to fight, you don't see him, and within a couple of minutes you will see a bomb or an attack to the defenseless citizen of this country. So if not a full-scale war, it's a guerrilla warfare.
All right.
And that was one of the reasons we envisaged this problem. And that was one of the reasons we agitate that each zone should develop at their own pace. So that if the people of the Northeast have their people as a state police or regional police, they could be able to have an opportunity to know the criminal among their people. And they could have an opportunity to police their own region. Okay. So that was one of the reasons we are pushing that in the national conference that Nigerian police must be decentralized. We must have a federal police, regional police, and the state police.
All right, Adam, I'll come back to you, okay? Let me go to you, Bello. Bello, what happened yesterday was the kidnapping of prominent emirs and the killing of one of them. Do you think that has changed the dynamics or the approach to Boko Haram by both the government and the people in the Northeast?
Mr. Odo, it has not changed anything per se. Even from the initial stage, everybody was a target for Boko Haram, including government and government officials. What happened yesterday was just a small picture out of the main picture. Just kidnapping an emir and his entourage and killing them was just a small thing compared to the innocent lives that have been killed when you quantify it. Now, on the issue of poverty and what is going on, it is said that he who feels it knows it. anybody outside the northern region may not really understand the level of poverty and its effect. Now, the Boko Haram or whichever terror organization needs personnel to use to carry out its dastardly acts. They use money, as we had, as part of what they do to influence either those who go on suicide missions or those who participate. If people are gainfully employed, they will not be enticed into receiving money to join the ranks of the Boko Haram.
Bello, let me not to interrupt you. I wanted to address this. So who is responsible for the poverty and unemployment in the north? Is it the federal government or is it the northern political elite?
It is a two-way street. The leadership or those at the helms of governance affairs have their own role to play. And federal government has its own role to play. Nobody in the north is afraid of regionalism. We have the resources to develop. We are not afraid of that. If that is what the whole Nigeria wants. But the fact is, we don't have to live in the 60s. Let's progress. We are in the jet age.
So
let's move ahead.
Yeah, Bello, I hear you. I'm not trying to pick on what you're saying, but I want you to direct. If you say we want to progress, we want to move into the 21st century, what kind of structure do you want to see in place? Because at the national conference, northern delegates oppose the issue of regional government. They oppose state police. So what kind of structure do you want to see in place, different from what we have now, which we all agree is not working for either the north or the south or anybody else?
I second the issue of regionalism, but I disagree with the saying that the structure we have now is not working for us. Who makes it work? It is people. It is the attitude of governance. It is the failure of governance. It takes a person to make a thing happen or not to happen. It's not the system. Nigeria has never had a problem of ideas or problem with systems or problem with concepts. The problem is implementation, and that is the key issue.
Okay.
If we have leaders that are transparent, leaders that are visionary, leaders that are very patriotic, leaders that want to make these things happen, we don't have to think of a new thing again. We have tried many systems. We have tried parliamentary, we are trying the presidential now, we have tried the military. Are they not all working elsewhere?
Okay, very good point. Very good point, Bello.
It is the commitment.
Very good point. Let me come to Adams. A lot of people have this opinion that it's actually the people, not the system, that is failing the country. But you believe that is the system. How do you answer to people like Bello who are saying that is getting the right people in power?
My brother, system influence human beings living in that system. When you have a system that does not suit the kind of environment that they are using that system for, the system will pollute that environment. The system will pollute the people of that environment, even the country. The system will corrupt them. Let me tell you, in the 50s, Bello was saying that we don't need to go back to the 60s. There's an adage from our people that when a child falls, he look front, but when an elder falls, he look back. When you are making a mistake and you know that there's an impediment on your way, you are not moving forward. The issue of insecurity is there. The issue of corruption is there. Nigeria has been a laughing stock in the Committee of Nations. You have to look back. Where did we start? Where did we start from? What kind of system are we using? That we have an environment that even though you want to steal 1,000 by then, although the currency level, the rate of currency level is not the one we have here. You have to be very careful. By then, in 60s and the early 70s, a minister did not want an equivalent of 50 million naira of Nigerian currency now. I'm talking of Nigerian currency, worth of 50 million in the 60s and 70s. But today, you will realize that a chairman of a local government, after 3 years in power, a chairman of a local government will build nothing less than 10 filling stations. You know how much it costs to build a filling station in Nigeria? And you see somebody living in 1-bedroom flat or 2-bedroom flat, building about 5 houses. We have to ask ourselves, what is the problem? And in the generalities of opinion, people perceive, and I even agree, that presidential system of government is gives room for corruption and is highly too expensive. And let me tell you, most of our governors today, they were so lazy to the extent, the level of their thinking is so low to the extent that their expectation was just the money coming from Abuja. They couldn't even think how they can make money, how they can realize money in their state, because the system we are using encouraging that. In a situation that we allow people to develop at their own pace, unlike Yoruba people, the Southwest, we are not going there to ask for resource control. We have resources, but we are not going there that say, give us 25% or 50% of our resources. What we are asking for, simple, allow us to develop at our own pace. And I will not be surprised. When we are asking for independence in 1957, the Northern said they are not ready. Until 1959, they join us. When we are calling that we want civilian, we don't want military rule, the Northern were so convenient because most of their sons and daughters are in the hierarchies of the military. But when we fought for it today, majority of them benefit on it more than us. We have more local government in the north. We have more states in the north. But when you are talking of poverty, there is nowhere in Nigeria there is no poverty. As I'm talking to you, I'm coming from my country home in Arigide Akoko. In Arigide Akoko, we have a person that have 5 children today that is not worth a cash of 1,000 naira. So there is no place in Nigeria that we do not have poverty. It's not only in the north. But the only issue is that the community in Yoruba land prepare to develop by their own self, to develop with their own resources. The Yoruba people did not depend on either federal government or state government to develop their area. You will know Yoruba very well. Talking from Lagos, look at Lagos. How many houses did federal government or state government build in Lagos? How many houses did state government or federal government build in Lagos? Look at Ibadan. Look at how Yoruba land is being developed. Because we are enterprise. We believe that when you are being born, you have to be educated, or you be a technical person, or you want to go and learn something to make money. But what we are saying now is that there is no way we can have a very good Nigerian, because the institutions have corrupted a lot of people in Nigeria. And breaking the barrier of corruption is becoming unbreakable. So if you don't change the system, it will be very difficult to have Nigeria of our dream. It will be very difficult to play down the corruption in Nigeria. We don't hear about people stealing millions in Nigeria anymore. It's billions. Look at what is happening to the petroleum minister. Look at what is happening in the pension fees, about 20 billion. A single person. It's not a minister, just a person in the ministry. We have a lot of them. Even the governor that somebody that know what up to 200 million before he became governor. After 8 years in governance, you now see that person having an estate in London, and they are doing it on the basis of impunity. So my brother Bello have to think that how should we move this country forward? If we don't change the system, we have to bring new structures. We are not so determined that if we don't have parliamentary, we will not have our way in the national conference. But we are so determined that even though we don't have parliamentary, if we continue using presidential system of government, we must make sure that every zone should develop at their own pace. So that when you are going to governance, you must prepare yourself. You must prepare your intellectual capacity so that you can raise money from your state apart from depending on the oil money from Abuja.
Okay.
We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of resources in the country.
All right.
And oil. We have even tourism. People are driving.
All right. Thank you, Adams. Let me go to Bello. Bello, okay, go ahead.
Yes. Now, I'm very happy to be a Nigerian. I'm very proud to be a Nigerian. This is because Nigerians are very resourceful. It is not only in the Northwest that you find families struggling to make money to survive. Even in the North, government don't just build houses for anybody. People strive. That is why Northern Nigeria is the breadbasket of Nigeria.
Mr. Bello is the poverty. Mr. Bello.
Adam, let him finish. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you.
Please. I didn't interject when you were talking. I had issues to raise. I didn't interject, Mr. Adams.
Okay,
so
go ahead. Go ahead, Bello.
So even in the North, people farm, people struggle, people work daily. That is not what we are talking about. The way people in the South. Now, I still come back to my point. The fact is, it is people that make things work. It is people that make the systems work. If we put in place any system and allow the same kind of attitude to take place, nothing will change. Be it regional, be it state, be it anything. It is the people.
Now, Adam, sorry, let me ask you. Adam, sorry, Bello, let me ask you. Now, I get your point, but yes. if the system keeps throwing up the wrong people, okay, what do you do to get the right people there? Because if you say, I understand your point, if we say we're going to put in, continue on the path we are, it's not taking us where we want to go. So how do we change course? How do we change it?
That's not what I'm saying, Mr. Udo.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying. It's not really the issue of system. That is what I'm saying. It is our attitude, corruption, unpatriotic acts, these greedy tendencies. That is the issue. Now, I am not against any system, be it parliamentary, be it whatever. But whichever system we use, the same thing will happen if it is the same attitude our leaders display, that they will display in any system, whichever one we decide to take.
Now, Bello, how do we change the attitude?
Oh, fine. There are a lot of ways.
Okay, give me one. People have been talking about this. Yeah.
We as people, we as Nigerians have to take the bull by our hands
Sorry for that interruption. So before we left off, we were talking to Mr. Ganiu Adams. He was talking about the essay written by Femi Fani-Kayode, where he said that we should, that he wants Oduduwa Republic. So I asked Ganiu Adams, is he in support of Oduduwa Republic because of the state of things in the country? Mr. Adams, go ahead.
Hello, I think Fani-Kayode is one of the Nigerianity we have in this country. Is somebody who believes in Nigeria. But with the recent development from the Boko Haram, I think he's having the feeling that we hardly solve the crisis of Boko Haram. Because when you study many countries that have this similar problem, the issue of religion fanaticism started in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Somalia, and many Arab countries, and the crisis could not stop. The Iraq and Syria, I think from that level, is thinking that it's better we should have a separate nation different from Nigeria. But by and large, I did not pray for the breaking of Nigeria because I believe in Nigeria. But I believe in Nigeria based on justice and equity. I believe in Nigeria. When we are using a system that is not working, we should change the system so that we can move forward. I can't continue to hold my green and white passports, getting to point of entry, and the immigration of that country continues scrutinizing me to the extent that the Benin Republic, who Nigeria is one of the people, one of the countries that is feeding them, that they will escape through the point of entry. They will keep me to scrutinize me because of Nigeria. And at the same time, I can't continue to live in a country where I'm crying for change and certain people will tell me that change is impossible. I can't live in a country where we have a lot of potentials and at the end of the day, we continue becoming poor. So I think Fani-Kayode is entitled to his own view. He's a brother, it's my brother, it's somebody that I always interact with. But the position of Fani-Kayode was so shocking because I haven't heard something like that from his view before. I think he saw something that we did not have an opportunity. He have an information that we did not have. So I will not condemn it totally, but I believe the solution of this country is for us to restructure this country so that we can have a country we can be proud of. It's not, the solution is not breaking Nigeria.
Now let me ask you.
It's too early for anybody to call for secession.
Yeah, I believe
if Nigeria is well restructured, we can have a very good Nigeria that we can be proud of.
Okay, Mr. Adams, let me ask you, because you keep saying something like, not now, and it's too early. If, for instance, you have this situation where Boko Haram started bombing places like Lagos and Ibadan, would that change your viewpoint about this issue?
That's a bridge that when we get to the bridge we will cross.
All right.
Look, Nigeria is a foreign country that when you tell them the truth, they are not ready to listen. And I don't want a situation when I make a statement, they will twist it. We are praying for a solution of Boko Haram. And we don't pray that Boko Haram should attack Southwest. Because the consequence of attacking Southwest will be very, very serious on our country called Nigeria. But notwithstanding, I believe all hands must be on deck so that we can resolve the issue of Boko Haram. We have a similar issue, but it's not as so hostile like the one we have in Boko Haram. Like what happened in Niger Delta, where the production of oil, about 2.8 million per barrel, a barrel per day, was reduced to 800,000 barrels per day. But at the end of the day, the government looked for a solution to solve the problem. If not completely, I think the hostility in the Niger Delta have come to a minimal stage. But the issue of Boko Haram is giving a lot of us concern because the people in the middle of that agitation did not even want the economic empowerment. It's not an economic struggle. In a situation where we have a religious struggle, I think you have to look for God's solution to solve the problem. It's beyond a strategy of the government. It's beyond human being imagination to solve the problem. It's only through God's intervention that we can solve the problem.
All right, thank you, Ganiu. Let me come to you, Bello. Bello, the issue is there are choices to be made. And one of them is this. Are we going to allow the state governments to be responsible for the security of the state by giving them state police? Are we going to say, because when we talk about Boko Haram, people forget that they actually make statements and say, this is what we want. And one of the things they wanted is Sharia law implemented fully in the places that they live. Are we going to say that the regions or the states should have the right to implement the laws they want to in their own territory? What do you think should be done at the local level to satisfy people who live in that locality? Is that not an issue in Nigeria today?
Well, it is an issue.
Okay.
Or I would say there are issues. Now, there is the advantages and disadvantages of allowing states to have state police or security structures. They could use it to victimize political opponents and ensure that they perpetuate themselves in power. That is the major danger of allowing that to happen. With the kind of leaders we have, people at the helms of governors who want to win elections at all costs and even do as it is, when you give them another leverage of having security in their hands, only God knows what that will be used for. Now, on the issue of states having laws that will suit them, already there is that provision. In the north, there's the penal code. In the south, there is another code. So that structure is in place. And at lower courts, customary courts, and Sharia courts in the north, for example, these laws are implemented. What Boko Haram are asking for is not what is possible. Because they ask for it does not mean that should be done to satisfy them. Because already there is a provision that has taken care of that demand that they do have.
Now, Bello, let me ask you, because we're running out of time, I want to know, are you satisfied with the role that the northern elites are playing in trying to contain the Boko Haram insurgents?
We are not satisfied. They could do more. They could get out of their safety net and do more. They are not doing enough, and we are not satisfied with the roles they are playing. And I would want to digress a little bit.
Okay.
We also are not in support of this country disintegrating. Also, we feel that the hands of all Nigerians should be on deck. Nigerians should be more patriotic. Nigerians should be visionary. Nigerians should be proactive so that we move this country forward. God has blessed Nigeria with a lot of abundance. Nigeria is a rainbow when you talk of human resources, when you talk of mineral resources. What remains is for us to be proactive, to be selfless in harnessing these materials so that Nigeria will be among the superpowers and not the paper tiger it is today.
All right, Bello, we have to stop it here. We are really out of time. I want to thank Ganiu Adams so much for joining us. Ganiu, thank you so much for joining us on SaharaTV.
You're welcome, Redo.
Yeah, Bello Abdullah Hamed, thank you so much for joining us.
Abdul Hamid.
Abdul Hamid, sorry, that's what I have here. Okay, Abdul Hamid.
Yes,
Thank you so
yes.
much for joining us.
Yes. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Odo.
Okay.
It's my pleasure.
Okay. All right. When we come back, we are going to go to Ghana and talk to presidential candidates in the upcoming election. And of course, we are going to bring you some of other programs. We are still going to bring you Keeping It Real and Dr. Damages and our sports show. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day. And you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
After the protest in Lagos last month, we also had another protest end of April in Abuja, which was heavily attacked by the police. It was a protest of ASUP and Kwasu, a joint protest. But since then, there were indications that maybe the government will be able to do what is right this time around. But now, after waiting several weeks, this is the end of May. It's very obvious right now that the federal government has continued in the same position of denial. They do not feel that Polytechnic and College of Education issues that are very important for a government, to quickly resolve. And that is why we are again outside today. We are aware that a meeting held in Abuja yesterday, a meeting of the House Committee on Education alongside with the two unions, as well as the Supervising Minister of Education. We would like to say that up to now, we have not had the report of that meeting. But if the indications we are getting are very clear, it is obvious that the federal government is not yet ready to do what is needful in addressing the needs of the polytechnic sector, as well as the colleges of education sector. And that's why students are on the street again today to demand that the federal government takes up this issue, resolve and meet their demands so that the schools can be opened. We are making the point today that at this period, when there is an onslaught of the Boko Haram insurgency against the Nigerian state, against the Nigerian public education system, that's the same time when the government should ensure that there is more funding to education. We believe that the only effective antidote to the Boko Haram insurgency is making education free and accessible to all. And that means that the issues that the ASUP and KWASU are raising are issues that are strategic in ensuring that our youth have a future. And if they have a future, they are not going to become insurgents, they are not going to become, terrorists. Students have stayed at home for over 10 months.
The Ministry of Education, sorry to cut you, has said that they have met some of the demands of the lecturers. But does it not look like you are taking side with your lecturers if you will not ask them to go back to the classrooms while they continue negotiations?
We take side. And why do we take side? We realize that in a battle of this character, you can only have your friends among those who are oppressed. The ASUP and KWASU members have been making demands over the past 4 or 5 years. Actually, what they're asking the government to do is to implement an agreement signed with the government in 2009. And those issues that are contained in the agreement, if you look at them very well, they are issues that, if implemented, students of polytechnics and college of education will benefit from. For instance, ASUP is saying that there should be no discrimination between HND and BSc. Every polytechnic student knows that if the discrimination against HND is not resolved, their chances in labor markets will be heavily reduced. There is so much discrimination against polytechnic graduates. And of course, if you look at the situation in the teaching sector, you realize that the teachers, are worse off today, which is why students have found it necessary to support the demands of their lecturers.
It is not going to beat the Nigerian police or the Nigerian army that they will use to intimidate us. Because the reality is that the Nigerian police and the Nigerian army, they are actually our parents and our guardians. Where are the children of the so-called neo-fascist person in government? They have actually taken their own children out of the country. But you come to think of it, the children of the police, the children of the poor, the children of the downtrodden children of the masses are actually those that has been kept outrightly away out of the Nigerian Polytechnic and colleges of education campuses for over 11 months now. By next month, it will be exactly a year. And you see the symbolism of this mass movement, the mass action. It is actually going to be spontaneous. We are not going to be retired. In fact, we are actually battle ready this time around.
You are making this agitation on behalf of your lecturers. But the question is, most of the people will say are students. Where are the lecturers?
The protest today is a protest of students who are aggrieved by their long stay at home. And they're asking the federal government that idle hands is the devil's workshop. If the youth of this country stay at home for over 10 months, and then you are saying that there's Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, the reality is that those who have stayed at home for 10 months without nothing to do, what do you expect them to become? Don't you know that you are creating the condition for more brutal and deadly forms of insurgency in the future? So this protest is a protest of students of the colleges of education as well as the polytechnics to demand that they are tired of staying at home, to ask the federal government to do what is needful, meet the demands, and ensure that the schools are reopened as soon as possible.
We are not in any way convinced that there is no money for government to fund education. In as small government can make a reservation out of budget to make 7 billion available for confab, and as well make about 40 million for ASU when there is no budgetary allocation yet. Definitely there is no need for us to be convinced that there is no money or fund for education sector. As such, the missing money in the oil sector is not Nigerian fund. So where are this money going to? If Mr. President can be moving from state to state and mobilizing people to come and welcome in on ovation on campaign, is it not your resources? So what is not the conviction that there is no fund to fund our education? That is a capital no. I just want you to believe that this very strike, Nigerian students has critically looked into it, and we have discovered there's a deliberate attempt by the federal government to scatter the future of the youth in order to destabilize them, to take over the control of leadership in the nearest future, so they can continue to dominate the power until when they like to leave. This is not an excuse. ASU and COASU have been on strike for more than 10 months and 5 months respectively, and government are doing nothing. If you look at it, the major interest of Nigerian students in this strike is the dichotomy and the good funding of education, which is our own primary priority. And you can see government has raised several committees, which does not even come with transparency. Take, for instance, the committee raised by the federal government, interministerial committee that is to look into the dichotomy between HND and BS certificate. It is considered by only university graduates. No polytechnic graduate was involved, no polytechnic student was involved. How can we be assured that this committee will do just exactly what they are demanded to do? And that is why they have failed. They were given 3 weeks mandate to report back to the government. Now, yesterday make it 3 weeks, they are yet to submit their report. That shows that they will fail. We are only employing government to look at the abandoned report of 2006, where paper has been raised, where they said HND and BSc is equivalent. And the Civil Service Commission should also look into it and give them their befitting entrance requirement. Government should not in any way politicize education. Education is the only tool they can give to the citizens if they don't want this country to destabilize. As such, we are calling on Mr. President to fully take control of intervention of this crisis. Mr. Minister of Education is very weak. He cannot do it. That is why he was unable to resolve ASU strike. President took over the issue by himself. Let him take over complete charge to resolve this ASU strike. If not, we still will continue to be on the street. And as such, if this thing does not stop in the next 2 weeks, I can promise you, just not to go to Abuja to take over the airport, the Nnamdi Azikiwe airport in Lagos, in Abuja. We are going to take it up. And such, we are going to remain there until our campuses are open. Because we have facts on ground to prove that there are enough resources. We understand that about 40% of Nigerian income goes into the pockets of the so-called politicians, which means if 50% of that 4% is put into education and infrastructure, we will have a better country and a better nation. But the fact remains that the government is insensitive because they are fueling insurgency, they are corrupt leaders, and they support insurgency. And that's why they want to create more illiterates, more poverty impoverished nation, more criminals, so that Nigeria will not be stable, so that the people will not learn, so that if you want to learn, you have your fellow youth that will kill you during your course of learning. They know what they are doing. They want to remain at the top, and that's the reason why they are
putting their deaf ear to what we are saying. It's not democracy at all. But when you talk of a real democracy, it means that the voice of the people will be respected. Even lecturers in the country are demanding 40 for 10 months, and the government that is supposedly elected by the people is not meeting those demands. What kind of government is that? That's even worse than a dictatorship. Remember, after the protest held in Abuja, on, I've forgotten the date, April 28th or thereabout, which was heavily attacked by the police in Abuja, the academic staff of the university issued a statement condemning the attack on ASUP and KWASU members and demanding that the government should do what is needful and meet the demands of those people. What that means is that you are beginning to have a situation of unity that cut across the Polytechnic, College of Education, and the university subsector. And that is very vital in defeating discrimination that the federal government and the ruling elite have introduced in the public education sector. But the reality is that there are many lecturers in polytechnics who are graduates of universities, and vice versa.
Finally, the ongoing confab is also having a representative of students at the confab. Do you feel the Polytechnic is being represented, especially as
those at the confab represent no one. Those at the confab does not represent anybody here. No student here is represented at the
But NANS is there. I mean, NANS President Badebo and several
others. The NANS Senate President is here at today's protest. It's not at the confab. Have you seen Badebo in a protest of Polytechnic students over the past 10 months to demand the reopening of their schools? So the reality is that we cannot be continuing to deceive ourselves. Those at the confab are there to see out of the national cake. Those of us on the street are demanding that our nation should be rescued from the charlatans who have taken it over. And that's why we are demanding education should be given its proper due. Because the only reason why you have people take up arms against the state under the name of Boko Haram is because there are a lot of youth in this country who have no jobs, who have no future. And on that basis, they can easily fall prey to those who have radical reactionary ideologies. And that's why we are having that situation in the Northeast. If you want to ensure that the nation grows, you want to ensure the future of our society, give education to the poor, give education to the downtrodden, and that's how the nation can grow. That's the point we have come to say here, and we hope that the government will listen. But this protest will not just stop today. It will continue until all the demands are met.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
I'm one This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to SaharaTV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching SaharaTV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Elton Chagara is a Malawian freelance video journalist and producer. He's based in the commercial capital, Blantyre. He has 16 years' experience in broadcast journalism, and his work including shooting, scripting, editing, narration, and reporting radio and television news, features, and documentaries. Over the years, he has been published in both local and international media, and these include Al Jazeera, BBC, Reuters, Anchor, IHA, United Nations agencies, and other online publications. He joins us via telephone from Malawi, and he's going to give us a brief update of what has been transpiring in the last week after the elections. Elson, welcome to SaharaTV.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us on this short notice. But anyway, I would like to start off by saying this is a comment that was made by the head of the Election Commission. He said, I can comfortably say the elections was free and fair. It was also transparent. It was also, in my assessment, credible. And this was made by Mr. Maxon Bendera. That was on Thursday. Now, how was your assessment of this election?
My very personal assessment of these tripartite elections, the first ever to be held in a day in our country, Malawi. The elections were very free, fair. However, the credibility could not be justified in my own way of looking at things. Why am I saying this? I'm looking at several issues. The preparations as regards these tripartite elections were quite well organized. The management aspect is what has been questionable.
Right.
Being the first ever tripartite elections, we expected, of course, a few minor problems, but not as gross as they were soon after the polls were closed.
I have here a statement that says that there was over 4,000 polling stations that found so much anomalies. And what are these anomalies? Can you break them down?
Yes, you may look at the anomalies as if they are just minor anomalies, but these are quite, like I would say, massive irregularities and anomalies. From the point of view of the Malawi Electoral Commission's personnel and officers, they worked tirelessly to make sure that these elections are free, fair, and credible. However, the problem that has arisen is we are looking at the political parties and the personnel they sent as monitors, presiding officers and the returning officers, how they conduct themselves in as far as handling the voters' roll. Because you may be informed that at so many centers, the voters' roll and the number of those who have voted, actually, the number of voters was exceeding the number that was registered. So it was quite something strange during these elections. Because if you're looking at anomalies per se, these were the ones we're calling anomalies. The bloated figures, the additional figures to the voters' roll. That's what has messed up almost everything for us to have prolonged or delayed kind of elections that have no results within the specified period of time.
Okay, so now I know that former President Dr. Joyce Banda came in third at 20.2% of the votes, whilst Professor Peter Mutharika was in the lead at 36.4%. And also the opposition, Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, had like 27.8% of the votes. This election was annulled and then obviously went through courts, and yesterday the court gave its final tally. What was the result of that court hearing?
If the results were nullified and the Malawians went back to vote, or rather, we'll call it a rerun, I wouldn't see much change because already it was now in the mindset of Malawians saying Peter Mutharika, Professor himself, is leading. So it was going to be a driving force, rather a guide as to this is our president, for example.
Right.
So because already things were missed at one point, at one level. That's why now we thought the elections were free, fair, but not as credible as it may sound.
Okay, so now Peter Mutharika, as we know him, is also the brother to the late former president of Malawi. This was Bingu Mutharika, who passed away, obviously, during his tenure in presidency, and then Joyce Banda took over. He has been also a resident in the United States, owning a green card. And I think sometime during the course of these elections, the fact that he held a green card, paid taxes in the United States, was raised. How then was this resolved?
The issue of green card was one of the bone of contentions. Malawians were meant to believe that Professor Bingu Mutharika was holding dual citizenship, and the green card itself was going to make him not stand. But I think as a lawyer himself, as somebody who has studied law and knows the do's and don'ts, that's why maybe he handed over the green card opting to be Malawian more than American.
Right.
So that was sorted out, and the Malawians accepted him, and there he was, and today he's become the president of the republic.
Okay. So now that, has there been any announcement that has been formally made in terms of that Malawi has a new president, and what happens if the court decision, is there anybody trying to challenge the results of the court decisions against the backdrop of the anomalies that you outlisted?
Lawyers concerned from the concerned parties, these are the opposition parties, like, for example, the Malawi Congress Party, the United Democratic Front, and the others. They ganged up and said, we are challenging these results, and so the courts must not proceed to announce, or to rather officially announce the winner.
Right.
However, the courts, as of yesterday night, they resolved that Malawi Electoral Commission has no mandate to actually recount the votes after the expiry of 8 days, which is stipulated in their laws, that the Malawi Electoral Commission shall release the results, official results, within the 8 days. So if there were anomalies and other irregularities, they were, according to the courts, supposed to be sorted out within this specified period of 8 days. So as we went to hear the announcement yesterday night, the aggrieved party said they were going to go to the Supreme Court to challenge the decision of the lower court, which was the High Court. However, this coming today morning, that's when the state radio announced that the new president-elect was going to be sworn in. And as I speak now, we have the new president in Malawi, Professor Peter Mutharika.
Okay.
And we are expecting in this regard that the aggrieved parties will still go to the courts because that's what they said, that they are still finding it absurd, if I were to use that word, for the courts to swear in someone when there are still issues pending to be resolved.
Okay.
So one of these days, hopefully, we should be seeing the Malawi Congress Party, or rather the lawyers representing the aggrieved party, to go back to the courts, in this case the Supreme Court, to challenge the results, because they're actually saying they still are dealing with irregularities and anomalies that have not been sorted out.
So when these the announcement from the courts was released, it was pretty late in Malawi last night. How was the mood on the streets? Did people go out? I have a report here that somebody died, I think, maybe in the aftermath of the announcements. But how was the general feel in the community?
Prior to the announcement of the results yesterday, in the morning, there were some pockets of fracas or chaotic incidents or situations or environments, rather, in the lecture side district of Mangocha. And I'm told there.
Nick, can you please get me a paper towel or something?
Some kind of problems with the people who were actually calling for a rerun of the whole exercise. Okay. So in the process, I'm told reports show that one boy, aged 14, was killed in the process, and so this also brought in some bad feelings amongst Malayans, hoping that maybe this was going to be the start of the chaos that we have never experienced in Malawi. However, the chairperson for the Malawi Electoral Commission handled this case sensitively, if I may use that word, because he actually sobbed and he was in tears when he was actually announcing the final results yesterday night, in reference to the boy who was killed in the fracas in the electoral district of Mangochi. However, after the announcement of the official winner, or the official results of the winner in this tripartite elections, there was jubilation, there was ululation and hooting. People spent the better part of the morning, the early morning today, running up and down the streets of Blantyre, Lilongwe, and some pockets of the districts in Malawi, welcoming the news, saying Peter Mutharika is the winner. And these were mainly those supporters that actually supported the president-elect. However, at the Tariff Center, the National Tariff Center, where we were and where I was myself as a reporter, there were some, faces were down for those that were from the opposition who still don't believe that these results were legitimate, and they felt like they have been snatched their victory because the issues of irregularities were still pending.
Okay, now the outgoing president, Mrs. Banda, has she appeared publicly? Has she sent out a statement? And if she did, what was the last statement that she made?
Speaking on the national broadcaster, she actually said she will go for the results and she's ready to hand over her powers to the president-elect.
Right.
So come Monday, when the inoculation takes place, we'll be seeing the former president now, Joyce Banda, handing over powers to the president-elect, Professor Peter Mutharika, who apparently today has been sworn in.
Okay. Anyway, I think the Malawian people have spoken, according to us in the diaspora and everywhere else. But I would like to thank you for the time that you've given us and also for that update. We'll keep in touch and obviously want to see what this president is going to do for the Malawian people. I've been speaking to Elson Chagara, who's a freelance journalist based on the ground in Malawi. Elson, thank you very much. Like you say in Malawi, zikomo kwambiri. Thank you.
Zikomo kwambiri, inunso zabwino zonse. All the best.
All right, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
What's the guys doing?
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We're here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Brad A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. Yo, I'm going to respect to all the now. I'm going to
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denka, the first. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go to watch them. 5 and me I know they say but I go to watch.
Good afternoon, viewers, and welcome to the Sahara TV segment, callback segment. My name is Olufaloye, and today we're going to be talking about, of course, the update on the missing girls in Nigeria. It's been 48 days and still we haven't heard anything from them. We're also going to be talking about President Museveni's, President of Uganda, Museveni's unflattering comments about Goodluck Jonathan, and a bunch of other topics that's going on in Nigerian news today. So we'd like to hear from you guys. Please, the number to call is 646-559-6640. And right now I'm joined by my co-host extraordinaire, Mr. Diola Fayum. And she's going to have the callback segment of the day. Diola, excuse me. How you doing?
Good, good. It's so nice to join you again on this segment. And I'm just going to start out by reading the question of the day and some of the answers that we've gotten. Our question is, now, Boko Haram kidnapped 3 emirs. Boko Haram attacked 3 emirs, and they killed one of them. It appears that they've now taken their battle to the elite in the north. Now, do you think that this will change anything now that they're attacking elite people? Exactly. Mark Osaremen says that, I think the elite deserves to have a taste of what the commoners have been going through all this while. Let them know that the monster that they created has gone wayward. Also, Namadi Stephen says the blood of the righteous is at work. And also, Michael Ubani says, no, it's a family affair. Adeyemi Adedeji says, a whole emir without paracetamol. I trust Yoruba kings.
Wow.
He's probably speaking in Proverbs.
Of course.
Yeah. And Jill Friedson says, sure, it will change something, and I'm happy that the elite are now involved. Let's see how the government will now refuse to unleash a full-fledged military assault on Boko Haram. And also Abdulaziz Gladima says the dog have turned against, it says it will never change anything. And lastly, Okemini Ndi Ehugo says that the dogs have turned against its owners.
Yeah, I just want to say something. First of all, the attackers are suspected to be Boko Haram. I don't think there's any confirmation of that, but it definitely fits their method of operation and everything. So it's oh, we just I think we have a caller ready. So let's go to the phones. Caller, are you there?
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, hello. Thank you for calling Sahara TV. What's your name?
My name is Kola Falabi.
Kola, thank you for calling. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I just want to tell you guys something about bring back our guests, which is not good for Nigeria, it's not good for Africa, because we know all this bring back our guests is attempt to invade Nigeria. So we want you guys to stop it, because it's going to destroy everything. We don't want AFRICOM. We don't want imperialism in Africa, in Nigeria.
Sorry, if I could just interject, are you saying the movement Bring Back Our Girls, you want that stopped?
You say what?
The Bring Back Our Girls movement. Are you saying you want us to stop that movement, or what are you saying exactly?
No, whatever Nigeria problem is within Nigeria government must solve the problem.
So what you're saying is that we shouldn't seek international help?
You say what?
Are you saying that we should not seek international help?
No. We should not take any international help. We must learn from our history. We must learn from what is going on, what happened in Iraq, what happened in Afghanistan. Everything we must learn. We don't want any international help, because there is no time anybody help Africa successfully.
Wow.
We want genocide our people. The problem in Nigeria is Nigeria problem. Our government must solve the problem.
But do you realize that it's been more than 45 days and the girls are still missing, and the Nigerian government has not been able to find them?
No.
Exactly.
Politics within. The problem is politics. Nigerian government.
I understand the problem is politics, but for the girls that are missing right now, what solution do you have?
Hold on, my sister. Problem in Syria alone, problem in Liberia, problem in Sudan. Nigeria army went there and stopped it. But why we can't solve our own problem? If our government is not going to do it, we must mobilize our people against the government. It's not that we are calling America to come and bomb Nigeria, no. No, we work against our forefather, our ancestor, and they will not happy what we are doing. What we are doing about our own politics. The politics we are playing in Nigeria is not good. We are inciting genocide.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kola, thank you very much for calling. Thank you for making that point. Thank you so much.
To be honest, he has great points. And
yeah.
I do agree with him in the sense that I don't think that Nigeria really needs international help. But the problem is, it's been more than a month. The Nigerian government, all I'm thinking about right now is the girls. They are still out there somewhere.
Exactly.
I mean, if we say, okay, no international help right now because of all the things that he listed, how do we still find these girls?
Exactly. The Nigerian government and the people, we brought this upon ourselves. If we had found those girls right away, even though they had some intelligence before the attack happened, I just watched a CBS reporter that interviewed one of the Boko Haram members. I've not seen any Nigerian journalists. Exactly. So how did she get access and we couldn't get access? Another point is when I was watching that interview, it was very chilling for me to watch it. It was hair-raising because the guy said they're going to strike again, and they're justifying that, yes, they could shoot children. So when you start attacking children, it means that you've taken this to another level. And it's a shame that the Nigerian government couldn't contain them at that point.
The Nigerian government has been trying to contain them since 2009.
And they haven't.
This is 2014.
Exactly.
I mean, we shouldn't take international help, that's true, but we've had this government trying to, since 2009, for how long will innocent people die?
Exactly. I know a lot of people are concerned that, America has their own interest. If they help us out with something, they're gonna want something back as well. Well, so be it. We have to get these girls. That's our major concern. And it's a shame that before they kidnapped the girls, they killed about 60 boys approximately.
Yeah.
And nothing was done.
That's just one school, by the way.
Exactly. And that just went under the rug. And now
more than 12,000 people have died.
So they had to bring some recognition. So, let them, wasn't he just in France? And that's why, and that's why the president of Uganda kind of made those unflattering comments and called him out and saying that, why are you seeking international help? So he made some good points.
Before going to France, the U.S. and the FBI, I think Canada and Israel had sent help.
Exactly.
My question is, so what is going on actually? I think my main trouble right now is we really don't know what is going on.
There's nothing, no updates, anything.
They are not.
Right.
Yeah, they are not giving us any update. They're not taking us along with this issue. The defense, the chief of defense came out and said that, now they know where the girls are.
Right, they said that. They know where the girls are, but
and then what?
We haven't seen any evidence of the girls that he was saying.
Why tell us that you know where the girls are?
Exactly, if you're not going to go rescue them, why tease us?
If I were Boko Haram, I'll just move them to another place because,
Exactly.
It's
so what's also a shame is that, the U.S. gives us 20 billion naira equivalent. I'm not sure if I don't think it's $20 billion, but it's 20 billion naira every year for defense. Where's that money going to? So I can understand that, the people are concerned that we're getting international help and everything. Oh, we have a caller? Hi, Jeremiah from Tennessee. Thank you for calling Sahara TV. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. What do you have to say? And please speak up a little louder.
Okay.
Yeah, you're on the air. We can hear you.
Yeah, I am.
Yes. Hi, Jeremiah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
Yeah, Jeremiah, you're on the air. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I don't have a question. My question is, I really don't understand the way the president is handling the whole situation. So if we invite the Americans to... Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
If we're having technical difficulty, let's take another caller. Okay. Sorry. So Jeremiah, please, if you're listening and watching, please call back. Right. So it seems like everybody's concerned about, us seeking international help, but that's what happens. We air our dirty laundry. We can't solve our own problems,
I also, personally, really, I also don't like the fact that we're getting international help because it
says a lot about our government.
It says a lot about how incompetent our government is. We're supposed to be like the giants of Africa. We're supposed to be like the country that everybody will look up to in Africa.
Right. We're supposed to be pace setters and we're supposed to set examples.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, with this handling of this situation and handling of Boko Haram would have been a good look if we handled it properly for Nigeria. I mean, if we handled it properly, it would have been a good look for Nigeria.
Girls could have been an opportunity for Jonathan to actually
solidify his legacy. Exactly, and say, what?
Like right after it happened, if he went there, if he went after those girls, and he
still hasn't visited there. It's sorry, it's not a good look.
That's another ridiculous thing.
Okay, so I understand we have Jeremiah. Yeah, Jeremiah, go ahead. He's calling.
Hi, Jeremiah, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, please keep trying.
Keep trying, guys. We'd like to hear from you guys. The number to call is 646-559-6640, extension 3.
Okay, let me read more of the answer. The question is now that they're attacking the elites, they're attacking emirs, is this changing anything? And also, Mugisha Katabashi, and I'm sorry if I didn't say your name
sorry about
correctly,
that.
says that the good thing is that they are not exhibiting what that their ugly fate does of their teachers. Just Christianize the northern Nigeria and see peace flowing like a river.
That's
I have a problem with this.
That's even going to be a bigger war.
Okay, because it's like I think Nigerians are so quick to turn everything into religious or tribal and ethnic issue. Yeah. We're talking about human lives being, like people being killed here and stuff like that. So I really don't know if this is, I don't think this is about religion right now, because Boko Haram doesn't know Christian from Muslims, by the way.
They don't, I don't think
they kill a lot of Christians too. So him saying that, anyway, Odon Ayoma says that this time shall also pass away and peace shall reign someday in Nigeria. Right. I really, really hope so, and I can't wait.
I hope in my lifetime that happens.
Yeah. Right. And Uwem Peter says that the baby monster that they nurtured has now grown maturely, devouring both the owner and strangers alike. I think most of the people that are commenting on this are making a statement that Boko Haram was started by northern leaders.
And now it's like the chicken is coming home to roost.
Yeah, that's basically what most of them are saying. And we have a new caller. We'll talk more about that.
Hi, Andrew from Maryland. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you for calling Sahara TV.
Yeah, I'm speaking from Ireland, Andrew.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, the issue at stake is this Boko Haram. We don't know, I think they are not faceless. Definitely people should know where the origin of Boko Haram. We should definitely know because they are human beings. And they live with the people over there. And how long will it take the government to handle such issues? It's not a war. It's a community issue. I think it's a religious issue. And what I feel is that the government have pumped so much money into the system, and yet nothing is coming out.
Right.
Benefiting more from the money than solving this problem.
Wow, yeah. Thank you. Andrew, let me ask you real quick. What do you think of Nigerians seeking international help to find the girls?
Yeah, they need international help because the equipment, they don't have enough equipment. So what they need is the equipment to find the place where the girls are. That is why they need international, because most of the Nigerian technology system is in shambles. What they need is the equipment. The manpowers are there, but the equipment are not there.
Right.
So if they can get the equipment, then definitely they can trace the girls and they know what to do. Definitely if they want to bring out these girls, I trust my people, they will bring out these people. They are using it as politics.
Wow.
To run down the government.
Yeah.
No, because the military, Nigerian militaries are very strong military, and if they want to bring this, definitely can do it. But I don't know what is happening.
Wow.
If Nigeria can go to other countries and come out successful, why they cannot handle their own issues? The problem is with the North. The Northerners know what they are doing.
Wow.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I think he has a lot of points.
He does. Andrew, thank you for calling. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of points. Looking back at the whole issue of bringing in international help, it's like, so for how long though would we have to depend on international help? Like, when would we get to that point where?
Exactly. I mean, after all, we've gained our independence, so we should be able to independently.
And, he said that the Nigerian military is not well equipped. This week, a soldier came out and said that we are not well equipped compared to Boko Haram. And he said that they give them like AK-47 and they give them like 67 bullets to share among themselves. Meanwhile, Boko Haram members are using machine guns.
Yeah.
They have this armor tank.
Exactly. Those guys are well equipped, and they're trained, well trained, and I saw one of their operations.
I don't think that Boko Haram is well trained. That's just personal view. These are people who have no jobs, but I think they are well equipped.
Well equipped, but but I've seen their operations when they came out. These guys, the way they orchestrated their attacks, when they had the bombing, I guess, on the one of the these guys were they came out and were well disciplined.
Well, they've been doing it now since 2009.
Exactly, and it seems like with each and every new attack, these guys are getting bolder, more audacious. It's just it's crazy.
And speaking of which, former President Olusegun Obasanjo spoke with Boko Haram.
Interesting, right? Invited them to the farm. So I mean, I don't know.
It comes back to leadership, don't you think? It comes back to leadership.
Yeah.
Why can't President Jonathan invite them? At least CBS invited one of them, like you said, and he came. And they interviewed him. Right. The fact that he got through security in Abuja, that scares me.
Right.
That he got through security to get to the CBS reporters.
Exactly.
That tells me Boko Haram can move freely.
Right, and he was freely interviewing in the living room and everything. Yeah, I think we have a caller, right? Okay, we have Akimboye on the phone. Akimboye, are you there?
Yes, please put me through. Yes, I'm on the phone.
You're already through.
We're already through,
Go
man.
ahead.
Go ahead. Thanks for calling Sahara TV.
I want to contribute to the, ongoing discussion about Boko Haram and security in Nigeria.
Go ahead. Akimboye, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you, but you have not put me through.
You are
live.
Through. You are live.
Well, I've not had anything, they have not asked me any questions or, what I can contribute.
Well, we asked you to say what you were hoping to say when you called. Hello?
Yes, what I want to say is simple, because I'm especially, I'm an academic researcher from the University of the Free State in South Africa, and I'm specializing on disaster management and strategic studies, which is security. Now, the situation in Nigeria is really appalling. It's just because of the weakness of the government that actually escalates, what is happening there. I mean, what is the population of the members of the Boko Haram? They are not up to 3,000. And they are dividing the whole nation, especially concentrating on the northern part of Nigeria. It's absurd to see that. It's also the fact that we got all the necessary resources that people are talking about. I can't understand it. The solution is total war against terrorism. Yes, it's going to affect some of the people that live there. If there's what we call this emergency, state of emergency. State of emergency should be state of emergency.
Right. Akimboye, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah. He makes a good point. What I wanted to say, though, is that, like I said, even though they're like smaller numbers, these guys have to be organized in some way for them to be carrying out these attacks successfully and terrorizing Nigeria, all of Nigeria, and getting world recognition. And they like it. They're getting, I interviewed a guy recently, and his take on the whole thing was that he never heard of Boko Haram, but right now I'm sure they're enjoying the publicity that they're getting.
Yeah, and I'm sure that they have some kind of strong backing.
They have some backing financially.
Financially, definitely. And even some people in the government, some top people, because if they don't by now, we should have been able to overcome this menace. But I want to read more of the answers, asking people if they think anything has changed now that they're attacking the elite. And Ezufula Uchena says, trust me, with this, the truth about Boko Haram will unveil. And also Kingsley Tadia says, yes, this will expedite actions towards dealing with the issue of terrorism. And also Usman Kuraye says, yes, let them continue. The next will be senators and reps. Actually, if they start attacking like governors and senators and whatever, I think that the Nigerian government will truly pay more attention.
Definitely. And it seems right now that the attacks are contained. Like they said, it's just in the north. If they start bringing, I hope they don't, but if they brought it to the west, which I don't think they will do, because if they brought it to the west, they're trying to expand their territory, and I think, you know what, they'll really, really be shut down for real.
But the thing is, people from the west, from the south, from whatever, are everywhere as well. Like these recent attacks in Abuja, a lot of people that were killed were actually not northerners.
Exactly.
So
so it's not just, even though the location, but the whole country is being affected.
Everybody is being affected.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And okay, I think we have a new caller. Yeah, Robert from Lagos. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
My contribution is that we should strengthen our institution. We should look inward to strengthen our institution, because yes, we call in foreign help to take care of or maybe assist in rescuing the girls or defeating the militants. What about other marriage of our problems? Are we going to be surrendering ourselves to colonialism? What about the marriage? What about corruption? Are we going to call in foreign help to take care of corruption? What about decaying institutions? Are we also going to call in foreign help to take care of decaying institutions? Because Boko Haram, if you ask me, is just a tip of the iceberg of Nigeria's problem. It is a tip of the iceberg. It is just like a reflection of Nigeria's problem. because you have weak institutions, you have an army that is working against its own country. You have police that is working against its own people. You have the immigration that is working against its own people. You have a government that cares no less about its own people. Are we going to call in foreign help to take care of all this? I don't in any way subscribe to foreign help. Yes, however, or efficient it might sound, because it's not, it won't go far. It's not sustainable. So I don't subscribe to it. It's not sustainable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you so much. That makes a good point, and he's echoing what President Museveni said.
Yeah.
That, making fun of Nigeria seeking international help. And, right now, President Goodluck has to understand that, he's not really favored by the whole world. He just got booed at the inauguration
in South Africa.
In South Africa,
so
of all places.
Uganda insulted Nigeria. South Africans booed
him at the inauguration of the president.
And the ridiculous thing is, they still don't get it. Like this week, the government actually organized their own Bring Back Our Girls protest. I don't know if you heard about that, but they brought in like buses filled with people that had been paid. All of them wearing Bring Back Our Girls t-shirts. And they say that their protest is not to the Nigerian government, that they are protesting to Boko Haram. And I'm like, if you're protesting to Boko Haram, why not go to Sambisa Forest where Boko Haram is? Why are you in Abuja?
Exactly.
And then they attacked the real protesters. Dr. Obi is especially and her group that has been protesting every day for the past almost 30 days. Wow. They've been going to that spot to protest. They attacked them. They stole their cell phones, their handbags, they broke their chairs, they were breaking bottles on these people. I think it's ridiculous. And guess what? Guess who showed up? NTA. That's the Nigerian Television Authority. They've not been covering the real protest that has been going on for 20-something days. Suddenly they showed up with these paid protesters. So they still have not. They didn't. I don't think that they got it yet. Yeah. That they're still, faking the protest.
Exactly. This is a huge blemish on the Nigerian government, and if we don't act quick, it's really gonna. It's a huge blemish, and like I said, it's
if Uganda is insulting us, South Africa,
they're looking at us, the giant of Africa as a joke
right now. Okay, I want to read one comment that I actually want to get your view on. This is from Akomolafe Olushola, and he says that I think that those elite in the north who are falling victims of Boko Haram attacks right now are those who never subscribe to the agenda of Boko Haram. What do you think?
Never subscribe
to the agenda of Boko Haram, like with the emirs that were attacked. This person is saying that he thinks it's the people that never subscribe to the agenda of Boko Haram among the elite in the north that have been attacked.
Right, but I believe a lot of people don't subscribe to the agenda. Even Muslims as well don't. And a lot of Muslims have come out and called them out. Even Al Qaeda called them out and say, you guys are doing this wrong. So it's a shame that anybody has to die from this, but I guess it's getting more recognition now because now they're attacking the elite, which is just a shame because everybody's life should be equal. I think we're taking one more caller, right? Yeah, we have Osaze from Chicago.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, so Osaze, you're on Sahara TV. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, hi. How you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. Thank you for calling. What do you have to say?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to commend Diola. She's doing a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She's doing a good job. She's trying her best.
Thank you very much.
It's very sad, what I have to say. I don't really see any hope for that country because, not just because I'm presently not there, but the attitude of the people is not just the leaders, because one day some of the people will become leaders. And when they become leaders, you see the attitude change. When they talk a lot, like leaders are bad, this and that, but those leaders were one day citizens. But when they got into power, you see the transformation. Take Ruben Abati, for example. So when we keep saying Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that, I think the people get the leader they deserve. The majority of people in Nigeria have a bad heart. They go to church, they go to mosque, but they don't love their neighbor. They want to be on top of the other person. They don't. That's why everything we are seeing is a reflection. It's not about PDP, APC, South, Jonathan. I don't want to talk about any of that. I think the people don't even want to change. They want the status quo because in their hearts of hearts, they wish one day I'm going to get a share of my national cake. Nobody wants to work, especially the youths. If you go on Facebook, like I'm a physician here in the United States. I don't have time, but sometimes I go to Sahara Reporter's Facebook and see what the comments the young people write, and it's like disheartening. They don't even think about the way they talk. Even their level of English now is so poor, like they didn't do WAEC. Like they didn't. You see people advertising for customs car, people advertising for girlfriends and sugar daddies on Facebook, where the whole world can read our comments. It's disgraceful. Wow. So I don't know. I pray, but I can only pray. I can't carry a gun to fight, but I don't think the future is bright for Nigeria. I just pray, and I commend people like Diola who do their best. But if the people, especially the young people, don't want to change, that country is going nowhere. That's just my contribution.
Thank you
Thank you so much for calling. Yeah.
Thank you. And you know, just to give an example based on what he just said,
yes,
the present information minister, I don't know if they changed his title now, Nabaran Mako, he used to be an activist.
Yes.
He used to be an activist.
So
this week, you know, he made a statement about this Bring Back Our Girls protest. He said 90% of those that are out there protesting are members of a particular party. And he's talking about the opposition party, APC.
Yeah.
So all of the people that have been protesting in Canada, in the US, all over the world, Michelle Obama, they are all APC members. And I'm thinking, instead of going after the girls, these people are still doing the blame game. Oh, it's APC that is responsible. No, it's PDP. So and this same guy used to be an activist speaking out against the government.
You know what? I have no political agenda or affiliation. My only point is to stop, not even just bring the girls back. Let's just stop Boko Haram. They're terrorizing the country. That's what he's saying. But, you know, his words were very disheartening to say that, you know, saying that Nigeria, there's no hope for Nigeria. I think a lot of people really do feel that way. I mean, look at the progression where we're going. And, you know, like what the previous caller said before, this Boko Haram thing is just a microcosm of the problems that we're really having in Nigeria. We have a plethora of issues and problems. It's just a shame that this is just the one coming to the forefront. But I think we should have contained Boko Haram before it got to this situation, right? Yeah, I think we have one more caller. We have time for one more caller? Okay, we'll have a caller from Glasgow. Caller, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for calling Sahara TV. What do you want to say?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I want to contribute to the ongoing program.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. We're listening.
Okay, I think I want to believe that we are talking on the issue about Boko.
Yes, exactly. So please make your comment.
Exactly. The issue is that I'm seeing a point that we are actually understanding. And that is the point which I believe the presidency is actually trying to overcome, and that is the issue of the crisis. We are military, we are sent to massacre fellow Nigerians. And I think I didn't see any irrational action on the side of the presidency trying to bring in this. Make some concerted effort by bringing in international forces who are more civil in handling issues of military forces.
Wow.
Because if actually we go against our fellow Nigerians in the name of their Boko Haram, we end up also killing innocent citizens. So I think the presidency on his part is not actually doing anything wrong by bringing in a more rational force.
Right. Yeah, it seems right. Thank you so much for calling, man. Thank you so much.
I think that before we go, if I should just read a few more of the comments.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah. So this person says that the dogs have turned against its owners. That is Okene Undi Ehibo. And also James Alba says, Sahara reporters, you should go and interview the Northeast politicians that are sponsoring this page. It's sad that some people actually believe that Sahara reporters is being sponsored by...
We can't control the thoughts of the people, man. It's just unfortunate.
Ebukun IBK says, let them feel the heat as well, since they refuse to condemn them from the start. Instead, they keep blaming GEJ. And the last one that I want to read is from Prokajal Witty. And this person said that I'd like to answer this question with a proverb, which says that irrespective of how blunt a machete is, it must never be handled by a lunatic.
Wow.
I think that's heavy.
That's powerful.
When you give weapons to people that are not educated, they were not working, like stuff like that. Human life is like.
They're probably just frustrated thugs and saying, you know what, I see a way of letting out my frustration and joining forces with people.
They're frustrated, but that's not even the issue. They're being allowed to do this. I feel like the government has really given them the room.
Exactly,
That's
and you can't blame them.
They've really grown.
Exactly, they've grown wings. They're very audacious now. Like, you know what, they're bolder and saying, that, you know what, I could do whatever I want. There's nobody that's going to stop me.
You know, someone asked me that, Adiola, if tomorrow Boko Haram, the Nigerian government says they're having an event and Boko Haram sends a memo that do not go out tomorrow, we will attack, who should we obey?
I think that at the current condition now, you better obey Boko Haram. It's unfortunate. But guys, we'd like to thank you guys for calling and joining the conversation. This is going to be our last talkback segment.
That's one thing we need to talk about. So
we're going to be taking a break, you know,
for the summer to revamp and hopefully come out with better shows for you guys.
Definitely. So we're going to miss you guys. Thank you, but please continue to engage with on the Sahara Reporters Facebook page, on Twitter. You can catch me every Wednesday on Live with the Humble Prince from 5 p.m. Eastern. That's 10 o'clock Nigerian time to 7 p.m. Eastern. That's till midnight Nigerian time. Yeah. So we'll still like to hear from you guys and everything. So Sarah, it's been a pleasure.
I know. So it's so sad there's no show next week, but hey, we're still here.
I'm sure they're going to miss us, and we'll miss you guys too.
Yeah,
so that's been the Sahara TV callback segment. Thank you guys for calling, and we'll see you in a minute. Take a break. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body also.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Sahara.
Chuck Kofi Wayo is a household name in Ghana. The international businessman and politician spent 42 years in the United States, but decided to finally settle in his native Ghana to help build the country. He thus formed the United Renaissance Party, URP, and even though he failed to clinch the presidency, Kofi Wayo continues to be a relevant factor to the politics of Ghana, forcefully making his voice heard on almost every aspect of Ghanaian life. We are privileged to have on the lines, joining us from Accra, Ghana, Mr. Eric Charles Kofi Wayo, to share some insights with us. My singular honor to welcome you to Sahara TV, Chuck.
Yeah, I am in a village called Asikan in the eastern region. There's no light here, no water, no nothing, man. So I brought some cutlasses to the farmers, and I'm helping them here to build a clinic because they just die. You know, they have no emergency system. Vehicles don't come here. The roads look like goddamn craters on the moon, man. You know, and it's really bad here.
Well, yeah, that's a very grim picture. But let me start with the economy, Chuck. We hear news of a failing economy. Is this really the case? And what do you think is accounting for this?
See, the tragedy of this whole time is they keep talking about economy. Look, foreigners own our gold. They own our oil. They own our cocoa. You understand? They own every time we have. And the World Bank is the new slave master. You know, they control every time here. And because our people, the so-called educated class, the criminal class, you know, they go to school to learn how to be stupid. You know, the white man is born stupid already, and he goes to school to learn. But we Africans, we are born stupid, and we go to learn how to be even more stupid. You know, you have gold. Gold is the basis of currency since time immemorial. But you don't own any of the gold. Why? Why? So what is the economy? The economy, over 25% to 40% is begging, you know, donor countries, so-called donors. Do you think somebody donated something to you because you got a pretty face? Huh? It's not a matter of racism, like you people will say. It's not racism. The white man is using his brains, and you refuse to use your brains, so you're going to lose it. It's as simple as that. It's got nothing to do with racism.
So the failing economy can be attributed to basically Ghanaians failing to use their brains.
There's no economy. Over 80%, 90% of the economy is in the informal sector. You know, market women, subsistence farmers, you know, they don't get pension, they don't get nothing. You understand? The big men, they collect the taxes, they buy Pajeros, Land Cruisers, you know, and they cruise around in a crowd, you know, sucking up the gas. They get free electricity, free water. An American politician cannot even get a quarter of what they get here. Yet, we go and beg them for money. You know, American senator will go to work on a bicycle or a train. Here, no, you won't do that. They'll tell you that, you know, they got to show that they do their thing. But you're getting nothing. So you understand? But they, and the American way, you know, by you know, and, you know.
Hello, Chuck? Hello? We apologize that we just lost Chuck Kofi Wayo on the line right now. We're trying all we can to raise him back. And as soon as we're able to do that, we'll put him back on the line. But Kofi Wayo was basically talking about the economy and what, in his estimation, is causing the failing economy in Ghana. I am informed that we have Chuck back on the line. Hello, Chuck.
Yo.
Sorry, we lost you for a moment. Please continue.
Yeah. You know, you go to America, I was telling them, you see young blacks standing in the street side, they're all holding on to their testicles, you know that? They're holding on to their testicles. So you know why? Because the white man is taking everything from there. All they got is their testicles. So they're holding on to it.
Okay, Chuck. Right? Let's move on to another subject that I know you hold very dear, the issue of sanitation. You refer to yourself as a son of Nima, and I know that you've done a lot of work to help with the sanitation situation in Nima. Generally, the news is that Accra is being drowned in filth. What is your own assessment?
That's the story in every African country. They don't understand sanitation. They're not interested. You understand? But the villages are more cleaner than the city because we have no management. You understand? We are not a technological people. You know, even our language, there's no word for maintenance. There is no word for maintenance. And the so-called educated class, instead of going to the people and teaching them, they're wearing suits, black suits in this 140-degree heat. You know, wearing suits and tie and driving jackets and Pajeros and Land Cruisers and have conferences. They have conferences on how to make condoms for mosquitoes to have sex. They have conferences on how to get cockroaches to fly. You know, useless stuff. They don't go to the people, you know, to give them water. Instead of giving them water, they'll tell you they build them a stadium. So I'm asking them, if you don't drink water, you'll die. So are you telling me you wait till they die and they can get up from the grave and go watch a football game? Why don't you give the people the basics? Give them, in America, they give you the basics. Then you can progress from there. You understand?
Yes,
then they will accuse America, they would accuse Europe of discrimination. I mean, I don't understand. Have America landed troops in Ghana to prevent you from doing something for yourself? No, they send the World Bank, like in the old days, they send the what do you call it, the bishops and the pastors to come and pacify you. Now, they can't do that anymore, so they send the World Bank. You have no water, sanitation,
Chuck.
it doesn't exist.
Yeah, one thing I've really been itching to ask you is the concerning issues like Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, and all these other insurgents?
Well, listen, see, I grew up in the United States. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe only in Ghana so far. I'm not interested in Nigeria or Togo or whatever. I'm not interested. I'm interested in building my country first. I can't go to help somebody when I need myself. I need help. But you see the leaders of Nigeria. They captured 273 girls. The president was named Bad Luck Jonathan or whatever his name is, right? Instead of getting the governor of the state, right, get your security officers. How do you take 273 people and nobody saw you? How do you do that? And then America, England to help you. The American, he lives in New York, skyscrapers and everything. He don't know the jungle. How can they come and help you? So they got some electronic equipment. In the jungle, you don't know the jungle? Black man, is this what we're telling? We live in the jungle, we don't know it. So an American from Fifth Avenue or Michigan Avenue in Chicago, right? Or Beale Street in Tennessee, who never saw a jungle, you bringing him to find 273 girls, and while the girls are missing, you're given a reward of $300,000, lousy $300,000. When your daughter got married, you know, you gave $80,000. Let's assume one guy's $30,000. That's over $20 million, right? Plus 1,000 gold-plated iPhones to your daughter. And you're telling the world that for 273 taxpayers, you give only $300,000. Can't you see the African leader got a mental problem?
Chuck,
can't you see that?
I want to clarify something that you said. You said you're not interested in Nigeria. But the fact of the matter is that Boko Haram, for instance, is very volatile, and they are actually crossing the borders of Nigeria. If you had won the elections on the ticket of your party, you would probably have been the ECOWAS chairman by now, and then this would be your problem.
I never would join. No, I would never be that. I would never join that kind of stuff. Never. Never. What do I have? What is my army? Do I have jet fighters? Even helicopters we don't have. I joined ECOWAS for what?
Chuck, from Lagos to Nigeria is just 4 hours by road. If there's a problem in Nigeria, it is potentially a problem in Ghana.
From America to Canada is just right across the bridge. Do America interfere in the affairs of Canada?
Well, I believe if there's I believe as a regional bloc, they would still be interested, Chuck.
Well, the bloc is useless. So what I'll do, I'll give my people water first, right? And then I'll give my people sanitation so they can live before I go talk big. I can't talk big when I don't have anything. It's just like show. It's like in America when I was there. Black people, 5 of them will get together and buy a Cadillac. One drives it Monday, one drives it Tuesday, one drives it Wednesday, just to make show. You get to make show. And you live in the ghetto. They're dumb, you know? I watch them, you know? After 200 years, they never learn.
Okay,
Something wrong with the black man.
All right. Now, let's talk about oil, because that's another area where you are very well knowledgeable. Ghana has hit oil.
We don't own it. It belongs to the white man.
Yes. So my question really to you is that people don't seem to see any direct benefits. What is happening with the oil situation? Do you know?
He signed the oil over to his white market. So we have to take it back. We'll have to take our gold back. We have to take our oil back and take our cocoa. The cocoa, instead of issuing a certificate to the farmer and give them stock in it, right, and buy our own cocoa, we go to England to borrow money to buy the cocoa. So the Africans don't benefit from the cocoa. Don't you understand that? Why do we have to go to England to raise money to buy our own cocoa? Why? And we 5 million people. About 24 million of them are farmers. You understand? You can't throw a bond for them and raise money to buy your own cocoa.
Okay.
And you're telling me you're a professor, Dr. Mwasam Kwana Mishaya, you're economist? You don't know nothing.
Chuck, let's talk about energy for a second. Definitely, that has nothing to do with any exterior forces, does it?
No, the World Bank controls everything here. They're the new slave master. They even sent a guy from America, his name is Yusufa Crooks. He proves to you that they are crooks. They're people. You understand? What they're doing here is a criminal act. in American law, they would be jailed. But the law here doesn't work. Everything here is bribe. You know, even Jesus Christ is afraid to come here. We're too corrupt. It's corruption galore. Myself, you know, I bought land, right? I have title to the land. Then I found another guy later on, 10 years later, has title to the same land, and nobody would arrest him. How do you give two land titles to two different people? And what do you call it? Nobody arrests them. Nobody arrests anybody. But the poor people, they're going to steal one ticket. They arrest them and give them 20 years. A kid stole just a $40 mobile phone. They give him 12 years. A woman in the village got 2 kids, you know, and the husband hasn't come home for a week, so they were hungry. She went to somebody's farm and took 2 fingers of plantain, you know, just 2 fingers. They arrested her and jailed her for 5 years. Wow.
That does not sound good at all. Okay, now, Chuck, the general elections. Sign in a submarine. The general elections is 2 years away. What's the situation with the United Renaissance Party? Are you going to stand?
Well, what I found out, the party business in Ghana, like the rest of Africa, is a corrupt situation. When I formed the party, all the people came, all they want is money. So I sack all of them. They're corrupt. And when you go to the police, they'll tell you, oh, this is only a political case. Because the guy he took money. He got arrested. He said, no, you understand? So Mahama is a good guy. I know all of them. I've been with them, you know. I campaigned with you know, all of them. I was with Kufuor, you know. All they want is money. They're not interested in the people. They're not. They don't go to They go to London, eat kidney pie. They come to America to enjoy steaks. And then they kind of tell the people, we're working for you. Then the people also don't know the difference. You know, so they believe that the white man got the money and they got to go get it. So I'm telling them, don't you know white people suffer over there? A lot of white people can't eat. Do you think the white man gives you money because he don't like his own people? No, he gives you money for every dollar. He gets $30 back. It's a damn good investment. You understand? So the Mahama here feels for the poor.
Is that to suggest, Chuck? Hello, Chuck. Is that to suggest that you are dissolving the URP? No. Listen. See, a party is not going to deliver these people. It's going to take an individual with determination and prepare to enforce the law. You have to enforce the law. Hey, you live in America, right? If the sign says, do not park here, and you park there, what happens? You get a ticket. You're damn right. But here, park, you can't get the ticket back. Right? A guy runs over, a guy will run over a 4-year-old kid. He said, I'm a big man, you cannot arrest me. The police, and nothing ever happened. They kill for nothing. All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chuck Kofi-Wayo. But before we go, can I ask you a somewhat personal question? I read somewhere that you are worth $30 million. Is this true? Is that your problem? Hey, is that your problem? No, it's not. Is that your money? Why? See, that's the problem with black people. Why do you care what I have? That's my money. You go make your own. Don't ask me about it. What's trouble? Oh, why are you like that? I got my money. I work for it. Chuck, the last statement was definitely not meant for me, I believe. I'm sure it was said in a light moment. But anyhow. But when you want to, in America, you ask people how much you work. You tell them the taxman will take it all from you. You know that. Chuck, yeah, you lived in the U.S. You know that if you're running for president, for instance, you definitely need to declare your assets. You know, so I mean, as a public figure. When the time comes, I will declare it. When the time comes. When the time comes. Okay. Yes, sir. All right, I hear you, Chuck. All right, baby. Yeah. I hear you, and thank you so much. You're over there enjoying your hamburger. I'm here in the dark, no light, no water. You know, you can't even have a hamburger here because the meat here is so hard. Because the cows, they all belong to fish clubs. They belong to, you know, the exercise. So the meat is tough. Yeah. Even my dog can't chew the meat. So. Okay, Chuck. I really appreciate your time, and I I appreciate your insights and everything. Thank you so much. And we'll definitely get back to you as and when the occasion arises. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Yes, that was Chuck Kofi Wayo, enigmatic Chuck Kofi Wayo, a Ghanaian politician, businessman, and a former arms dealer. He said, though, that he never sold arms to Africa. All his business, as far as the arms trade was concerned, was conducted outside Africa. That's what he says. Stay tuned. This is Sahara TV. There's more coming.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
She spent all her days with her head in the books. Never cared much to agonize over her.
Nigerian native hip-hop band Ayo in Motion hosted Jamming for Our Girls, a benefit and awareness show to spread and inform perspective of the social media campaign Bring Back Our Girls.
I put together Jamming for Our Girls because I thought it was really very important to have the Important to have the kind of event where we raise awareness and beyond just hashtags and retweets, which is really good and it's important, but something that we feel like we can actually make some direct change. So what I decided to do was bring 3 nonprofit organizations together and who are working with local, native, and immigrant girls who are pursuing an education. And so those 3 organizations, Baobab, Aomi, and South Yetu, I did a fundraiser so we could send some money to support the cause of what they're doing. I also brought together artists such as myself to be able to pretty much jam for our girls, like the title says. Make some noise and just send some good vibes and energy to let them know that we're here with them and we're not going to stop till our girls actually come back.
Headlining the show were Ayo in Motion, Rafia, Omna Hegazi, Nathan James, and Elle Winston. We asked the performers what were the initial reaction having heard the news.
It was surreal. For me, it was just like, how can this happen? It's unimaginable that something like that can happen. And, you know, the silence of the government and, you know, just imagining what they're going through, it's unthinkable.
It's pain. You know, I was so sad for them. I was angry that we live in a world still where a young girl can't go to school without being in danger of her life, without being in danger of being sexually violated, physically abused. And so I felt all of that. And it really also, though, made me happy that so many people in the world really poured out their concern and their rage about what was happening. And I think that's kind of why we're here tonight, to continue that expression.
And it's not because I'm crazy. I just made a decision a long time ago that any living being approaching you as anything less than royalty will cause this lion to bite before bitches get a chance to roar. And I wish I had the patience. Wish I had what it takes to live according to what cowards consider to be rational. But I come from a line of warriors that taught me that this life is not worth living unless there is someone that you are willing to kill or die for.
As an American and sitting here, like, I'm appalled. The first time that I hear about this is on Facebook. And I went through it, like a lot of different things, between being disgusted by what's going on, but also asking myself at the same time, like, why am I finding this out on Facebook? So it angered me and it enraged me. And that's how I felt the first time I saw it. I wrote a fine line between being angry that it happened and being angry about the way that I found out about it. Because if it was just 4 British girls, or if it was just 4 American white girls, they would have sent like SWAT teams, the United Nations would have sent armies, we would have had platoons and legions like looking for these women. But because it's like hundreds of African black girls, I got to find that on social media. So it angered me. It angered me deeply about the way that I found out and about the fact that it happened.
You have to understand, I grew up in military dictatorship, and so my initial reaction is, it was kind of like, when is this going to stop? You know, it's like Boko Haram has been an issue for a while, and I just felt like I was a little bit cynical, feeling like, you know what, I didn't really trust the government to do something significant to get back our girls. But my heart was really heavy. I felt really sad because I'm just like, 234 girls being abducted, that's their families, that's girls with a future. We don't know where they're going, where they've gone. So I contemplated for a while, and then I proceeded to act.
The performance had an overall message to not only the Nigerian government, but to humanity in whole.
Really, wherever you're from, what happens in a part of the world, what happened in Nigeria, affects all of us. It doesn't matter whether you're African, whether you're European, or wherever you are, because we're all connected, we're one. So we're all touched by what happened to the girls in Nigeria.
One of the most persistent things in our world is violence and discrimination against women. And I think that one of the ways that we combat that is being partners with men who also speak out about what's happening. So if I can say anything, I would say, women, continue your journey, continue your struggle. And I would say, men, join us, and let's stop this together.
The first thing is, you read the Quran, that God supposedly said to Muhammad, the prophet, was to read. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So Boko Haram aren't Muslims, they're cowards.
May, Sahara TV.
Why don't you stop yourself and learn some self-restraint? Why should you just be free while I stay here to suffocate? I'm not an object, but a woman, don't you see?
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, there. My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
You're still logged in on Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Yesterday, May 30th, 2014, leaders of the nations comprising the Economic Community of West African States, that's ECOWAS, were summoned by the chairman of the sub-regional bloc, President John Dramani Mahama, to his capital, Accra, for a one-day summit to discuss the security situation in the sub-region in the face of the Boko Haram insurgency in Nigeria and the upsurge of rebel activity in Mali. After the summit, President Mahama announced that the leaders have collectively and individually resolved to tackle the situation, the issue of terrorism, that is. Pundits have also hailed the Ghanaian president's initiative, but questions remain. How did we get to this point? Can the security situation be isolated from the economic situation in these countries? And why did ECOWAS and the AU wait for the West to respond before jumping into action? To help us find answers to these and other questions, we have invited Mr. Selom Kofi Dake to join us. Mr. Dake is a fellow of the Center for Social Democracy in Ghana, a policy think tank. Thanks for making time with us, Selom, and welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you very much, Tracy, and my greetings to your wonderful listeners and viewers.
Okay, so let me start by asking you this. The chairman of the ECOWAS, President John Dramani Mahama, has lived up to his responsibility. Do you reckon anything was really achieved at this summit at all?
Essentially, the summit, the extraordinary summit, was to quickly dialogue and to see how to respond, what measures and strategies could be adopted to respond to the emerging threat of terrorism around the region. And the fact that many heads of state and government were able to take time off their schedule and make it to Accra, and dialogue took place among the leaders, I think that to a large extent is a success in itself, because the only way to move forward is to keep dialoguing and drawing up strategies to resolve the pertinent issues that confront our region.
But shouldn't this have happened a long time ago, though? Why did the heads of state wait for so long to do something like this?
I wouldn't say they waited for so long, because there have been several meetings. This is an extraordinary session, because even in the past month, there was a meeting in Yamoussoukro. There was a meeting, all heads of state and government met in Yamoussoukro, ECOWAS, to deliberate on development within the region. And even there have been presidential to presidential level interactions, government to government level. It's not everything that is put within the public domain. But as you noted, some of us would have wished that there would have been an earlier concerted regional approach and response to the emerging threat earlier on. But as it is, we are where we are, so it is never too late to do what is right.
Okay. All right. Now, let's get to the fine point of the resolutions that came out of this meeting. Basically, President John Mahama has ruled out a military intervention in the Nigerian crisis, that is. What else is left?
Thank you very much. It wasn't a decision by President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana, who is the current ECOWAS chairman. It was a decision adopted by all the heads of state of ECOWAS who were present at the meeting. So that is the correction.
Well, let me clarify though that I did not say it was his decision. I said he announced. So he did so in his capacity as the chairman of the AU. So yeah, please go on.
Yeah. So I'm stressing that it was a collective decision by the heads of state and government present that they will not use military intervention because President Goodluck Jonathan had presented the national plan that they are pursuing. And they, after being assured by the President of Nigeria, said they were content. They were very satisfied with the approach and the plans put in place so far. So the best they can do is to support the national effort. The best the ECOWAS regional body, as a regional body, can do.
I hear you say that. I hear you say that, but I'm still a bit uncomfortable with the reason assigned to this decision. The president, that's President Mahama, stated that President Jonathan has assured them that he basically has the situation under his control. Now, if you speak with a lot of Nigerians, they don't think that is the situation. They really have issues. They have their doubts as to whether President Jonathan can really deal with the issue on his own, and if he could, why he waited so long. Can we go to bed? Can we just, call it a day on this?
Not at all. That was the very reason why the meeting was convened. The economic community, the regional body, realizing that the national leadership of Nigeria was not being able to meet the challenge head-on, needed some kind of support, external support. And they have dialogue. I think when they say they will not have military intervention, they will not send boots and troops on the ground. But that doesn't mean they will not be providing military technical expertise and resources to Nigeria to help them combat the situation.
Okay.
So I sincerely believe there will be technical support and also resource support.
All right.
To the government.
Now, you as a policy analyst, you are a fellow of the policy think tank group. Can I ask you though, can the military situation be divorced from the security situation, that is, can it be divorced from the economic situation? Because if we want to go back all the way to the genesis of all this, it's heavily connected to the economic situation in both countries, that is Mali and Nigeria. Can the two situations really be divorced?
I think the crisis we are in Mali is more political than economic. That is for Mali. We know there has been a spillover from the Libyan conflict. Arms have been smuggled in. The West African state has been inundated with weapons by the flow of arms from the excesses of the Libyan conflict into the Mali situation. And we know the Tuareg rebels are causing havoc and are trying to establish their own sort of sovereignty within the northern part of Mali. But when you come to Nigeria, as of now, we all don't know the reason Boko Haram, as it states, say Western education is a taboo. So that is the only reason we know so far. But sincerely, as Steve Biko said, the South African hero, he said the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. So it brings to the fore the need to make sure that all West Africans have access to universal basic education and also further higher education, because education is the transformative, is the tool for transformation of all economies within the region. So whilst we cannot at this stage directly link the Boko Haram situation to the economic situation in West Africa, we can also not equally rule out the correlation. So we will need to explore further research, through research, the linkages between these two sectors. But as a policy think, we at the Center for Social Democracy believe strongly that wherever there is economic prosperity, wherever there is participatory development, that wherever there is equitable distribution of wealth and prosperity in all economies, and wherever institutions, proper institutions of governance exist, these pillars promote peace.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. So President Mahama also spoke about a swift implementation of policies. That's a proposed anti-terrorism strategy in the region. Did he give any details of what this is going to be? For instance, he mentioned earlier that there was going to be a rapid response force of some sort to deal with these things. Did he harp on that?
As a policy think tank, what we would advocate is that there must be transparency and openness by our leaders. Whatever policies they are pursuing, they should engage the people, especially the major stakeholders, the research institutions such as the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping and Training Center and civil society organizations like the West Africa Civil Society Forum, so that citizens, you know, we've been saying that we want to make ECOWAS an ECOWAS of people, a regional body of the people. So openness and consultation and engagement of the citizens of the West Africa region is crucial if we are to attain the needed results. So we would like to know what the details of these plans are and what concrete input can expect individuals, research institutions, and civil society organizations can make into can input into this process. Okay. That is our
all right. Now, some time ago here in New York, President Mahama made a statement that countries like Ghana, Mali, Nigeria, all these countries within the sub-regional bloc do not spend too much on security because there was not an imminent threat. So they channel the resources, the country's resources, into funding other sectors like health, transportation, etc. Now, with the upsurge of so much violence in the sub-region, do you, as a policy analyst, think that it's about time for the governments of these countries to rethink their spending strategy and to channel more funding into security?
Security is a very complex and very complicated issue. It cannot be tackled from one perspective or only one angle. It needs a multidisciplinary, a multifaceted, a multi-stakeholder approach. So whilst we are looking at the budget allocation to tackling security across the region, we will equally say that there must be a balance. And that balance must be struck between the budget allocation to the Ministries of Defense and regional peace and security efforts, especially ECOWAS interventions across the country, the countries in West Africa. For instance, I know that, for instance, the United Nations is highly still involved in maintaining peace and order in the post-conflict countries such as Liberia, although they've exited Sierra Leone. So there must be some sort of balance in the allocation of resources, but we must look at other initiatives. You know, there is a mass number of unemployed youth in West Africa, which to me is the greatest security threat at the moment.
Now, that is what I meant when I said that there was a correlation between the economic and the security situations.
Specific to Boko Haram?
Well, I mean, generally, as a general issue.
Exactly. I will agree with you to a large extent because there is a mass number of unemployed youth, not just in Ghana, across the entire West African region. In 2007, I participated in a high-level consultative meeting by UNIDO and ILO and the Mano River Union, trying to see how they can scale up youth enterprise initiatives and youth skills training initiatives to upgrade the skills, the employability of the youth of the Mano River Union and all that. We need to go back and review such programs and see how we can concretely promote youth employment, because a productively engaged mind and hand cannot be too much vulnerable or susceptible to exploitation for violence.
That's true. Now, okay, so let's now go to Mali. Let's go back to Mali for a second. One of the points that was also made, or that was made actually in the resolution, is that the assembly is calling for a Truth and Reconciliation Commission of some sort in Mali. My immediate reaction, though, is that are the rebels signing on to such a policy at all?
So far, I've not seen any or heard any commitment from the rebels. So that would be a difficult one. But from where I stand and from what we see as a policy think tank, it is important to initiate the effort. We cannot say because the rebels have so far not committed themselves. What about even the government? Are they truly interested in reconciling with the rebels? So it's a two-sided issue. So it is important, even though there is no such commitment or agreement on so far, it is important that the government leads such an effort, because we must sincerely begin from somewhere in engaging each other and in leading the process. So I think it's a right call, although we must look at how practical it is to achieve this objective.
In summation, what would you recommend as the best approach to deal with the Boko Haram situation?
I would first of all say that Nigeria is not the first country in the world to encounter such a situation of terrorism. So they need to seek support from countries that have much experience and expertise in these areas. In that regard, I'm very happy that the United States of America and Britain and France are providing support in this regard, and have even sent in those to try and locate the missing girls and all that. It is very important that Nigeria opens its arms and draws support, especially technical intelligence gathering in particular, from international bodies and also experienced countries that have had similar challenges over the years.
But Salam, finally too, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said upon the attainment of independence, of Ghana's independence, that the African is capable of handling his own affairs. Now, at this point, it looks as if the AU, the ECOWAS, and all these other bodies have actually not been able to contain Boko Haram, which is virtually a relatively really small group of insurgents, and we actually have to bring in the United States and France and all these things. And even then, we don't really know what is going on. Is the African really capable of handling every aspect of our independence or of our national life?
Thank you very much. When the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah made that statement, I am very sure that it meant that the African, when properly trained, when properly equipped, when properly educated, when properly skilled in whatever field of endeavor, will have the capacity and the expertise and the necessary tools to deal with all emergent challenges that may confront the person as an individual, his community, and even his nation. So it is rightly within context. So what we should be looking at, challenges are meant to be resolved, challenges are meant to be overcome. So we cannot say, therefore, that because we have challenges, within the West African region, it means we've not been able to manage our own affairs. It is important. When Dr. Kwame Nkrumah also made that statement, it doesn't mean that we cannot collaborate with outside partners or other countries, because no nation in this globalized age and time can do all things on its own. The world is highly interconnected and interlinked, so surely there must be some sort of regional and international cooperation in tackling all issues and challenges to development.
Your time is well appreciated with us, Salome Kofi Dake. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And once again, my regards to your wonderful viewers.
I'm sure they're listening. Thank you so much. There on the line was Salome Kofi Dake from the Social Democrats think tank in Ghana. And we were talking about the just ended summit of West African leaders to discuss the security situation in the sub-region, convened by the ECOWAS chairman, John Dramani Mahama. Stay tuned. This is Sahara TV. More follows this.
Love will prevail to bring them home. Love never fails where you roam. Love conquers all, no matter where you go. And only love will bring them home.
The Bring Back Our Girls momentum arrived at City Hall, and this time it was on the steps of City Hall where the elected officials from New York gathered and to also lend their voices in protest and also demanding for the Nigerian government to act in trying to recover the missing 200 and somewhat children. Following the United States Congress decision to support the Nigerian government in logistics to recover the more than 200 girls abducted in the dead of night from their school in a remote village of Chibok in the northeastern part of Nigeria, state and federal representatives, spiritual and community leaders gathered on the steps of City Hall in New York to show solidarity in the efforts to rescue the girls believed to have been kidnapped by Boko Haram insurgents a month ago. This was their joint message.
The United Nations says no in the Ukraine. Well, they better say no here to what's going on in Nigeria, because this is intolerable. And council member, thank you for making us stand up and not stay in the dark. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of us, because I am Nigerian. It is my children. I am Nigerian. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls.
Formulating the protest in Bring Back Our Girls social campaign, which has now morphed into a movement, participants wore red and the United Voices asked for support for the families, calling on the United Nations to put pressure on Nigeria and other countries to step in and help out. Countries like the United Kingdom, China, and France joined in with neighboring countries in the region like Niger, Cameroon, Benin, and Chad, also asking and taking part in efforts to offer logistics. It was speaker after speaker.
Now, the United States Congress and the House of Representatives made clear last week that we stand firmly behind the return of each and every one of those girls that were captured. We did so notwithstanding all of the rancor and the partisanship and the divide that is taking place in Washington right now. We did so standing together because we recognize that this is not a Democratic issue or a Republican issue.
That's right.
This is not a progressive issue or a conservative issue. It's not a blue state issue or a red state issue. It's a moral issue, and the moral imperative is to bring back these girls now.
And so we stand here, and I stand with our elected official as a Nigerian born to call upon the elected officials of Nigeria to follow a good example, a moral standard that has been set. It is true that many sympathize with Boko Haram, saying it is an issue of poverty, but how can poverty be eliminated when half of the nation, or the strength of the nation, education of women and education of our girls? How can we deal with poverty in a region that completely come against the development and preparation of the brain behind national development?
We're going to stand in prayer, we're going to stand in faith, and we are confident very, very soon our girls are going to be brought back. Bring back our girls! Bring back our girls! Yesterday we were with the senior senator from New York, Senator Chuck Schumer, as he came to Nigerian House to come and denounce this act of terrorism. We are very happy for what you are doing, but we want you to please intensify more your action. So please bring back our girls, bring back our girls.
And as much as we are disgusted, what I am inspired by is the level of action and outrage that is not only being exhibited here, but being exhibited internationally. And that level of attention and that passion for justice will lead to results.
There were artists who lent their poetic voices for the cause.
Can you hear me? No, I mean, can you really hear me? My soul's been crying out for weeks, but it continues to fall upon the deaf ears of my own home. Can you hear me, I ask? Men bet money on me as if I am a thing. Sell me as if I am less than them. I am a human, a woman, someone's daughter.
The men who ignored the warnings of the impending attack should be treated as co-conspirators of this crime, committed against the whole human race. I speak also for those mothers whose daughters who are missing were never spoken or sung or written about. We have all been complicit in our silence.
After the protest, we spoke to the organizer, Councilwoman Lori Combo of District 35 in Brooklyn, and other participants of this event.
It's important here because it's effective in order for the entire body of the City Council, along with our state representatives, along with our federal representatives, to provide a united front of leadership for the City of New York and for the state of New York. And so this is why we wanted to do it here at City Hall. This is why we wanted to bring our Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. This is why we wanted to bring our state representatives, as well as so many of the council members from the Brooklyn delegation to the Jewish caucus to the Black, Latino, and Asian caucus. We wanted to show a united front of leadership.
We're going to keep rallying until the girls are free, not only until they're free, but until the Nigerian government puts infrastructure in place to ensure that this does not happen again.
Well, I'm here to stand in solidarity with all of those who are raising their voices about the atrocities that are going on in Nigeria. The girls that have been taken from their school as they were trying to prepare themselves to take exams. This is a human rights violation.
Our message is that we abroad are not going to tolerate any injustice to our children, whether you're a female or whether you're a male. The young men who are the terrorists, the extremists, whatever they want to call them, punks, who have decided that they wanted to rip apart a society by going after the young, we know that they have to be held accountable.
Join with me. Let's cry it out. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Bring back our girls. Thank you. God bless you.
Fungai Maboreke reporting live from City Hall in New York.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is, in case you don't know.
You're watching Sahara TV.
One love, Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
Kemi o majo ta laso, odun lati yo ta laso. My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
I'm one This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. The national conference has just been extended for another 1 month. It gives the delegates more time to negotiate and come up with an agreement that will stabilize the socio-political structure of Nigeria. In our continuing coverage of the events at the conference, we are honored to have with us, joining us from Nigeria, the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Obong Victor Attah. Mr. Attah is a delegate at the conference and is also the co-chairman of the Committee on Devolution of Power. Mr. Attah, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you very much, Okonkwo.
Yeah, let me start by asking you, how do people, the delegates at the conference, how do they feel about the state of things in Nigeria today?
Well, they feel the same way the president did when he convoked the conference. People feel that there's a lot that needs to be looked into and corrected, and they're determined to see that this is done.
Is this crisis of insecurity, is it having any impact on the delegates?
If you had watched the program at the beginning, there was a lot of that. Every day there was a report of some attacked by the Boko Haram. Sometimes Fulani herdsmen were accused, and it was always brought up as a matter of national importance and discussed by the delegates in great detail. Then the worst one, of course, was the abduction of over 200 school children, girls, for that matter, at one go from a school where they were supposed to be sitting exams, and it really annoyed and infuriated everybody. And we thank God, though, that it's become an international issue all over the globe. Everybody shouting, bring back our girls. So it has been agitating the delegates a lot, and we're looking for ways where this can stop.
Like yesterday, the abduction and the killing of one of the emirs in the north, we wonder if it created a kind of urgency on the part of the delegates, or the kind of importance of what they need to do to resolve all this crisis in Nigeria.
Well, you may know that we last sat on Tuesday of this week.
Okay.
Because by Tuesday night, the wife of the chairman unfortunately died.
Yes,
so
yes.
we didn't sit on Wednesday. Thursday was a public holiday here, and we don't ordinarily sit on Fridays. So we've not been able to meet since this particular incident we're talking about, which happened, I believe, only yesterday. Definitely, I mean, the reaction in the paper says that even the northern governors are now so very angry because, you know, to go and do that to an emir, then who is safe was the sort of attitude.
Now, let's look at the issue, one of the key issues that your committee handled, which was the derivation formula. The people from the South who you represent had an agenda. They mandated your team to demand for 50%. And at the end, your committee came up with leaving the status quo where it was at 13%. And you called that decision clever. Why was it clever?
Why was it what, sorry?
You said you called that decision in an interview as a clever decision. Why was it a clever decision?
I don't remember using the word clever. What I said was a clever way of navigating a minefield. And I think it would be the mistake one would make, be taking derivation as an isolated item. You have to see it in the context of resource control. From the South side, we went there with the determination that it was time we should now control our resources and pay tax to the federal government or whatever was required of us, as used to be the case. Even within our 1960 and 1963 constitution, that was the position. But then it was made very clear to us that the constitution of Nigeria as it exists today vests all minerals in, on, upon, and under the soil in the federal government. So unless we first seek a constitutional change to that particular clause in the constitution, the federal government has ownership of the minerals. We said if that is the case, then what we want is to increase derivation up to 50%. Now, know this, and this is a fact. All of Nigeria today, sadly, depends almost entirely on the revenue coming from oil. Every part of this country has abandoned their means of production, and everybody's looking to oil to feed them, to develop them, to send them to school, treat them when they're sick in hospitals. And that is the sad thing about us. That the people of the Niger Delta say, we're tired. We can't continue to carry the entire country all by ourselves. Then the North was saying, and not only the North, a lot of the Southwest as well, because there's an academy called Yoruba Academy that produced a paper that says dichotomy must be reintroduced. For those who do not know what dichotomy means, is to say that, okay, you can pay derivation on onshore oil, but everything offshore should be regarded as federal oil, and no derivation should be paid to the states that border those waters. There was a group that was determined that they must reintroduce the dichotomy. There was a group that insisted that the payment of the money spent on NBDC that's the Niger Delta Development Corporation, the money spent on the Niger Delta Ministry, and even the money spent on the amnesty program must be seen as components of the derivation payment. And they came out with a calculation that all this amounts to over 20% on derivation. Admittedly, the Constitution of Nigeria says derivation must stand at not lower than 13%. And they were claiming that if you add one on top of the other, you are getting over 20% already. And so they didn't see justification in asking for an increase in the direct cash derivation payment to the states. And if that must come, then they want a dichotomy reintroduced, and they want NDDC scrapped, they want the amnesty program stopped, and they want the Niger Delta Ministry scrapped. So, how do you reconcile this situation where everybody feels that any small, however small, an increase we allow on derivation means less money to every other part of Nigeria? Because they do admit, and nobody's denying it, that Nigeria depends on the oil money. And if the Niger Delta people are saying, look, we've had enough. We want increase in this derivation because of the devastation, because nobody's cleaning up our environment, and because in any case the cost of development, particularly road construction, even building construction, where you start with landfill and then the difficult foundation situations, everything in the Niger Delta costs so many more times to develop than other parts of Nigeria. So we want an increase in this derivation payment. The situation became irreconcilable, and everybody stood his ground. And why I said we were cleverly trying to negotiate the mindset was, how do we resolve this matter? The one thing that we suggested in the committee, and this was unanimously agreed by, this one was unanimous, there was no question of consensus. Everybody in the committee agreed we must diversify and develop other means of production in Nigeria. So we decided that a special fund must be set up to help develop other resources, particularly the solid minerals that are found in several parts of this country, mostly in the north. Everybody knows that when that begins to happen, more money gets into the till, employment is created, and everybody is getting benefit of derivation. The demand for increase in the percentage payable on derivation will be universal, or certainly national, and the increase will then not even be resisted, but rather be suggested by every part of the country. Right now, we were banging our heads against a brick wall, and we were faced with the possibility, leave the situation as it is, or take some small increase and give back something in return, which was either the scrapping of the ministry or the scrapping of NDDC. So, in the final analysis, we agreed, let us first of all put our energy and effort and the money into developing other resources in every other part of the country, and derivation to remain at 13% for now. This word, the anticipation for now, is very critical because nobody is saying that 13% is satisfactory. Nobody is saying that. We know it must go up, but it was just not the mood of the country, did not accept the possibility, did not admit the possibility, and we were not able in the committee to achieve any increase.
Now let me ask you, because in an interview with a Vanguard newspaper, you said that some people were threatening to secede from the country if there is a change in the derivation formula. Who were these people?
I did not say that.
Okay. Well, they wrote something like that, that you said the people were threatening. But anyway, you also said, and that was interesting to me, you said that during the debates on what should be done, that the committee decided to put it off, which you just said now, to put it till later, because this will not be the final conference we are going to have. And
yes.
So the question is that people are wondering, because at the beginning of this committee meeting, you quoted General Gowon, a speech he made in 1967 where you said that, you quoted him as saying that the main obstacle to future stability of this country is the present structural imbalance in the Nigerian Federation. Now, people get this feeling that you are telling Nigerians that we are going to continue to postpone dealing with that imbalance because we don't want to. You mentioned landmine, that it was more like a landmine. You don't want to destabilize Nigeria. Are we going to keep pushing this further down the road?
Are you saying that the only thing, the imbalance you see in Nigeria is the derivation?
No, it's one of them. Resource control is a major one. Even all the other committees that...
It's not the only one.
No, it's not the only one. No, it's not the only one. All the other committees are arriving at the same conclusion that your committee arrived at, which is compromise. Let's not disrupt this structure as it is now, that Nigeria is...
No.
Okay.
But even if there's a certain amount of that, we are also offering solutions to changing this imbalance. There's a clear imbalance in where money comes from. That money is coming from only one resource and only from one section of the country to feed the rest of the country. That must be corrected. And as I told you, we suggested a remedy for that.
No, I understand the remedy, yeah. I understand the remedy.
Certainly, there's an imbalance also in even the Nigeria needs both fiscal and physical restructuring. And the committees are not saying delay all of it until the future. This particular aspect of resource control, which is the increase in the percentage in derivation, is what the committee that I co-chair felt any change now is going to inflame the country. If you attempted to suggest that you remove NDDC today, you'll be having worse problem than you ever had in the Niger Delta. If you also suggest that you want to increase the derivation, which automatically translates into the rest of the country getting less money to share, you are going to inflame the situation that is now happening at the cost of which the people feel is the cost for Boko Haram and a lot of other unrest that we had in other parts of the country. So this particular aspect of the imbalance, we say let's find a solution. The solution is we are not postponing. Today we want a solution to it by creating this fund that will develop other minerals so that other places will have resources. So we're not saying, we are not doing anything about it until the future. We say let's not change the derivation equation now, but let's change something else that will make it the derivation equation not so significant as it appears now.
Now, Governor, let me ask you, because I wanted to refer to the committee that looked into state police. They confronted the same problem that your committee confronted, and they gave in. They just didn't have the votes or the support to change what is a major part of the structural problems we have, which is that you have state governors who have no power to protect their own citizens. They have to depend on the federal government. So that seemed to me to be across the board where this conference is ending, which is not changing anything dramatically. When you say that you are setting up...
You may be completely wrong there, because you are talking about the issue of state police?
Yes.
If you refer to my Vanguard interview, do you remember what I said in my Vanguard interview? I said, you cannot set up governors and call them chief
security officer, yeah.
And you do not give them the means with which to maintain this security. That there must be state police. There's a section of the a segment of the delegate that says, no, we want police to remain in the federal government only, and we're saying no. That negates the principle of...
No, Governor, I wasn't saying that you were against it. I wasn't saying you were against it. I'm saying that the committee that looked into that failed to pass it on, to approve that. So I'm saying that what we are seeing...
Even if they fail, it is coming up for discussion at the plenary. In the final analysis, whatever is being recorded, even this matter of derivation that the Committee on Devolution of Power decided on, could be overturned by the plenary. We are going back to discuss every committee's report at the plenary. And I want to believe that the plenary will see the sense in establishing police for the federating units. Because as I said in my Vanguard interview, I even believe that the Boko Haram matter might not have escalated to this level if we had local police.
Now,
and I know a lot of delegates feel that way.
Now, because these things are important, because even though I understand the perspective you have, which is we don't want to shake things, we don't want to cause more problems, but already we know that the Ijaw Youth Council issued a statement after your committee's failure to increase the formula and saying that you betrayed them. And my feeling is that we may have a situation where at the end of this conference, if every group come out of it feeling that nothing changed or there's no significant change, people will be more frustrated than they were at the beginning.
Are you saying, therefore, that there shouldn't have been a conference? Let me tell you something about use of words like betrayal and holding people. Till tomorrow, the Yorubas are still publishing in the papers and insisting regionalism or nothing. But there are some very eminent Yoruba people in the Committee on Restructuring that accepted the fact that, yes, you can come to a table with a position, but if you cannot achieve that specific position, because you are discussing with others that have different positions, you find a way of adjusting and deciding what is the best way out of this situation. And I think there are no some very eminent Yoruba people who signed the report of coming out of the Committee on Restructuring that says you do not have regions as the federating units. But that was the Yoruba position. Nothing in the report has said the Yoruba should change their insistence on regionalism. Nothing in the Devolution of Power Committee says the Jaw Youth or anybody, or in fact the entire SASA, should change its position on the need to increase the derivation. All we are saying is we've not been able to achieve it at this particular conference. It does not suggest that you surrender your position. It just means wait for the day when you can achieve it.
Now, let me ask you just one more question.
But let me address this, the issue of betrayal.
Yeah.
People who talk like that are displaying a certain amount of ignorance. And let me say why. I tell you why I say so. I think I brought the expression resource control into the lexicon of Nigeria way back in 1994, 20 years ago. When I was at the 1994-95 Consumer Conference, we fought until we were able to raise the reservation from 1%. Please listen carefully, from 1% to 13%. It took 3 days, and I took most of the credit for it, along with others. If today the mood of the country, the financial situation of the country has not made it possible for us to achieve that, and somebody talks about betrayal, then the person is displaying a certain amount of ignorance. But as a leader, I'm 75 years old now. You're not talking to, by the way, I don't know whether you realize that I'm talking to a 75-year-old man. As I said in my Vanguard interview, you have to know when to bend so that you don't break. And you have to know when to persuade your people that let us wait. The time is coming.
Well, yeah, that's I'm looking at the position of people who are disagreeing with you, and one of the concerns they have is, okay, let's wait until the right time. But then we know that oil will finish in another 30 years, and we still have to clean up the Niger Delta with all the pollution everywhere. So they are wondering, they are saying, how do we say let's continue to wait? Is it when there's no oil that we now negotiate for an increase in the formula so that we can have the money to clean up?
We feel that if this fund is set up, and we believe the federal government will have the political will to set it up, in 5 years you would have developed tremendous other resources that can make it possible for us to sit down again and look at these issues. Don't forget that I've referred to the 1994-95 conference. There was another one in 2004, in which it is claimed we achieved even an increase to 18%. And my question is, if we achieved an increase to 18%, why wasn't it paid? Has it ever been paid? How can we claim we achieved something and we didn't realize it? It means, in fact, we didn't achieve it. So, and today, the situation in the country economically is even worse than it was in 2004. Is it in now that we should insist that we must? Yes, we can insist. But if it is not possible, we have to know what is our best line of action. I will repeat myself. Nothing in that committee report suggests that anybody should surrender their position. Hold on to it and keep fighting for it until we can achieve it. But the committee feels at this point in time that maybe the best way to go is just let us see how we get on with what we have now until the change can come.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you the bigger question, which is whatever resolution that the conference come up with, how is it going to be implemented? I mean, we still don't have a clear pathway from the resolutions to making it either a law or either a new constitution. Are you clear about what should happen at the end of this conference?
An honest answer is I'm not. Because when we're supposed to submit memoranda to the committee that looked into the setting up a Como's committee, I sent a paper to that committee and said the first thing that ought to happen is that the National Assembly should pass a law that this conference should be convoked. Then we'll have a legal basis for coming and sitting down and talking. And that when we finish deciding things, that whatever decisions we take should be subjected to a referendum. And when the result of that referendum comes out, it should now go to the National Assembly to do only two things. One, to make a law revoking the 1999 Constitution and make a new law bringing into being this new Constitution. As we speak, we are not clear in our minds whether we are writing a new Constitution. Some people have said, yes, this will lead to that. Some have said, no, we don't have that type of mandate. We are not clear whether whatever we decide is going to be treated as suggestions for amendments to the existing Constitution, which can just go to the National Assembly, or we are just submitting it to the President. But 1 week of this conference has been devoted to delegates debating what we think ought to happen to our findings. And we will pass that on to the President and say, this is what we think you should do with the results that come out of the conference.
Now,
whether that's what will happen or not, we don't know.
Okay.
Because we are not the ones that convened it, and only the person that convenes it knows why he convenes it and how he intends to use the results of the conference.
Okay, Governor, we are running out of time, but let me say, I know that you said you don't want to address this issue, but I want to mention, because our viewers are expecting me to ask you a question about the current governor of Akwa Ibom State and the issue of his retirement package, which he said it was an attempt to change what was in place. I just want to mention it that I discussed it with you before we came on air, and you said you don't want to address that. One last question I want to ask you. In 2000...
Sorry, let me explain why I don't want to address that.
Yeah.
I have several occasions and several issues on which I've disagreed with my successor in office. And often the press seems to be cheering him on and blaming me because they think I didn't want him to succeed me. That's why I'm always criticizing him. So if now it's come out in a mood that everybody is attacking, I just fall back and say, well, perhaps now you've seen what I always said was the situation. That's why I don't want to address it.
All right, no problem. Let's look at the final question I want to ask you. You know, in 2009, the London police issued an arrest warrant on some Nigerians over money laundering and from the issue about the Virgin Mobile phone shares, the $38 million Virgin Mobile shares. Now, I know that Governor James Ibori's name was mentioned, and also your name was mentioned. Has that been cleared? Because each time your name is mentioned anywhere, it's associated with that. What is the situation with that?
You have been one of the reasons why my name is associated with that. Because you should know Nigeria much better than the Metropolitan Police. You should have known that Delta State and Ibori are very, very different from Akwa Ibom State and Victata. But you chose, and even in what you just said, you're talking about 38 million. 38 million was never paid by Akwa Ibom State government. We paid what was a legitimate fee to a company that worked for us, but also worked for Delta State government. No. But you choose to make it seem as though the two are one and the same.
Governor, when you Google your name, it's everywhere. So I am giving you the chance to clear that, because if you clear that, it will also show that you said this about this issue, so that anywhere you Google it, you are not connected to that in that way. So I want to know from you, has it been, what is the situation?
I have a lawyer in the UK that is handling the matter with the Metropolitan Police, and I think so long as it remains sub judice, I don't want to comment.
Okay, that's good enough. But just don't blame. It's not about me. Anybody that types your name.
No, because I would have thought you are Nigerian based. Yeah. I would have thought you were definitely in a position to have helped the Metropolitan Police not to make the kind of mistake they made over this issue.
No, I'm not in London.
8 million money laundering.
I'm not in London. I'm in the US, and I'm looking at what is out there in public. But anyway, Governor, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate this input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks. That has been the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Obong Victor Atta, talking about the national conference and the resolutions of his committee. When we come back, we are going to take your Skype calls and all the other programs. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
And
please tell me whenever you are coming, okay?
I'm coming, yeah. Perkins in London, is it? Perkins. Abaji.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. 3.
What's this guy doing?
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We here at the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bride A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. Yo, shout out my boy in law. Respect to all the now. I'm on a jolly meal. Joe.
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first they call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and I go to watch them. 5 and me I know they say but I go to watch.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. This is the Skype call segment when we give you the chance to give us feedback on some of the programs we've been presenting to you. I hope you've been enjoying the show today. We had presented very interesting interviews with newsmakers, and we just finished talking to the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Victor Atta, who spoke about the committee that he headed at the national conference and the resolutions they had. We are going to talk about that, but first of all, we will do as we normally do, talk about the primary story in the country today. And Nigeria has become more like 1 week, one trouble. Every week we have issues with the Boko Haram sect, and we want to look at what happened this week. And joining me in that discussion right here in the studio is Dr. Wumi Akintide. Dr. Wumi, welcome to Sahara TV again.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Before we get to our Skype callers, I want to know from where you are, when you look at the weekly news in Nigeria, what does that say to you? That's right, yeah.
Oh, well, just looking at the news, I've been a little bit concerned that those issues that we consider to be a front burner in the last 2-3 weeks, especially the issue of the girls that were abducted, it appears to be some silence about it that is a little bit worrisome to me. It's true that we knew that America was involved. The American president has sent about 80 personnel to Chad, and they are supposed to work from there, cooperate with Nigeria to get something going. But there's been some silence about what they're really doing. And the next thing we heard was that the kidnap or the assault on the 3 emirs, and that one of them was actually killed, which says to me like instead of de-escalating, I think the whole thing is actually getting worse. That's my impression. Okay. Yes.
All right. We're going to get into this in detail, but let's welcome our Skype callers. We have joining us from London, Perkins Abaje. Perkins, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Okay, from Geneva, we have Hansen. Hansen, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thanks so much, Rudolph.
From Canada, we have College-Joe. College-Joe, welcome to Sahara TV.
My pleasure, Rudolph. Thank you.
From London, we have Sobo Ogunyemi. Sobo, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you, Rudolph, for having me.
And again, from London, we have Bishop. Bishop, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's start with you, Perkins, in London. The events of yesterday, some people are reading that to mean a change in tactics that the Boko Haram group, they now are taking on the Northern Elite. What is your take?
I wasn't surprised by the wave of events, basically, because before now we've been talking about strategy and tactics being changed, and I think that's one of the area we're still not aware of what is happening, basically, because every day we keep seeing change of tactics, change of target location, change of target population, and all that. So to me, with what happened yesterday, it shows that like what Takim said, it shows that we are in a case of increasing incidents where we don't know what we have to do at a particular time. So basically, I think it's just like an indicator that okay, we are still doing probably the cash up style, which I think is not really what we should be doing right now. So it shows that it has always been no one is safe. It has always been
All right, Hansen. You watched the events of the last two weeks, because we were off last week. The events in Jos and Kano, and now this killing of the emir. What does that say to you on how this fight against Boko Haram is going?
Rudolph always starts with an expression in Igbo language that said that so that means in English that when you disrespect your own house, okay, children will take you, will disrespect you, or you will useless your house, or we use your house as a toy. You got a point. So what I'm trying to say is that at the beginning of all this crisis, a lot of people criticize Goodluck Jonathan that is not doing well, that no information, that we did not trust him anyway. So many of us say that we need a foreign intervention. So we trust Obama, that Obama will do something better than Goodluck Jonathan. Today, American soldiers are everywhere around the corner, but still yet no news. So the professor there with you says something that's quite important. He said that at least the Americans sent 80 soldiers within the corner, within West African borders. But since then, still the same thing, still the same way Goodluck was handling the situation. No news, no information. So it shows that something is going on, something is wrong with Nigeria. You see, so it's not a question of, I said earlier in this show that Nigerian problem does not start with Goodluck, and it will never end after Goodluck. So It's time that every Nigerian needs to come together and think how to move forward, forge ahead, and solve Nigerian problems within we Nigerians, not outsiders. Because there is no way they will help us. So it's a question of us coming together and solve our problems.
All right, thank you, Hanson. Joe, let me ask you. Our military chief came out this week, I believe, said that they know where the girls are, but they are not going to make any move because they will kill them. And there seems to be a stalemate. In fact, few people are talking about that anymore compared to other stories. So what do you think is going on now?
Look, it's not a big news or it's not a shock or for anyone for the military to come out and say they don't know where the girls are. Of course they know where they are. Yeah, you know, it's still I like the attack. I like the way now they are taking the attacks to the elites. They should have been doing that all the while. Maybe by now we will not have Boko Haram. The emirs are not elite to me. I mean, taking it to the government house. That's what I want. Again, these people, they know how to get these girls out. They were informed, according to the Amnesty report. I don't know how true is that you are coming to get this, you are coming to kidnap these girls, and they didn't take action on them. So now they are now with the girls. You want them to go into that forest and fight people who are it's a group that is already bigger than Nigeria itself. So it's not even possible. This, if they go, no one will come back alive. This is a combat. You're not ready for that kind of combat. So that's the way I view it and I see it. For you are ready for it, maybe that's time. But the guy is actually saying the truth. You know where they are, of course.
All right. Shobo, let me come to you. Obasanjo, Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president, joined the search for the solution. He met with relatives of Boko Haram members in his Otta farm. Do you think that people like Obasanjo should have been involved before now in finding the solution, or is it just another political posturing?
Thank you, Rudolph. Well, whether it is political posturing or whether it's a genuine effort in finding lasting solution to this Boko Haram, I would not want to take a stand on that. But the fact is, we just want a solution. How it's going to come, no one knows. But let me quickly say one thing, Rudolph. Nigeria said we are not going to negotiate with Boko Haram because of their demand. But only this afternoon, America released five Guantanamo-based Al-Qaeda prisoners just to get one American soldiers who have been captured in the last 5 years. So if Americans can do that, who are we not to do it? And this is a soldier. This is a soldier who actually involved in war. These girls, they were just trying to write the ordinary WAEC you and I have written at a point in time. So, you see, was it a bishop that said all Nigerians should come together for us to solve this thing? We've been coming together since the beginning of this crisis. But the only thing that is still missing in this Nigerian coming together is leadership. I'm telling you this. Our president has not provided the required leadership we need. Look, in time, yesterday, I follow American news very well. The man that had the, what's it called?
Veteran Affairs.
Yeah, the Veteran Affairs.
General Chinseki.
He has to resign simply because of something simple. Who came on here to address the American? The president. Just for somebody that resigned, not in times of crisis. We have a big crisis in our hand.
But let me ask Shobo, okay, if somebody resigns in Nigeria, don't you think that everybody will actually address the country? Anyway, ignore me, I was just joking. But if that should happen in Nigeria, people will stand up and address the country, even the president. But we don't expect that to happen anytime soon.
I'm not saying people should resign and president should come out. What I'm saying is, in terms of
no, I understand what you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about.
In times of crisis like this, we need somebody to give us necessary information. Look, the president might not be even doing anything. But by mere coming to talk to us, tell us this is what we're doing, this is how this is going, this is how this... Benghazi, American embassy, Benghazi was bombed. How did they deflate it? Obama come on here, Hillary Clinton come on here and address people. They nip it in the bud. Why the Republican is playing politics with this? But the presidency, the government, make sure they took their stand, and this is what happened, this is where we're going, and this is what we've been doing. Whether they are doing something or not, who knows? But Mr. President, no, you won't see him. But
no,
the only thing...
Should I come in?
Okay, now let's go to Bishop. I want to hear from Bishop. Bishop.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Rudolph, once again, thank you for the opportunity, and I want to sincerely thank Shara Report for the good work you are doing in Africa. You guys are doing very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to quickly answer Shobo. Shobo, in military, if you look at when America captured Belandi, they never released any information to the public. I think for the military to, in fact, it was even a fool, sorry to use that word, on the military part to have come out to tell us that they knew where those guys are, which is not supposed to be. When America looked for Belandi for years, we never knew. In fact, they were even training the army for. It was a way to the capture of Belandi that they knew what they were training for. How comes that the military government...
Bishop, please, can I say one thing?
No, let him finish, okay? Shobo, you answer him, okay?
So how comes the military are coming up to tell us that they knew where those guys are, they knew where these guys... They should keep quiet and do what they need to do.
Thank you.
Okay, Shobo, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, those are not the thing I'm saying they should come and tell us. What they are doing is not what they should come and tell us. I watched how America killed Bin Laden like you did. We never knew anything.
Yeah.
But what we are saying is, where is the leadership in Mr. President? I'm not saying Mr. President should come and tell us that, oh, we are going to negotiate with Boko Haram tomorrow. We are going to do this. Look at it. When the protester went to presidency, where is Mr. President? He was inside the Astrock there. You should come out, tell them, oh, we will make sure we find the girl. This is what we're going to. I'm not saying you should come and tell us about the military tactics, about the security tactics. Those are the things.
But presidents have come out and raised the issue several times. The problem we have is that, hold on, Mr. Shobo, let me tell you something. The problem that we Nigerians have, we're not Americans, number one. And secondly, we don't know how to appreciate our own. That is our problem. I'm not supporting Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck has said something several times about the situation. But whatever he says is a problem. It's true that he has his own problem too. But we have to understand one thing. We are not Americans. We should not act like Americans. We have our culture, we have our tradition, we have our own way of doing things. We should stop this copy. Let us be ourselves. That is only way Nigeria will move forward.
Hansen. Hold on, guys. Let me hear from Wumi. Wumi is here, and I want to ask him a question because what we're talking about during the crisis, the government announced that they are setting up a center, information center, and it was modeled after the kind of center you have in Malaysia and other places where you have crisis, which was supposed to be where families and people who are looking for information will be able to get information. Now, we don't hear anything about that. And what was embarrassing was that early this week, we understand that 4 of the girls escaped. And nobody knew this. They escaped and went back home. The government did not know that the girls had escaped. And so how do you set up an information center that doesn't give out information? And things are happening because there's a way they could have managed this crisis and people will be getting information that they need to know. I don't mean show them how you're about to move in and what you are planning to do, but information that will make people feel that the government cares. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm not totally surprised because it appears our leadership lack a managerial skill. As a matter of fact, when they said the Americans and the international community said they want to go assist Nigeria to find these girls, one of the things that occurred to me as a columnist is, well, we have 2 sets of leadership, the American leadership and the Nigerian leadership. In fact, I was scared about so many things. For example, we haven't had so much since the Americans came. Maybe they might be doing that for intelligence. Because sometimes when you talk too much, too, it can actually spoil a lot of things. For example, when the president came out yesterday and confirmed that they knew where the girls are, but that they just don't want to move. Well, there are lots of things that are in consideration here that those of us who sit on the sidelines may not know. The president of Nigeria is worried about the coming election in 2015. And he doesn't want the government to look weak or look bad, even though it is clear to all that it's a very weak kind of government. For example, like setting up the information center that you just mentioned. All this information, about these girls escaping, 4 of them escaping and so on. The family and the relatives should have been the first to know if that information center was working. So evidently it was not working. And then there are lots of things. In fact, what concerns me the most, for example, the international community, England, America, China, France coming into this thing, is going to send is going to create a different set of problems. For example, our government, they are giving wrong messages. For example, there was a time when the Nigerian government admitted and said that, we are never going to negotiate with terrorists. At least we saw Ruben Abati, who is the spokesman for the president, come out to say that. The second day, another top-notch in the government came out to say, no, it was, they might still have to negotiate. So, with all this kind of confusion, you don't know who to believe anymore. And some of the Americans coming to help us too, it can help us solve some problem and create new problems. Why do I say that? For example, when Iraq was fighting against Iran, and without American help, it would have been difficult for Iraq to defeat Iran. So, what did they do? Saddam Hussein, at that point, was a friend of the Americans. So he invited the Americans, and the Americans actually helped him to win that war. But Americans coming there to help him to win that war, what they first did was to take all the area pictures, the geographical pictures of all the important places in Iraq, where they keep their arms, everything. You think such a thing would not happen in this case? America is not just going there to stay in Chad, to just be looking for the girls alone. They are going to seize the opportunity to have all the area drawings of strategic places that they might need, just in case, if Nigeria becomes an enemy in the future, or Chad itself, which accommodated them. Now, if it becomes an enemy in the future, America will not need to come down at all because they have enough information in the arsenal to be able to do anything. We are talking about drones, for instance. Drones, you only operate when you have the longitude and the latitude. They know that they can so plan the drone in such a way that it will go and attack a building out of so many, and it will bring down that building alone. Now that tells you that you must have, the geography of that place must be thorough. You must have a very deep knowledge of that geography before you can do things. Now, going side by side with this, America is going to take advantage of that too, because your friend of today may become your enemy of tomorrow. We never know what will happen.
All right, let's look at solutions. Perkins, what do you think is the way out for the president at this point, or for the Nigerian people in terms of dealing with Boko Haram, especially now that they appear to be opening new fronts? You know, you are looking at the girls in Maiduguri, and they are bombing places like Jos and Kano. What is the solution?
I will start from, first of all, let us, the first solution I want to look at for is, let there be an understanding of intelligence. That's the first thing I want to look at for, in terms of security intelligence, you know. And the one thing I've discovered about security and all that, the first line of solution is to keep quiet and to talk when you are required to talk. You know, so one key, we should learn not to talk too much. That's the problem we have. When we talk too much, we say some things we shouldn't say. And when we don't talk, people really want us to talk. So first of all, those in authority handling the security situation about Nigeria and all that should please learn when and when not to talk. And two, this kind of national security awareness. We don't have we don't have it yet. We should have that embedded system where every one of us will have an understanding of the security line we are facing and everything we really want to do as a matter of fact. Three, the third part I really want to look at for is the government of the day must understand that what Nigerians are doing, the agitation, the demand, bring back our girls, or whatever they are doing, is not against the Nigerian state. It is for the Nigerian state. So, looking at what is happening right now, they should, try to find out line of synergy to bring everybody together to understand that it is a collective effort to help Nigeria. But if we do not, if we continue in this line of trying to play politics with everything we are doing, I think we'll go so bad. And at the end of the day, we are making ourselves highly vulnerable to the world, like what Dr. Wumi said right now. When we bring external people into trying to help us, at the end of the day, we are exposing ourselves to a lot of line of vulnerability. In future, those things we have impact in our life. So let us have that. The Nigerian system. We're talking about the Nigerian system. What is our line of understanding about handling security situation? What is the Nigerian culture in handling security situation? We don't have that culture. This is the Nigerian way. So first of all, let us have the Nigerian way of handling our security. If we have that, I think we'll move further.
Okay, thank you so much. Hansen, what's the solution? We are looking for solutions now. What's the solution to this?
Number one, I think that every one of us need to put our hands on desk, work together, including the opposition, including the media too. Another thing is that it's true that the government of the day is very weak. There's no two ways about it. He made a lot of mistakes. But at the same time, the opposition too made tremendous mistake. Now the Americans are there. And with other people, Americans, they have their surveillance plane. The British people, they have their surveillance plane flying within the Sambisa forest. Believe me, after all these things, the whole reserve animals, those lions, elephants that we have in Sambisa forest for the future generation will disappear. Okay?
Are you saying, wait. Are you saying the Americans will take it home?
It's not what I'm saying. Don't put words into my mouth, please. It's not what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm saying on the same line with what Dr. Wumi said. He's 100% right. We are alive. We knew what is happening in Afghanistan today, what happened in Iraq, and even in Mali. Okay, they say they fought terrorists, but the people are still there fighting. So what I'm trying to say is that the situation in Nigeria is bad. But if something like this happens in the Western world, what they need to do is that the whole nation, whether media, opposition, will come together, fight together, and fight the enemy. Forge a common front and fight the enemy. We know whom the enemies, whom they are. Every one of us know them. So what we need to do, instead of all the time, playing blames to the government or whatever, let us come together and talk, blame the people who are causing this problem and let them go. Then after we can play politics.
All right. Kolijo, what's the solution?
So, before I give the solutions, first of all, I don't know whether we still have African Union. And that still exists. Because before you go international, you have to look at the African Union by help.
Oh, we have them. We have them. Actually, the African Union is there. And you remember that part of what is going on is that we've been criticized by people like Museveni of Uganda, the president of, basically all the African presidents are looking at Nigeria and kind of laughing at us. So those are the people that you are talking about going to seek help from. So the African Union, I think the issue appeared to be beyond them, the way our governments interpreted it to mean that they could not help Nigeria. So they started looking for external help.
I think Kalijo has gone.
Okay, Kalijo is gone. Okay, Shobo, what's the solution?
Well, for me, the safety of the girl is much paramount to me. So if I'm in a position to speak to Mr. President, just negotiate whether you're going to release the Boko Haram in your custody.
That will not help. No.
Release them and let them go. Then you get the girls out. Then you now go after them out thereafter. For me, because if endlessly, what is happening to the girls now? 50 days, they are not in their home. 50 days, who know where they are? Huh? There are so many things we need to take into consideration. So the safety of the girl is much more paramount.
All right.
Get them out. Either you pay them or you release their prisoners. Then thereafter, you can go after the Boko Haram.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. I'll come to you. Bishop, what's the solution?
Well, firstly, the solution is actually in the hands of the government. I will ask a question here. If the government of the people are not able to guarantee the safety of the security of a common man, who else are they going to guarantee their safety?
They guarantee their safety.
Yeah. and again, if you guys realize what is going on now, this is not just Boko Haram thing again. It's no longer Boko Haram insurgency and here. It's political motivated. Why are they not going after?
Thank you, Bishop.
Why are they not going after the emir? Emir, as they said, are they not Muslim? If it is Islamic war, why are they going to all those people? This is political. Nigeria must first realize this. This is political.
That is why I am saying the girls should be get out of the way and let them, the politicians face themselves.
Sorry, let me quickly come to you. Negotiation will not end it. Look at what is happening. If we negotiate with Boko Haram, another insurgency will arise. Look at what happened to the Niger Delta. They negotiated with, come out with amnesty program. Yet last week I read on the news they bombed a power plant in
Bishop.
Yeah, I'm coming. I've not finished. If we negotiate with those people, another people, Odua is there. Odua will come out on their own. Right? We'll just see all those people coming out. I don't think, for me, negotiation is the best solution to resolving this insurgency.
All right.
So finally, sir. Like I said, the solution is in the hands of government. And again, I want to thank Professor Akeom. He said one thing that really got my attention. We are calling the international community. What are we considering the nearest future? We might become an enemy tomorrow. What happens if we do? So I rest my case.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll come to Umi, Dr. Umi. So what is...
Thank you for asking for the solution. The solution is to release the girls.
That's it.
Safe and let them come home.
That's it.
But how do we get there? First of all, how do you fight an army that you don't even see? For example, the Nigerian government is saying that they know where they are. How do they know where they are? Many of the Nigerian troops that were sent there will not go near the Sambila forest. They are afraid to even go near them. So how do they know where they are? There might be informants, but some of what the informants are saying may not be totally correct. For example, now that Nigeria has invited the Americans, and Americans have the intelligence know-how to be able to penetrate Boko Haram. Boko Haram, in fact, if you look at them from what we see on television, this is a ragtag army. In fact, sometimes I laugh when you see Chekau come on television waving his hand and doing this and so on. This is a ragtag army that should not take too long to actually bring to justice. Now that we have the Americans there, and the Americans have the wherewithal, the equipment, for example, the drones, and there's an aircraft called the Stet. Stet might even be there. It will be flying maybe 3 miles in the sky. Nobody will even know that it's there, but it's collecting important data for people on the ground, for the boots on the ground to be able to act. Now, you ask about solutions. There are 2 types of solutions that I see. Political solution and military solution. Well, political solution is one that may require you to negotiate even with an enemy. And then the military solution is one which says, okay, open confrontation. We are going to get you, and that may cost more lives in the process of saving them. But one thing I know is that right now we are told that about 50 of those girls have escaped. That should tell you something about Boko Haram, their military setup. How, how do those girls escape? And they said 4 have just escaped again. So we are not dealing with a military that knows exactly what to do. And there is no way that this military can survive against American troops and American intelligence and American equipment. So the solution, political one and the military one. Now our leaders have to get together with their American advisors now. And then let the American advisors do their work. As I was saying before, it appears our government, our president is a little bit embarrassed, even though he's not saying it all loud. And he knows that the election in 2015 is coming. If what is happening in Nigeria were to be happening in a country like America or in England, the outcome of that election is decided. In fact, by now people would have been trooping out to say that the president must resign, but nobody is saying that right now. And we know that, well, with our level of development, where even the opposition which is supposed to capitalize on this matter and use it as a stepping stone to power, they themselves don't even know what to do.
All right, yeah, because we are running out of time. Let me give College Joe the chance to give us solutions to this problem, and then I'll come to each of you for your what's keeping you up at night.
Yeah.
College Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying something, sorry for the technical error. I was saying something about, about the AU, whether we still have AU and all that. But the solution I'm looking at is what I call localized independent security. Everyone, if you can, those people in the region where Boko Haram are dominated right now, they feel the pain more than any of us. So those people, if they equip them, the vigilante or whatever, because we can't, before we used to put our trust in the military. We can't trust the military anymore. We don't have any security forces we can trust anymore. So now it's about we taking it by force, going in there and facing these people. If we have the guns, we can face them. We don't need this military anymore because now we are going by ourselves. We're fighting for our own right.
We come back from Canada to join them.
If we involve this military or these people, then they'll play politics.
That
is what I believe in. Localized independent security.
College, I think you should trademark that. LIS. All right. Okay. Perkins, what's keeping you up at night?
There are two things. Number one, the insecurity. And number two is about 2015 election.
Let me ask you, do you think that Jonathan should run?
That's difficult to answer.
All right.
It's very difficult. But if he decides to run, I think
he will win.
That's his business. But I think the politics. And my concern is not about those who is running and who is not running. My concern is about Nigerians.
Yeah.
To make themselves available to cause the change that they really want, and that and also those who have been clamoring for the change to come out should not just be on Twitter and Facebook and the talk. Well, let's act the change that we are preaching about. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. Hansen, what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, Rudolph, I'm just thinking about the country, about 2015, about what is going on. So I think it's the right time that everybody, need to come together. Okay, let us solve these problems together.
Now, wait, Hansen, I won't let you go. We said this before. When people say this, and I wonder, in what country have you seen everybody come together to solve any problem? And why are we hoping that they will come together in Nigeria? Even in America, at the heat of the fight in Iraq and everywhere, Bush was being criticized by a section of the media and a section of the country. So when we say that it's a blanket statement, it doesn't really say what we are going to do. And I don't expect everybody to line up in support of the government.
Should I elaborate?
Yes. For 30 seconds.
Thank you. Even during the time before the war in Iraq, okay, a lot of Americans, they they came out in many to say no, they don't want Bush to go to Iraq. But when the president took the decision to go to Iraq, all of them, they rallied together to the president. They supported him. That is why he won second election. You got a point. So the problem is on now in Nigeria. What we need to do is to support our president so that we win the war against Boko Haram and nothing more. That is what I mean that everybody needs to come together.
Okay. All right. Thank you. College, what's keeping you up at night?
What's keeping me up at night? Now, what's keeping me up at night have changed a little bit. It's like the mentality of our people. You know, for our people can do anything for money. After seeing the organized Bring Back Your Girls campaign, I was shell-shocked that people can still, I understand they are hungry, but people can still be bought for money. I was thinking that's a real campaign, but this guy, how much did they give them? Maybe $1,000, maybe 1,000 naira or rather 2,000. So that alone is keeping me up at night because I want 2015, the same thing may happen. Not the same thing may happen, the same thing will happen. So that alone is keeping me up at night.
All right. Shobo Ogunyemi, what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, Rudolph, you see, what worries me most is how we're going to survive till 2019. Because if Jonathan decides to run in 2015, he will rule, but he will not win the election, but he will still be president.
That's strange.
That is the problem with Nigeria. Like the last speaker just said now. What happened in 2011, or when was the last election? 2011. Yeah. It surely happen next year. You see, there are some things you hear from Nigeria, you just think, oh, are these people really do they really know what they are talking about? But that is where we are, and that is what we are in. So I just hope we will lumber until 2019, and hopefully maybe we will get it right then. But I hope, and I'm praying, that Jonathan decides not to run. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much.
If he refuses to run, maybe we'll get something better. Please, even if somebody will come from Niger Delta, let them give us someone who is better than Jonathan. I know they have so many people there.
All right, Bishop, what's keeping you up at night?
Well, like I said, and I'll keep saying it, I always want to bring faith first. I'm a Christian. If I say what keep me up is the word of God and the prayer. I'm bringing faith in here. Sorry about that.
No, it's good. What
is keeping me up at night is the genuine and sincere concern for those 230 guests who have been kept in the forest for 50 days now. The presidency is not. In fact, when I think about it, I feel like crying. What would be their psychological impact? Now, what would be going through their mind? How they're living? Let's genuinely be concerned about this. This is really worrisome, and I'm afraid if Jonathan continue in 2015, I wonder what become Nigeria in 2020.
All right. Thank you so much.
Rudolph, I know, can I say something please?
Okay.
I don't know how it is. I have observed, the story of Nigerians offline is different from the stories of Nigerians online. If you can take open mic and move local government to local government, you'll be so shocked that the story we hear about Goodluck Jonathan doing in Nigeria is like we are living in a different Nigeria. So I want to have a balanced discussion sometimes. Let us know what is those in the interior. What are they feeling? Are they feeling good governance? Are they feeling the presidency of Goodluck Jonathan?
That's a good point. And when we come back in 2 months, we will try to do more of that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
1 point.
Okay.
Not to attack anyone. We're the most religious. We're the most religious in our country, but we're the less spiritual. That's what I want to just say, because I don't know. It's anything we do, everybody like, oh, now God, now we're looking to God. So,
just one.
In the same line, Rudolph, should I say something, please?
Rudolph.
Just a second.
All right.
Another problem we have in Nigeria, whether Christian or Muslim, is that everything we put the whole allegation on God. Whatever things is not going on, what we say is God.
Yeah.
I think God has done a lot for us. We should stop calling God. God is not the cause of our problems.
I agree with you all. We're rounding up now. Thank you. We will continue our discussion offline, but let me hear from Wumi.
There are 2 points keeping me awake. The first point is the fear that our president or the Nigerian leadership in trying to micromanage America and the international forces that want to help us release these girls. If Nigeria continues to micromanage them and they want them to do their job in such a way that it doesn't embarrass, it doesn't cause additional embarrassment for the government so that they don't lose the next election, because it will become so apparent that this government was not in charge. In fact, the mere fact that we have to have the Americans coming there to help us now is an admission that the nation is very sick. That point worries me. The second point that worries me the most is the outcome of your interview with Governor Obong Atta, the former governor of Akwa Ibom, who I believe is one of the progressive governors. He was one of the good governors when he was there. And I was expecting him as chairman of one of the committees at the National Conference to come out with something more positive than we had from your interview with him. I have to thank you because you pressed, you did everything in the book to actually make him come out with something. And all I heard from that interview was that, well, we have to kick the can down the road because the nation is not mentally, it's not in the mood. What? So you're spending about 7.6 billion to run this conference?
No, more than that now. They extended it by 1 month.
They extended it by 1 month.
That should be more money.
And all you are telling us is that, well, we need to restructure. We knew that before the conference was set up, that Nigeria needed a restructure was well known to everybody, even to illiterates. People who don't know. So if that is the conclusion that the National Conference and with all the big shots and the juggernauts of Nigerian politics are coming to say, I am disappointed. Because I thought that at the end of this conference, at least we'll have a way forward. You asked a question, you said, do we have a pathway to changing the status quo in Nigeria? He said they were not even sure because they were not even sure what the convener of the conference had in mind. I think that worries me a lot.
Thank you very much. But we have to stop here. And I want to thank Perkins in London for joining us. Perkins, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Hansen in Geneva. Hansen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much, Mazi Anunti.
College Joe, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
We'll be back. Sobo Gunyemi, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you for having me.
Bishop in London, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wumi.
Thanks for having me.
So, viewers, we'll be right back sometime in 2 months' time with another edition of this program. So stay tuned. Remember, we are still going to bring you Keeping It Real, Dr. Damages, and the sports show and other programs. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is. In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam One. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day. And you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
So, until next week, I'm Dr. Damages. I diagnose.
You hit. Wait, I need to have the paper in my hand.
What paper? All right.
Ladies and
gentlemen, introducing Dr. Jackery Damages.
Yeah. Welcome to the show. My name is Dr. Damages. We are coming to you from the greatest city in the world. Yes. New York City is so great that our state senators spent over 30 minutes debating what should be the official snack of New York State. Yeah, I swear, I'm not making it up. Official snack of New York State. Watch.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would designate yogurt as the official state snack of the state of New York.
Yes, you heard correct. New York State senators spent the dollars of hardworking citizens in the Empire State so they can work at trying to make yogurt. That's right, yogurt, the official snack of the state of New York.
I know. You may feel like slapping them, but that is just democracy in action. The senator who brought it up, the bill, he was asked, what is a snack? Yes, what is a snack? Here is his answer.
Exactly are we defining as a snack here through you, Mr. President?
I think it's self-explanatory. I mean, you have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then you have snacks. So that's the way I would define it as a snack.
I know, yeah, very deep. For those of you who live in a world where there are serious problems, you may feel like giving this man 1 or 2 slaps. Well, there is no safe place to do that anymore. Not even in an elevator. You can't slap him. Hey, cue card boy, what's wrong with you? I said I don't want to do that joke. Take that off. My policy is that whatever happens in an elevator stays in an elevator. Yeah, in fact, there's nothing funny about a woman beating up a man, especially if he's a rap star. I rather talk about great rap stars who will take the bullet and stand. Yeah, I'm talking about people like 50 Cent. Those are the heroes. They are my heroes. Not those people beaten up by a woman. No. Come on, His street rep is gone. He's gone. He's finished. I don't know whether he has any chance of ever selling any record anymore. What?
Doctor, I know what you're trying to do.
I'm doing a monologue now.
You're trying to avoid the Solange and Jay-Z fight in the elevator.
Avoid what? Why will I avoid? Am I afraid of Jay-Z?
You know what I'm talking about.
Am I afraid of Jay-Z? I'm not.
Is it because of what happened with you and Mama Udoka?
What happened with me?
In the elevator, don't lie.
Which elevator?
Don't lie, in the elevator. You know what elevator I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mama Udoka, I heard she beat you up.
What is she talking about?
Keeping it real, told me she beat you up.
Let me do the monologue. What is
you think I'm lying?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If I'm lying, director, show the clip.
Look, my man.
Show the clip, director.
You like your job? You still want your job?
Please show the clip.
Don't show anything.
Show the clip.
What happened to my Mother's Day gifts? You didn't buy me anything for Mother's Day. Why are you doing this?
Tomato Juice had to go.
Every time Tomato Juice.
She had to go.
So you're still doing this Tomato Juice thing?
No.
Are you still doing this Tomato Juice thing? Are you still doing this Tomato Juice thing?
I said next year now.
Every year, next year. Every year, next year. So you're still with this girl.
Mamudoka.
You are still with this girl. You're still with this girl.
Mamudoka.
So you're still with her?
No.
Every year, Mamudoka.
Office helping me.
Every year, Tomato Juice.
Office.
Which office? Which office?
Just helping me.
Which office? Where is she now? Let me deal with her. Where is she?
She took a day off.
A day off? A day off? So you are telling me
what I bought for you last year?
Which last year? Last year it has expired. It has expired.
Lexus.
Thank you, bro. It's expired. Thank you, Kanye. You have Tomato Juice. Back at the hankali. Then you start going. You have put the gas on me. Thank you, bro.
Talking about men in trouble, the world's #1 racist billionaire, Donald Sterling, went on CNN and the Cooper 360. He went there to apologize for his racist remark on black people. But you see, there's a reason why they said that before you enter a car, read what is written on the car. The owner of LA Clippers basketball team started well by saying how sorry he was. Yeah, he started well. But as the interview continued, he made a 360-degree turn. Yeah, because it's an Anderson 360. And arrived exactly at the same place where he started. Watch.
He done? Can you tell me? Big Magic Johnson, what has he done?
Well, yes, he's a business person.
He's got AIDS. Did he do any business? Did he help anybody in South LA?
I know. I feel the man's pain, you know. The filter in his mouth is all gone. Just like mine. Are you guys tired of talking about bring back our girls? No? No, some people are. If you are, then you are not alone. The Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Ngo baby, our Ngo baby, she said that she's all done. She's tired. What got her mad was that she threw the biggest party of her life, the World Economic Forum. And these Chibok village girls stole the show. Reporters who came to Nigeria had the audacity to talk about anything else but our Ngo baby. She finally gave it to one of them. Watch.
ABC News America, can I ask you a few questions?
I'm tired of the same story.
I'm sure you are, but
maybe
it's an important story.
I'm not a government spokesperson.
Amnesty, though.
Yes. Meanwhile, President Goodluck Jonathan has been taking a beating in the international press for the way he runs the country. New York Times, the Economics of London, London Times, the Wall Street Journal, even our own African Spotlight. They have all written editorials calling our dear president incompetent, clueless, and daft. I feel insulted by this international press. I am the only one allowed to criticize the president. I don't appreciate these people, racks, abusing my president. The one person that really pissed me off was that Senator John McCain of America. John McCain, that old man, said that Obama should not have waited for the Nigerian government before sending troops into Nigeria to rescue the girls. He said, and I quote, "I wouldn't wait for some kind of permission from some guy named Goodluck Jonathan." He called my president some guy. Imagine, to this man, abomination, anofia, waka, uloshi, McCain. Former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton also weighed in. She called President Jonathan corrupt and said that Nigeria under Jonathan squandered oil wealth and breeds corruption. No, she did not. No wonder President Jonathan said during the media chat that he could not remember her name. Now, to pile on, the former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, John Campbell, also said that Jonathan is totally out of his depth. What he means by that is that he's playing in a league that is bigger than him. My issue with all these people is this. Who gave them the right to talk about my president in a disrespectful way? What do they know about our president? What? Do they know the names of his children? No. Do they know how much he makes in a year? No. Do they know the title of his PhD thesis? No. So who gave them the right to disrespect my president? That is my job. And I don't know the answers to that question. It's not like I disrespect their Kenyan-born president with that silly rabbit ears. Maybe I do. But you get my point. So, folks, keep off, Jonathan. I got it. Keep off. This is my last warning to all of you. Otherwise, I will let this, my African reverend sister, descend on you. Watch.
Sad, because it is happening in Africa, which is part of the humanity, I would feel like jabbing you.
Really?
Yes?
You, a nun, would punch me.
Oh, yeah. Wow, I would jab you.
I have great news for friends of this show. Yay. Yeah, this is great news. President Goodluck Jonathan watches our show. Yes. We have a proof. 2 weeks ago, we praised him for importing the latest American culture into Nigeria. It's called the Aso Rock Easter Prayer Breakfast. He imported it straight from America. Yes. Well, he was so determined to transform Nigeria into America that this week he imported another one. This one is called Dinner with Aso Rock Correspondents. Yes. Yeah, like the White House. After watching last week's White House dinner, that we showed on our show, he quickly organized one at Aso Rock. The president did that for two reasons, and I need to explain that to you. Number one, he wanted to keep Nigerian reporters who were so scared of going to Chibok busy. So he gave them that kind of party. The second reason was that it was a way for him to tell Americans who are in Nigeria that
He's one of them. Here now is a clip of President Goodluck Jonathan performing at the first Aso Rock Correspondents' Dinner held at Hilton Hotel, Abuja. Watch. Thank you very much. Thank you, yes, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, yes. Let me start by saying that this is not correct. This thing you're looking at is not correct. I've warned you people, you can let the First Lady, my dear wife, President Jonathan, to speak in public at your own discretion, but don't let her write. This is in Patient's language. This is not correct. Take that. Now, thank you so much. Let me start by talking to the MC. What he said about me is not correct. It has been a very tough year for me. Chai. Very tough year. You reporters have not had mercy, no pity. In fact, you have been as brutal as the two most dangerous Boko Haram after me. I'm talking about Liar Mohammed and the Sahara Liar reporters. Yes. Since I have your undivided attention, let me clear one thing up for the whole country. I have had people say that Boko Haram is a CIA operation aiming at causing the breakup of Nigeria in 2015. That is not correct. How could that be how could the CIA be doing that without informing me first? If there is any CIA operation going on in Nigeria, it is the one that started in 2011 when they said elect a fresh air president because he had no shoes. Surprise, surprise. You elected me. I was only kidding. I was just kidding. I could have just gone back to okay if you had bought me just 2 dozen shoes. That's it. But I'm here. You gotta deal with me. I know. I also promised fresh air. But none of you asked the obvious question. How could fresh air come out of a polluted creek? How? I see a lot of young people here today. Yes. For those of you reporters who are still not married, I have a piece of advice for you. Finding a wife that will compliment you is an old advice. The new advice is find a wife who will make you look good. That's how I survive. While you are saying, I hear you, you are saying that Jonathan pooped on the pulpit. You look at the other end, you see my wife polluting the air. Instantly, you thank God. I could see the former Vice President Abubakar Atiku is here today. Yes. He is one of those people pushing me to bring in the Americans to help us with Boko Haram. Well, Abubakar, Atiku, the Americans are here. They're here. Get ready. Because once they are done with Boko Haram, they will take care of that unfinished business you have with them. You know what I'm talking about? I bet you, Atiku is the only man in the world who owns American University, but cannot get into America. I hear people say, we don't work with the opposition to better Nigeria. I know. It's because of that diarrhea mouth, Olisa Meto. The truth is that we are doing that. For instance, after we bought he bought his brand new $60 million jet, I nominated Bola Tinubu with his fake degree for canonization at the Vatican. I did that. And they said they required 2 miracles. And I showed them Babatunde Fashola, the first miracle. And they approved him. The second miracle, the OPC former leader, who is now a government contractor, they're still drilling him and trying to like a oil pipeline. I know. I'm beginning to regret why I brought the Americans. They're asking me too many questions, looking at books, and they're beginning to see some things. But, this Prophet TB Joshua, he has arrested another Boko Haram member, another one. Without a drone. He had no drone, no gun. Why did I bring the Americans there? Why? How am I doing? I hope you are going to have a good time today. This is the first of our annual Aso Rock Aso Rock correspondent dinner when I give you the chance to make fun of me, and I make fun of you too. Sahara reporters, how are you guys doing? I see you on the table. How are you doing? Yeah, you know, you thought that you would finish me. give me, yeah.
You advise the Americans to leave their drones behind after they finish their job.
We have our own drones. We don't need the American drones. We have our own drones. It's just that our gas, you know, our fuel, we don't have the fuel yet. But we are working on it. All right, so enjoy your day. Have a good day. And remember, whatever you do, don't get Patience to start writing. It's enough that she's talking. Okay? Thanks. Thank you. Yes. Whoa. Oh, yeah. All right. Here are some stories making headline news across Nigerian newspapers this week. Austria's foreign minister is just 27 years old. 27 years. Huh? And all these grandpa are running around, running the country, Nigeria. Take that grandpa, Tony Anene. Bamanda Tuga. Muhammadu Buhari. Former Israeli prime minister sentenced to 6 years in jail for accepting a bribe of $100,000. $100,000. When Stella Odua and Farouk Lawan had that, they all broke into laughter, unending laughter. They are still laughing now. Inspector General of Police starts terminal leave as federal government rejects tenure extension. Yeah. This federal government is heartless. They are heartless. The man just got married, a new wife. How is she going to cope? Lion escapes from Naked Zoo. Sources say it is heading to Sambisa Forest to take care of business. Yes. Can someone please email this information to Abubakar Sheku? Can we send it to him? Boko Haram leader wants their members in prison freed in exchange for our girls. I don't know about you, but aren't they forgetting their members in Jonathan's government? They need to be freed too. Sanusi floors Nigerian government as court rules against the federal government. Wow. Now, my question is this. How do you floor someone who is already on the floor? I don't know. Is it not the time to bury the person? You can't floor the person on the floor. Al-Qaeda members disown Boko Haram, reports New York Times. What? That is when you know that you've jumped a shark. You must be so bad that Al-Qaeda is saying, we don't want to deal with you. Woman delivers a baby with rosary. What? Now, if I read a headline like this again, I will return my BSc degree in science to the Federal University of Technology, Akure. I will give it back to them because it's embarrassing. It's time for your email. Until next week, I'm Dr. Damages. I diagnose.
You heal yourself.
Thank you. So, why did you show them that video? Why are you talking about that video?
It's only that your viewers see.
Why are you talking about that video? You want to spoil my reputation?
Reputation?
I'm a doctor.
What reputation?
I'm a doctor.
He beats you well. Just like Salon did to Jay-Z.
Look, don't make sure these people don't see this. Your job, you are gone, no? You are gone. Nonsense. I should have respect in this place.
I'm on the rock, and then I take a stop. I had to run like a fugitive.
up, people? It's your girl Adeola. We're still on the kidnapped girls in Nigeria, and let me tell you, it's about 40 days now, and we still don't know where our girls are. Every so often, someone would ask me, so Adeola, what exactly is your president doing about these girls? And then, you know, I would tell them, yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, even before the US and other countries sent help, I mean, they were... Nobody knows what they're doing. And then I saw this video on CBS. I could not believe it.
We go to their school and attack some soldiers and policemen.
He calls himself Saleh Abubakar and told us he's been a member of Boko Haram for 7 years.
We didn't make them to combat Islam by force, just by preaching. You understand?
But I'm saying stealing them, abducting them, and forcing them to convert to Islam, is that not the same as forcing?
As I tell you, we are not forcing anyone to accept Islam. We just plead to them.
What just happened? My God. Did she just interview a Boko Haram? One of those who kidnapped our girls? Hold on, I'll be right back. I need some fresh air. Woo. First of all, if that guy is truly a Boko Haram member, because, you know, there's also the question of how do we know that he's really a Boko Haram member, because today anybody can be Boko Haram. But if he's truly a Boko Haram member, how is it that foreign journalists can travel to Nigeria, find a Boko Haram member, interview him on camera, and our government cannot find them since 2009? Yeah, you see, there is God. Shebi, Mr. President told us that these people are faceless and that they're like ghosts. What am I even saying? I mean, it's not as if the Nigerian government doesn't know how to find Boko Haram today if they really want to. I mean, this thing is all politics, And what happened to all the Nigerian media companies? Hello, when will NTA also interview Boko Haram? And that is our national television. Away? Stop it. Why are you playing that thing? Trying to embarrass NTA? Back to what we were saying with Jari. By the way, they have not changed that music. The devil is a liar. How can Oyinbo people be getting to Boko Haram before our own media? By the way, kudos to a special woman, Miss Chika Odua, for going all the way to Chibok to interview family members of these girls. One woman, she brought back pictures and articles in Adua, my sister. You see. Now, the CBS reporter said that they conducted the interview in Abuja. I said, Che, that means Boko Haram members can move freely in Abuja and any other state for that matter without getting caught. But CBS, come. How can you find a Boko Haram member and not hint us on how our intelligence sources can also find them? We have intelligent sources in Nigeria, right? Why can't you hint us? I forgot that in journalism, you are not supposed to give up your sources. You know, we can't betray our sources. If not, they can start killing all the journalists and there will be nobody else to bring you any new updates. Because honestly, I've been thinking a lot about how the parents of these girls would feel, you know, watching that interview and seeing one of those who abducted their daughters, you know. And while we're talking of parents, do you guys know that 2 parents have already died of heart attack? Yeah. One of them, Mutai Hona, had 2 daughters among these girls that were kidnapped. And unfortunately, he couldn't find them in the video released by Boko Haram. Remember that video? Because, you know, they asked all the parents to come and identify their daughters when that video came out. And guess what? A few days after that, he had a heart attack, and that was it. He died. You know, the sad thing is that his daughters are probably still alive out there. I mean, we don't know that Boko Haram killed any of these girls. But you know, it's not easy being a father and not being able to rescue your daughters. Your 2 daughters for more than a month. And then another parent that died, that was Mrs. Mary Lalai. She had a daughter among these girls that were kidnapped. And guess what? She also had a heart attack. I mean, when somebody has been thinking for so long, not sleeping, not eating, just worrying about her daughter, I mean, can you expect anything less? She had a heart attack and died. That means that when her daughter is finally rescued, she no longer has a mommy to run to. She's coming home to cry. all over again. If you're a parent and you're watching this show, please and please don't ever miss an opportunity to tell your children that you love them. I know that the government has to strategize. I know they have to plan. I know that they can't just attack Boko Haram so that they won't kill these girls and use them as shield. But my question is, how long would this take? And do all the parents have to die one by one before something happens? Not only have they abducted the girls, Boko Haram continues to kill people. I mean, just this week alone, there were 2 bomb explosions in Kano. There was one in Borno where they also burnt down a whole village. And not only that, there were 2 bomb explosions in Jos this week altogether, claiming more than 200 lives. More than 200. I'm sure that you've seen the pictures. And I'm sorry that they are very graphic, but this is the reality. This is what we're facing right now in Nigeria. It used to be only in Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa, but now they're killing people in Abuja, in Jos, in Kano. And if they keep going like this, those of you living outside those places, please don't get too comfortable. Have you seen how the president of Kenya has been handling terrorist attacks? I mean, there was one last Friday that killed 10 people and injured 70. And the president came out that same day to address all the citizens on what his administration is doing. He would not only visit the place, he would address the nation, taking all kinds of questions from journalists, uncensored questions. I mean, you feel a sense of the whole country fighting together. In fact, he recently called all the governors to a closed-door meeting for 5 hours discussing how to deal with this issue in Kenya. Now, the security measures have been heightened and they are not leaving anything to chance anymore. I still think that Mr. President should at least visit the parents of these girls or send them a delegate. I know that some people are saying that, what about his safety? What if they kill Mr. President? I said, if Jonathan wants to go to Chibok, security is not the issue. All he has to do is take a battalion with him. He can take like 6,000 soldiers with him or whatever. Just make sure that you don't announce to the press the day you're going. Make it a surprise, but go. What about presidents in other countries that visit, you know, like war zones? Obama visited Iraq while the war was still going on. George Bush made 4 unannounced trips to Iraq and 2 trips to Afghanistan during his presidency. How can you be a president and not be able to go to some parts of your country? I know that this is when some viewers will start, you know, saying that I'm being sponsored by APC because I'm saying the truth. Suddenly, I'm being sponsored by a political party. Actually, that's very funny to me because there was no APC when I started this show. So I'm not sponsored by any politician, either APC or PDP, whatever. All I'm saying is, let the president do the right thing. All these parents need right now in Chibok is just to know that the government cares about what they are going through. And we don't have to wait for all of them to die of heart attack before we would show that we care. Until they find these girls, though, I will keep on talking about this issue. But you know, I don't know anything. I beg, I'm just keeping it real. Speaking of Kenya, first of all, I think that we have a problem in Africa. It's a disease, actually. It's called a misplaced priority syndrome. It is a disease all over Africa. And just imagine that in Kenya, the government wants to increase the school fees of university students, the tuition, and at the same time, you're lowering the amount of loans that they can get. How do you want them to pay for school? Help me. Does that make sense? Do you know what happens when education is too expensive and young people are not educated? Many young people turn to crime. So guess what? The students went on strike. And not only that, they started protesting. Now, what baffles me is that the government of Kenya sent soldiers after these students. Hey, yeah! I saw the video. I could not believe it. These soldiers were chasing students as if they were chasing terrorists. You see what I'm talking about? Say you see? And isn't that barbaric? Pursuing students as if they're criminals. Aya, what a shame. What a shame. Wait a minute, wait. Is that not James? What, Abi, I'm not seeing Jamie C. Hey! SS2B. You think I won't remember you? It's good to see you. He told us he was going to study in Kenya. I didn't know. It's good to see your face. Anyway, I'm sorry for the little distraction. Why can't those soldiers go after the terrorists that are attacking Kenya. That is what I don't understand. And when will African countries stop treating their young people like we are burdens? You know, I have never, ever seen where students are being treated like this since I left Nigeria. We are always afraid of our lecturers, those of them that can fail us because we didn't buy their handouts. And then we are afraid of the police, we are afraid of the soldiers. And then we are dealing with increase in tuition. And this is not just peculiar to Kenya. The same thing is happening in Nigeria right now. Can you guys believe that they are increasing the tuition at Obafemi Awolowo University, OAU, from 7,000 naira per semester to 50,000 naira? Hey, yay! That is more than 7 times what the students were paying. What percentage is that increase? You don't know. Do you ever know anything? You need to go back to school. I beg, give me the calculator. Let me show you. Simple calculation. When I was in school, you can go and ask. What is the percentage that you won't minus? I know this thing cannot be right. I'll show you later. In fact, I can say it offhand, but I wanted to show you the process. That's why, but I'll show you later. But not only that, as for the incoming students, they increased their tuition from 17,000 naira to 74,000 naira. 74,000 naira. Who does that overnight? Overnight increase from 70 to 74. And that is apart from the 20,000 naira acceptance fee. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you? When the minimum wage is still 18,000 naira in Nigeria, how do you expect these parents to pay the school fees of their children? What if you have more than one child in this school? You're already looking at over 100,000 naira. And you still have to buy food. You have to fuel your generator because it's always up NEPA, down NEPA. Is this what we should be doing right now, Nigeria? Increasing the tuition of these students. And when you finish the program, when you graduate, there is no assurance that you will have a job. And very soon now, they will start to say that these students are doing yahoo yahoo. Why won't they do yahoo yahoo? I'm not advocating that they should do yahoo yahoo, I beg. But I'm saying that this is why some of these students are turning to scammers. You get what I'm saying? By the way, a presidential convoy was passing by when these students were protesting. So the students refused to let them pass. You know the next thing they did? They started firing at these students to scare them away. Thankfully, nobody died, but some of them were injured. I said, you see, you don't shoot at students, no matter what. No, you don't shoot at them. In that kind of situation, the official was supposed to get out of the car and address the students. Hello, you will tell them that you feel their pain, you know, that it is not right for the school to increase their tuition. Yes, and then you will promise them that in your capacity and in your official office, is that right? That you will talk to Mr. President about this issue. That is how you do it. I was once a student in Nigeria. Everybody would be so glad. We will start hailing you. You get what I'm saying? We will let you go like immediately. Instead, you fired at the students. If not that it is the Obafemi Awolowo of students, because you know they are even a little bit gentle. I remember when I was in school. You know, when something like that happens, we won't just go away. We'll start throwing stones. So we'll be throwing stones until we break all the windshields, all the windscreen. We'll make sure that we storm that convoy until we break something, until the airbag comes out before we let you go. You know, I'm telling you, I trust myself. Hey. Wait a minute, that is my phone. Hello, who is this? I'm on air, shooting, keeping it real. Who are you? Sorry, my people. I'm very sorry, my people. Rebecca Edward from the university in Nigeria. Girl, it's been a long time. How you doing? Can I call you back though? Because I'm actually live shooting. There's this show I shoot. They call it Keeping It Real. What? You are watching this live? You are watching me? Yeah, you can see me. Hi, Rebecca. Hey, it's good to see you. But since you are watching me live, why do you have to call when I'm shooting my show, Rebecca? You have started. This is how you were acting in school, What? You want me to correct myself for what? What have I said? Oh, yes. No problem. I will make the corrections. Yeah, it's good to hear it from you too. Yes. Bye-bye.
Sahara. Sahara, love the people.
viewers, we've come to the end of our show today. It's been a good show, right?
Yes, it has been a very packed and good show, Adiola.
The social media segment.
Yes, the phone call segment.
The interviews.
Yes, all of them.
The Skype segment with Rudolph.
Yes, Rudolph always does a very good job with that.
So it's very sad that we've come to the end of the show today, but we can't end this program today without telling you guys the big news. You want to share that with them?
Yes, guys. We have some very important news here at Sahara TV. Well, we won't be streaming our weekly Saturday shows anymore, guys, just for the summer. You know what we're doing? We're going on a break just to revamp and restructure our entire show so we can have something really cool for you guys at the beginning of the fall.
So, but then your weekly shows, your favorite shows will still be running.
Exactly.
Dr. Damages.
Africa in the City.
Keeping It Real. Inside the Diaspora with Fatima Sise. Your sports segment with Kwesi Bako.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And we'll all still be here right on SaharaReporters.com and SaharaReporters.tv. You can find all of the fresh videos. So just check there for updates.
All right, so we're going, but we're still coming back. And it's been real. It's been a real pleasure, right?
It has been real, Adiola.
All right, guys. Have a wonderful week. See you next time.
Bye.
Welcome, Chief. Thank you.
How powerful is this gesture, Chief?
It's a gesture that speaks volumes.
11 days to the big one. Yes, indeed. I am fired up, and I know that you are too. Welcome to Sahara Sports. This is an extended version of your show, and we're doing something very different today, special. We have some special guests to help us do justice to the topics that we have on our plate for today. Before I tell you what we have, let me introduce my guests. As usual, my co-host from the far left, Humble Prince Olu Faloye, no stranger at all.
No, the trophy, Arsenal winning, Humble Prince.
Arsenal trophy winning.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, okay. Next time when you lose, we'll describe you as such.
The trophy losing.
Trophy losing. Okay, next to him is Mr. Akin Akinsanya. He's a sports commentator and an analyst par excellence, of course. Just like the one next to me who is not a stranger to you either, Mr. Victor Sanya.
Right,
welcome, gentlemen.
I'm glad you're joining us in the studio, not on the phone.
Yes, indeed, yes. We prefer you in the studio, not on the phone, that's true. Okay, so today we'll be looking at some issues. We'll be looking at Balotelli facing racist comments, racist boos and all of that during training. I warned you, Balotelli, you should have played for Ghana. Anyways, we'll be also looking at the World Cup protest, a rather unfortunate development preceding the World Cup. And then we'll also look at Evo Morales, president/footballer. Wow. Yes, indeed. But the main dish for today, actually, is the match-fixing scandal, the alleged match-fixing scandal in the match between Nigeria and Scotland, the warm-up between Nigeria and Scotland. We have what it takes to really dissect that issue. But anyway, you are also there to make up your mind. Also, we'll be reaching Salam Kofi. Salam Kofi is one of the organizers of a list of events that will be taking place in Miami and in Washington, D.C. for the Black Stars of Ghana. They are playing the Netherlands,
right,
as we speak, and then they will also be playing South Korea in Miami on the 9th of June, followed by 10th of June, press conference, farewell dinner, and all of that. So we'll be reaching Salam Kofi to, update us on that as well. But before all of that, let's come into the studio and talk about what we have on our plate. Welcome again, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for having us. Balotelli, just weeks after the incident with the banana throwing and all of that, and he actually supported that thing as well. Now he is facing that end of it. What's up with racism in football? When are we going to see the end of this?
Yeah, it's a shame that this is still taking
place. I can't believe it. And this is by his own fans just at a training facility, and they called him the F word and the N word all at once. And I'm glad they called him out, and the police came in, took care of the culprits. But it's such a shame, man. It's such a huge blemish on the game that I don't think this should still be taking place. It's such a shame. You know, I just want to say also, sorry, I don't think he wants to play for Ghana because Ghana might not make it out the first round. So.
He actually dissed Ghana when they approached him to play for Ghana. He said some very uncomplimentary stuff, which
so.
we don't want to go back to.
Exactly. So
Not that we don't hate you. You're still ours. You know, we still, yeah. I mean, the leopard cannot change its spots.
Never, definitely. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think, like you said, he should have played for Ghana.
Basically.
Made it simple, you know. I mean, he would have had the whole country rooting for him instead of having half of the country rooting against him. So, hey, it's his luck. But it's tough that we still have this in soccer, and it's a world sport, so you can't take it. I mean, it's a world sport. Everybody's part of it, so you can't really take the society out of the game itself. So. I guess we just have to take the good with the bad, you know. Okay. But I like what Alves did. They threw him the banana, he ate it. So that's simple.
Spiting them.
They ate it, so hey. So,
Balotelli didn't take it that lightly, though. He was obviously furious, and he was heard making a statement like, it's only in Florence that the people are so stupid.
Right. He came out.
Well, that's not his first time with racism.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so, yeah, I mean, they've done it they did it to him last year.
In Kong, all that stuff.
And the thing is this, Balotelli himself is a testy player. He's a testy player. No excuse for racism. He's a testy player. So that kind of he brings trouble upon himself sometimes. You know, he tends to court trouble.
Yeah.
You know, that's, so he said himself, he said, if I were a white man, the attention probably wouldn't be, they will still hate me. That was actually his word.
But you know, seriously, but this is a little different, though.
No. I'm not
playing. He's training for the Italian team. There's no opposition team.
Absolutely.
Now. So if there was an opposition team, maybe they're trying to get him out of his element, and they're trying to just, you know.
This about his own fans.
Exactly.
Gentlemen, you need to know, though, that there are, even within the team, there's also a bit of competition.
That is the point. Exactly.
It could possibly be supporters of someone that he displaced from the national team.
Okay.
I mean, he said if he were a white man, he knows himself. That's what he said. He said, I know myself. I know sometimes, you know, I create some ruckus, but if I were light-skinned, it wouldn't be this bad.
But
they will hate my personality, but they won't hate me because of my skin color. However, he also said, if Italy gets to the World Cup final, he knows a lot of, and he scores. He knows a lot of people will change. That's the funny thing about football. A lot of these people who are racist, if Balotelli scores the winning goal for Italy,
they will embrace him.
They will embrace him.
They will not care where the goal came from.
They won't care where the goal came from. That's the thing. But then it's unfortunate, like you said, it's unfortunate that it has to get to that point, you know, where you have to score the goal for people to be happy with you or stuff like that. Yeah. And for Daniel Alves, let me just quickly say, please don't eat banana next time. You don't know what they're going to put in the banana next time.
Right? They might inject it with something. I was actually thinking about that too. He's very gutsy.
I just want to say this, that Balotelli actually called out the England team, fans and said that, you know, there's racism there too, but they just know how to mask it.
Yeah, he said they mask it, that they're hiding.
So
okay. Any which way, I think the best statement he can make against all of that is to score at the World Cup and make an emphatic statement.
Exactly. But, you know, sorry, just ask the panel real quick. What do you guys think we could do to try to curb racism in
let's throw that in later because we have a list of things
so go ahead.
So why don't we move to the World Cup protest? It's such an embarrassment for the Brazilian government. For a country that lost its football so much, that's the last thing you expect to happen.
Exactly. You know, it's such a shame that, you know, this is another blemish, you know, rather than us enjoying the World Cup and the fans doing this. But, you know, some people are trying to push their seeing it as an opportunity to push their political agenda in the world stage. So is this the right time to do it? You know, I don't know. You know, bringing the World Cup there, this is an opportunity that countries all over the world would wish for. So I would think that they could use another avenue to promote their political agendas and not now at this time. honestly.
To be honest,
causes some conflict.
I couldn't call that. To be honest, there's no way I could call that because.
Call what?
I can't call it one way or the other to say is it a good thing, is it a bad thing? You know.
I have mixed emotions too, but
yeah,
you know,
I definitely do.
some of it right now is you know, it's a blemish right now. Let's face it.
I mean,
what are your thoughts though? What?
Well, to be honest, I want to see a great World Cup. You know, that's not. It doesn't help you get into it. You know, when you have half of the country, or I don't know, maybe half of the country, or a significant portion of the country rooting against the World Cup. I guess their thing is that this World Cup would not do anything for them as far as their condition.
Yeah, one of the things they're saying is that you know, the government is spending more money on the World Cup
than on infrastructure and health and all of these things.
Exactly.
Isn't that a valid point though, Akin? Isn't that a valid point?
It's absolutely valid.
It is.
But these issues have always been there. These issues of inequality in Brazil. So I think this just brings it to a focus, and the people are taking a stand. But still, you know, soccer fans around the world still want to see the games. So.
Yeah, who feels it knows it though.
Yeah.
The thing is that these are people who, I mean, they've made points like some of the stadiums that they are building are located in a place which is like the upper end of town.
Right.
So that the games are even out of the reach of the ordinary people, stuff like that. And then also they quote the amount of money that is spent on the World Cup is $18 billion. Whilst people don't have water to drink.
The truth about it, Brazil, I'm sure, I mean, I think it's quite documented. They have a lot of issues, you know, when it comes to race and all that stuff. So I think this just proves it even more, you know. Why do you want to host the people's game? Soccer is supposed to be the people's game. And you're taking the stadium away from where the people are, really taking it into a different neighborhood. I think it just shows you this is just a commercial thing.
Of course, it's
an
event for the affluent.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the people itself.
Okay,
so.
let's hear you.
Well, let me just say, taking off from where he stopped. First of all, part of the people who are protesting right now are saying that there's a legislation which allows the government to encroach into their reservation. So now you actually have indigenous Brazilians. Those guys were actually like in shorts and they came out in their bows and arrows. And it was real crazy. I mean, people in bows and arrows fighting. They actually shot a policeman, you know, and it took surgery to get that arrow out of him. And you have that on one side. Then you have the regular guys on the other side. And my question is this. When you're hosting the World Cup, what did the government do to reach out to its people? You already know the situation on ground. Let me give you an example. One of the stadium in Brasilia, there's no club that's going to use that stadium after the World Cup. And you spend $600 million on that. So it's going to go to waste, $600 million after the World Cup, 1 month, just goes down the drain.
But let me take you on that. After the game, though, I mean, the fact that there's no club currently positioned to use that does not mean that it's going to go to waste.
Most times it does. Then that's part of the fight. Let me tell you why. We've seen this even as... I've seen that it happen in Nigeria. They build a stadium. As a matter of fact, the national stadium until recently it took a member of the media to go there, put the pictures out, and then they just left it all. It was all grass. Everywhere was turned into a den. And that's actually the fear. That's the fear. You can't spend all this money that should have been put into roads, and then you're not going to use it. So that's why I said I think the Brazilian government, that's their fault for not reaching out to the people. When you want to do something and you want to encroach into people's areas, you should reach out to the leaders. Okay. The indigenous people have leaders. Get to the leaders, talk to them even before the World Cup started. Now these people are feeling left out. Oh, you went to the National Assembly to make a law against us. That's the way it's looking now.
It's looking pretty bad now. Chief, is this a fight against FIFA? One thing I've noticed is that every single World Cup, this comes up. But South Africa 2010, we saw it as well.
But you know, the truth is, FIFA can now control the situation in every country in the world. They're just a football governing body.
It is.
And the truth is, they've even tried. You know, there was a time, I think, was in Nigeria, was banned from participating because we changed the NFF or whatever. So I think FIFA has also tried to make sure politics and the internal politics of the country does not encroach into how football is governed. But they can only go so far.
That to me is a non-starter, because you cannot have the sport or the game being sponsored by the government and try to keep them totally out. Exactly. It's a It's an ongoing
FIFA
debate
does
which
have
will
some
never end.
FIFA does have.
But it's still FIFA's game, kind of. They still
It is,
control.
but then,
So
it is. But then, if that's the case, then FIFA should be ready to dole out the money to sponsor all the national teams. If you want the government to stay totally out of the game.
Do you know how many people would actually go ahead and say, you know what, I'll sponsor your national team. Let me run the sports body. Some people, private individuals will even do a much better job of making money out of the soccer team than the government does.
That's very probable.
No, it's not probable. It's actually that's actually the way it should be.
Yeah, but I mean that can apply in every country. If you look at the Nigerian Soccer League, it's the same thing. Every year, it's one of the two major telecoms companies fighting over who's going to sponsor the league. But at the end of the day, what they put into the league is not...
It's paltry.
It's paltry. The quality of the league, you're giving them 500 million naira. It's compared to what obtains elsewhere. So nothing doesn't really apply across board.
Chief, I really want to get a response to that question, though. Is this a fight against FIFA? Because in South Africa, we had the same thing. And it's not even the first time. Even at the level of the African Cup of Nations, when Ghana co-hosted with Nigeria, we saw the same thing.
Right.
But I think they handled it better than the Brazilians are handling it right now.
Seriously, what do you expect the Brazilian government to do? Honestly, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to host this. So, fine. It's sad that the
come on, Olu. The Brazilian government could do a lot better. Come on, they could have done. Come on, what are you talking about?
That's my position.
What are you talking about? They could have done a lot better.
Listen, it's about communication.
Oh, come on.
It's about reaching out to people. They should have gone out to those people. Look, the World Cup brings people. That's the first argument for anybody.
Brings people together.
The World Cup brings people into this country. We are actually bringing, and Brazil is one of the fastest developing economies in the world. It's part of the BRIC countries. So what do? You convince your people, look, this thing is good for business. At the end of the day, these people are coming back to this country as tourists.
But
let me ask you a question.
Make them happy.
When you say it's good for business, it doesn't necessarily mean it's good for the regular.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You gotta bring the regular.
But you have to convince them. That's
how do you convince them? You bring them.
That's what I think
give
should have
them
happened.
economic empowerment.
I think they should have done their homework way ahead of time.
There's a lot that should have been done.
As things stand now, there are even issues with the infrastructure. Ronaldo actually came out and said he's ashamed with the infrastructure.
So why can't you do
some of the stadiums have not even been finished.
But let me
one of the airports is still not ready. So
right. But let me ask you this: after the World Cup, honestly, who do you think is going to suffer more, the government or the people?
It depends what you mean by suffer.
Who's going to benefit? You think they're going to? You think the government?
Again, look at
this protest is going to really have an impact?
It is. It's already having an impact.
Okay.
And the point I'm trying to push across is this. The infrastructure is going to be there. The transportation and all the things that they put in place.
Brazil is one of the best economies, and they're doing good.
All these things will be left for the people.
Right.
Tourism, if they're able to package it properly, they're going to make benefits from it.
Which was my point. If you're able to convince the people that they
would even believe that anything.
Well, that's the reason why they should have had a lot of
stakeholders. What did the protest in South Africa? What did it do?
People already know what the deal is. It's not about them.
Let's move on quickly to Evo Morales. I want us to be very brief on this. A president who is also a striker.
It is related to what you just said now.
Yeah.
Where does politics and football mix? At what point do you?
This is a good look for him.
For me, Evo Morales, it's politics. It's not. It has nothing to do with. He's getting paid $200.
Agenda.
He's actually.
I don't think it's populist at all.
Okay, well maybe you must also remember that he's going for election this year.
He is.
So that's the whole thing. He's trying to reach out to the.
It doesn't hurt though. It doesn't hurt though.
It doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
He has always loved football. He grew up playing football. He started a team in his town and he grew up to a regional team. He was the captain. He's always loved football. But when you bring in a 50-something-year-old man to come and play professional football,
in my opinion,
it just tells you it's PR. That's all it is. It's PR.
This is also a guy who played a game to prove that games can be played at high altitude. When FIFA wanted to ban the game,
as a matter of fact, he's denying a younger player an opportunity to feature on the team and that might have a career out of soccer
because he's only playing 15 minutes per each game.
Exactly. So that's what we're saying. It's just for show.
But look at it from the other point. He's going to attract people to the game. He's going to bring, the crowds. Let me tell you,
by the time that team loses 2-3 games, they're not going to be that happy anymore. I can tell you that.
I honestly think it's a good PR move. I think it's a very good player. It's like Obama saying, you know, he wants to come and play at the Ruckus Park pickup game. Yeah, basketball.
But honestly, I don't think it's good for the game. I don't think it's good for the game. I don't think politics should mix with soccer. And now, as a defender, are you going to tackle the president of Bolivia?
That is what I was just going to say.
Are you going to tackle him?
If you have to slide tackle him, are you going to have the guts to do it?
He's going to play 15 minutes. Your team is going to lose in that 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the things he has to know. He has to have the disclaimer. You know what? I'm a regular player now, not the president and everything.
Feel free to slide tackle me.
Exactly. You know, you might suffer for it afterwards, but, you know. But another thing I just wanted to say real quick is that at least it's giving the team recognition. Not only the team, but the country recognition.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think it was a good
And he's setting 2 records in the Guinness Book of Records. He's
the oldest player
to sign up for a professional club.
And
then he's also the first president, sitting president for that matter, to play.
Exactly. That's whole. You know what? And that works well for him.
Right.
Yeah?
Okay. We have our guest on the line though, so let's go to Salam quickly and come back. Like, as I said at the beginning of this show, the Ghana Black Stars are playing the Netherlands, and then they will also go to Miami to play South Korea, from where they will go to D.C. We have on the line Salam Kofi, who is a member of the organizing team for all these events and stuff like that that have been lined up. We're going to spend a few minutes with him to tell us what's going on with that project. You're welcome to Sahara TV, Salam.
Yes, sir. Greetings.
Okay, so can you quickly tell us give us a rundown of what's going to happen? Where are the Black Stars at this point, and how is the whole setup like?
Okay, the Black Stars are in Holland now, waiting to play their game on Saturday, and we're waiting to meet them here on the 1st of June. And we have a couple of things that we wanted to do with them here. So
tell us some of those things
to arrive here. Yes.
Can you quickly run us through some of the things that you have planned, you have outlined for them?
Yes, they'll be here on the 1st of June, and we have a couple of activities for them. And we're looking at doing on the 7th of June. We are looking to do that. We appreciate them for hosting the Black Stars here in America, and. On the 8th of June, we have a picnic for all Ghanaians who are coming to cheer the team up, and we'll rally people together. And now on the 8th, we have a concert that we're going to do for the team, for the Ghanaians who will be on that, and it will be in Miami for the game on the 9th. That we bring a lot of musicians from Ghana who are going to support this event. And on the 9th, we'll be all rallying for the game with South Korea. So these are some of the events outlined.
Okay, and then there's also a press conference, I understand.
Excuse me?
There's also a press conference, I understand.
Yes. If the Black Stars arrive here, we want them there's going to be a press conference for them to outline the programs that they're going to be doing for the activities that they have for the team. And that will be on the 1st. And on the 10th of June, we're going to have an event at the embassy. That's going to be in D.C.
The Ghana embassy in D.C.
In D.C.
Okay, let me ask you, Salam. Obviously, in the last World Cup, you saw how much Africans and even some non-Africans rooted for the Black Stars. Are you planning anything to embrace everybody else, or are you just targeting Ghanaians?
Yes, we're all black, so anything about Black Stars, people all over the diaspora would love to support the team. If anything Black Stars, it's self for itself, and people associate themselves with the Nigerians and all Africans and Americans here. And we've had, trying to do events that would bring all Americans together and to appreciate Ghanaian soccer.
Do you have any questions for him, Chief, and Akin and Victor? You have any questions for Salam?
I just want to know what he thinks of Ghana's chances of making it out of the group round.
Okay.
Has he met the players himself?
Can you hear them, Salam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Salam. I just want to thank you. Welcome to Sahara TV. This is Olufaloye. So I wanted to know, what do you think of Ghana's chances of making it out of the group round?
Yes, I think that we have a great chance, and our team is very. I think that our technical team are well vested to have the ability to bring out the good things in the players, and we are looking forward for them putting their best together. I think that we have a very good team for the Black Stars now, and we are hoping that they do best for our country.
Okay, Salam, thank you so very much. And we'll definitely catch up with you in the course of the coming weeks, and definitely we'll be following the Black Stars and the Super Eagles and all the African teams all the way to the World Cup. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. We are looking forward to seeing you in Miami. Sir.
Yes. You will definitely show up.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, you too.
Where is he based?
He's in DC. Yeah, he's in DC at the moment, but he's actually going to be following the team around when they touch down. So, the main dish. Brace yourselves. Niger.
With 3 Nigerians on the panel.
Exactly. Versus Scotland. Warm-up game. There was talks of an alleged, of match fixing in the making. And surprisingly, we get to the game, and the game does not look original. No. My opinion. What's yours, Chief?
Honestly, after seeing what our substitute goalkeeper did, there's a video that's gone viral, crossing the ball, a ball that he could have just caught, but then he did some stuff like this and threw it in the net.
Control room actually is going to throw up that video in a second, and you can see him tossing the ball into his own net, if you ask me.
Yes, he literally, that was like a handball game, like he really scored in our own net. And it's, and this is, it's a shame, like, the British National Crime Agency had suspected that this match was going to be fixed, because of the Asian betting and everything. So I didn't know, because I'm like, why are you fixing a friendly match?
Exactly.
It made no sense to me, but after finding out, what was involved in everything, it's sorry, this is a disgrace. I was just really, really upset. But I understand that they disallowed that goal. They
disallowed that particular goal.
So I think the game ended.
And there was an own goal, too.
Yes.
Akin, what's your own?
I just don't get it that this betting agencies have become so strong, and you're wearing the colors of the national team, and you're going to reduce yourself to that.
That's allowed,
For me, it's just like, I can't, you claim that you want to go represent the country and you take it so lightly, or is it just that the betting agencies have become so powerful? Is that it?
Money.
I know. What was in it for them? I only
Chief, money, what else?
Okay.
Victor, do you have a different opinion? I hope you do have a different opinion, because I want to really,
Okay, well, no, I don't really have a different opinion. But let me say this. The betting agencies, what's at stake is millions of dollars.
It is.
It's actually a lot of money. That's actually the problem. And people stake bets they don't stake bets in high-profile games. I won't go betting on a Manchester United game. But people stake bets in these lower games because it's easier to fix. That's the whole idea.
And nobody cares
if it
goes one way or the other.
Yes, if it goes one way or the other, nobody really cares. So that was the whole idea. That was why it wasn't just the Nigerian match. There were a whole lot of suspicion surrounding some friendly games, because of the whole. But then the Asians, these guys are actually in the Middle East. There are some princes somewhere in the Middle East who have placed bets running into millions of dollars, and it has to come in their favor. If you put $5 million down, you don't mind spending 500,000 to fix the game so that you make more profit. You make 10 million.
And if you're the goalkeeper, you could do with 100,000.
But now you're cutting prices.
Right. But I understand that. But there was also a preconceived notion that this match was going to be fixed.
Yeah.
Why feed into that?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
and why make it so obvious?
That's what's so baffling to me.
That's the thing, and that's the reason why even some people who have known Ejide for a long time have come out to say, look, they've known Ejide all their life. He can do this, And I just want to say, well, I don't vouch for people like that. I'm not going to say, you might know Ejide very well, but I'm not going to vouch for him and say he can do it or he can do it.
The video evidence is clear, though.
No, you can't really go without video evidence. The video
evidence is just
why
so?
he pushed the ball.
It's clear. It's very clear.
Did he push the...
It's obvious.
Okay, let's look at it again. In the court of law,
and throw.
In the court of law, he
flicked that ball into his own net.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
And I appreciate that because I'm just looking for someone who would say,
yes,
let me, for instance.
It's not possible. He traded in the net.
Let me say something real quick, please. I think they knew about this fixing scandal way beforehand, and that's why we don't have Victor Nyema. Our main goalkeeper.
No.
He was saying he doesn't want to be a part of this.
But now, I think now you're going far. Now you're reaching. Now you're saying the whole organization, including the coach, must have known about this.
No, that's what you're saying.
They heard about it.
So that's why I say you probably don't want to say that.
Chris, what do you want to say? Not exactly. But the point is this. The thing had been out there for a while.
Yes.
There were rumors of match fixing. Nyema could easily read into that and say, you know what? I'm a world-class goalkeeper. I'm the captain of the team. I'm not going to... He doesn't even have to come and say, because of this, I'm not going to be there. He can just feign whatever reason not to be part of that.
Let me just come in very quickly, Chrissy. What's it called? Ejide was picked. Did you look at the selection of the whole team?
Wasn't it the second team?
That's the other thing.
It was the second team. That's the point. It wasn't.
So why would you play the main team?
Exactly my point.
Why would you
warm them up? No, you would want to play the main team because it's a warmer. It's a warmer for the World Cup.
But you forget something.
Traditionally, what happens in such games is that you put your best foot forward.
Let me tell.
In games like that, it's a warmer. That's what it is.
That's the reason why I said it's subject to a whole lot of interpretation. Keshi has not chosen his 23-man list. He has not allowed... As a matter of fact, people thought Ejide should not even be in goalpost. People wanted to see the fourth goalkeeper, Akpeyi. I wanted to see Akpeyi. So now that's the question. It's a warm-up game, but it's Nigeria's first game. We still have USA, a friendly against USA, and we still have the friendly against Greece. So you don't want to play your best team yet.
Okay.
You have a 30-man list. You want to check out, okay, let me try all the guys in the reserves. Anybody who shines, then I will put him in the game against the US. That was actually what he was going to do. Mikel, everybody sit on the bench, and that was the whole idea. Everybody, Emenike did not play; they were all on the bench. His best.
That's a valid point. But let me you're going to make a point?
I'm just agreeing with what he said.
So quickly though, I've heard people saying that that ball that he threw into the net what happened as a result of a shove from the striker who was trying to head the ball.
Can we see that video
Please, control room, show us that thing again. Does this look like a shove? No, sir.
Not at all.
That was tossed into the net.
The other guy is going in the other direction.
Right.
Exactly. Actually, he was the one that was doing the shoving, actually.
And even if he was shoved, as a goalkeeper preparing for the World Cup, you can do better than
that. Ejide is one of the most experienced keepers in Africa, even though he's Nigeria's number 2. He's actually very, very good.
He's very good.
He's a very good goalkeeper.
Very good
and that's the first thing. The second thing is this. In goalkeeper training, the first thing they teach you is, if the ball comes, you always parry it to the side, either this way or this way. So when the ball is coming like this, the man is coming like this, and then you turn to this place. I don't know what to say. He could have moved the ball to the side.
Why did he do this hand and use the other hand?
To the side. He could have moved it to any direction, not towards the goal. So it's really dodgy, but I'll keep playing the devil's advocate for now.
Okay, so in the spirit of playing the devil's advocate, let me ask you this again. If it was really fixed, how come Nigeria pulled 2 goals back to draw?
Well, probably everybody wasn't on the take, you know what I mean? So,
yeah, because they went ahead 1 goal, then we equalized.
The goalie, I mean, seriously, when you do, I guess if you're someone that has money on the game, the best person to influence on the team has to be the goalie. You know what I mean? So I think probably.
So I don't know what the odds were though. What the odds were for the game? So
I was thinking though that probably the bookmakers wanted a draw. Right, because people still bet on draws, right, Victor?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Well, I think people still bet on draws.
That's the thing. We don't know what the people who were betting were looking for. But then, win or draw, they make money.
Right.
If they bet for win or draw.
Because
another crazy they might not make a lot of money off a draw, but usually, you know, they get their money back. And so it really wasn't a bad game for them. However, sometimes you can fix a game and it still doesn't go your way.
Yeah.
Because maybe the referee or a whole lot of things. There are a whole lot of factors that come
maybe
into
there's
play.
another person on that team that's taking money that's betting the other way. So maybe you have 10 players on the team. You've given
like
player
2 different bookmakers.
Yeah, 2 different
bribing
bookmakers.
people
People on the same team.
That's an interesting
So the best person I think to bribe is the goalie.
Now we're going into conspiracy theories.
Exactly.
I mean, what else can we do?
Maybe they just wanted to, you know, come out and deny the fact, like, you know what, this match wasn't fixed. So as you can see, we're playing. I wish our goalkeeper didn't throw the ball into the net.
There's something to that. Sorry, finish up.
No, I said I wish the goalkeeper didn't go into the net to continue to perpetuate that notion that the game was fixed. But you know,
off air, I was speaking with Akin, and we were analyzing the video, and we also saw that, or at least I observed that even when the Nigerians scored, they didn't appear that happy, especially after equalizing.
Well, I can tell you any day that when you fix a game, you can't get the whole team involved because of the risk involved. You don't want too many people in. When they fix games, you don't want too many people involved. So you just get 1 or 2 people on the team. That's the thing. So it can't spread around the team. That's the one thing I know. And I know those match-fixing things, they don't usually go high up to the coaches. It's usually
with
the players.
Right, so I wasn't really trying to implicate everybody, but I'm just saying some people on the team, I mean, they must have read the reports that, you know, this match was, they heard about it. So even probably before we did.
So they're probably all looking at each other. Was it you? Is it you?
It was the goalkeeper. It was probably the goalkeeper. I'm sorry. That was just too obvious,
Finally, the own goal. This goal that we're talking about was disallowed. So technically speaking, it doesn't even matter. But Nigeria also scored an own goal.
Right. So that only continues to fuel the rumor that, you know what, this was probably...
That was the goal by Igweke. I thought that goal was a freak goal, and I thought it was just the goal of an inexperienced defender. Igweke is highly inexperienced. I was just talking about it with Akin. He's one defender who... He doesn't have a presence of mind. He doesn't know what's going on around him. He's unaware. And even when you see the way he came into that ball, you know the ball is going to your weaker foot, but he's still trying to turn himself. I didn't see so much wrong with it. He was trying to turn, and it could happen to absolutely. We see that every week in the Premiership. You know, somebody's trying to turn and.
Yeah. What do you think, Akin?
Well, I think his point is valid. I don't think he prepared properly for that ball coming, but also I think the ball came in very fast, so he probably couldn't react on time. You know, so.
I'm sorry, he had a little too much acting after he put the goal into the net. His reaction was a little bit like...
But was that ball goal bound? That's the question I have been asking.
It was...
that ball looked like
goal bound, but if it deflects, then there's a possibility that it's going to go into the net.
That didn't deflect.
Can we see it again?
Yeah, because that ball looks goal.
Look at that. Look at that.
That ball looks kind of goal bound already.
It wasn't.
It was not goal bound, but if you ask me, that was a genuine mistake from.
Yeah, I think
that's what it is. That's what it is.
I've seen like the goalkeeper.
But the truth about the matter is, the truth about the matter is, somebody hit the ball, and the ball was goal bound already, and it just went off him.
It was really not goal bound.
I thought that ball was goal bound.
It was not goal bound.
I think it was goal bound.
I don't think it was goal bound.
I just think he could have kicked it out. That's what.
The Scottish player was crossing it for one of his players to put it in the net.
Let's look at it properly this time.
Yeah. See. Bang.
Nah.
Now I'm beginning to change my mind.
That was a deflection, but he hit the Scottish player first, and it was going goal bound.
It was goal bound. Yeah. I saw it a couple of times again yesterday, and I thought it was goal bound.
Anyways,
thank
you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. This has been an explosive edition of Sahara Sports. Hopefully, we can't promise yet, but hopefully, we'll be following the World Cup with you. We'll have this panel, and we'll be doing justice to the games and the results and everything. Meantime, there's an event, right? If you live in the New York area.
If you live in the New York area, you want to watch World Cup, come to Suite 36. We're going to have pepper soup. So we say it's gold pepper soup for friends. Right. It's World Cup fever. So it's World Cup fever in New York City. Check out our website.
I'm vegan. If you're talking about pepper soup, are you trying to cut me out?
No. We'll have moi moi in the house too.
Awesome. I love moi moi.
So we'll have moi moi in the house. We probably not gonna have two in the house, but we'll have some salad though. You know?
But I love moi moi. I'll be there just for the moi moi.
So it's gonna be great. It's gonna be people, you know, expecting a huge crowd. So if you want somewhere where it's festive to watch
where
the
at
games,
again?
it's gonna be at Suite 36,
which is
on 36th Street between 5th and 6th Avenue. 36 between 5th and 6th Avenue.
So Suite 36
So
between 5th and 6th.
we'll actually post it up on Sahara TV or Sahara.com, and you know people can get all the details from there.
Yeah, Chris, I just want to say, guys, thank you so much for joining us. And people are going to be seeing this all-star cast, you included, most Wednesdays during the World Cup, and we'll be giving back, we will be giving them analysis and commentary on all the games and everything. So yes.
On your show on radio as well.
Every Wednesday, yes.
Okay.
It's going to be called
World Cup Fever on Live with the Humble Prince.
Awesome. Yeah. But I'm definitely going to that event for the friends, the company, the food especially, and for the game. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you again on the same platform, God willing.
Yeah.
Salute.
Welcome, Chief. Thank you.
How powerful is this gesture, Chief?
It's a gesture that speaks volumes.
What's up, people? It's your girl Adiola. So guess what? The Nigerian government organized their own Bring Back Our Girls protest this week. Did you guys see the pictures? You know, they came in the Swapi government-owned buses, market women, unemployed young men, all of them paid to march to the Federal Secretariat in Abuja. They were all wearing t-shirts that said, "Bring back our girls." My brother, change that picture. We are talking about serious issue. You don't know when to joke and when not to joke. What is your problem now? As I was saying, the only difference is they said that their protest is to Boko Haram, not to the government. First of all, there must be a mistake somewhere. If you're protesting against Boko Haram, why not go to Sambisa Forest where Boko Haram lives? Second of all, suddenly NTA had time to cover this protest. This is our national television. I have told you to stop interrupting me whenever I'm talking about serious issues. Let's joke when it's time to joke. This is a serious issue. As I was saying, my people, legitimate protesters have been going to the Unity Fountain in Abuja daily for the past about 30 days, and NTA never once covered their protest. That is the group led by Dr. Obi Ezekwe, by the way. But now, suddenly NTA showed up. That is how you know it's a government-sponsored protest. And then, to my greatest disappointment, this new group, sponsored by the Nigerian government, harassed the legitimate protesters. I'm like, what? They were breaking their chairs, hitting them with empty bottles. They stole cell phones, they stole handbags of the real protesters. They also attacked the local and international media correspondents that were covering the real protest, confiscating and breaking their cameras. And the whole time, Nigerian policemen were there doing nothing, absolutely nothing. Actually, that is not completely right. They arrested 2 of the troublemakers, and then within 10 minutes, they released them right there, which makes me wonder if this administration is truly trying to find these girls. And by the way, this week, I learned that 4 more girls escaped on their own, no help from the military, no. And while these girls are trying to break free, Nigerian officials are still playing the blame game. I mean, listen to our information minister, Labaran Maku.
If you go to the Bring Back the Girl campaign, 90% of those organizing it belong to a political party. Has the media ever analyzed it? 90% of those organizing it belong to a particular political party.
Can you imagine that? That means that 90% of all of you that have been protesting all over the world, all of you belong to a political party. And by that, it means the opposition party, APC. 90% of you in Canada, in the US, in London, in Sweden, in Nigeria, including Michelle Obama and Malala. Yeah, another APC, yeah, right there. There goes another APC. Yes, APC. You see what I'm saying? 90% of you are APC.
The Chibok girls remain our #1 priority. We will never sleep, we will not rest until God brings them out.
I beg. Does he look like someone that has not been sleeping to you? And then he ended it by saying that until God brings them back. I said, Nigerians, it is God that will go into that bush where we have not done our own part. Meanwhile, one soldier spoke with journalists that they are ill-equipped compared to Boko Haram, and he said that they are underpaid. Not only that, he said that they are normally given about 69 bullets to share among themselves with AK-47. Meanwhile, Boko Haram guys are using machine guns, they have armor tanks. He said that a lot of the soldiers are frustrated. And then our chief of defense staff announced to the whole world that they now know where the girls are. I said, okay, so that's it? Really? You know where the girls are? That is not the only thing that we want to hear. I don't think that they should even announce to the world that they know where the girls are until they've rescued them. Don't you think so? Because if I were Boko Haram, I'll just move them to another place. Now listen to his explanation about why they've not gone after these girls.
We are up against something that is more than Boko Haram. So it's no longer Boko Haram. It is Al-Qaeda we are fighting.
Hey, that is kind of... Now we are fighting Al-Qaeda. It is no longer Boko Haram. And then he said that they are formidable, but we will confront them. I said, Mr. Man, of course you will confront them. Nobody is arguing about that. You know, but the question is, when? When now? How long will it be? You know, last week I told you about how 2 parents of the girls have already died. Whatever they were hoping to do to these girls, by now they would have done everything. They would have messed them up by now. Don't you think so? It has taken way too long. Oh, I saw this video that made me realize that right now, Nigeria has become the laughingstock in many countries.
For me, when I'm watching on television and I find our leaders wait until they are invited to go to Europe, to sit there and just, you know, it's like they are made to sit down and address their problems. We are happy to sit there in Paris with the president of France and address and just talk about addressing problems.
And I hate to say that this man is right, but he is right. Yes, he has his own issues, I agree. But whether you like it or not, that is how people are now looking at Nigeria. He said that it's like we like to appear as if we are addressing problems, but we really don't. And in case you're wondering what he's talking about, this is Nigerian president in Paris when he was supposed to visit the girls in Chibok.
My question is for Mr. Goodluck Jonathan. Mr. President, what kind of support have you foreseen for the family of these young girls, and why didn't you go and visit the families as soon as you heard that these young girls had been abducted?
Thank you. Maybe with the issue of visit to the families, these girls that are from a particular school, but there are lots of misconceptions. These girls have been removed from the school. So visiting the school per se does not solve the problem. The commitment of the president and the Nigerian government is to find where these girls are. They are not from one family. They are scattered from a particular Chibok area, which is more than, I think, one full local made up of so many communities. So there is no one family that you will go and visit. If the president goes to Chibok today, it does not solve any problem. Maybe psychological problem or for media relevance.
What was the question? Did he answer the question? He still didn't visit the families, by the way, till now. I mean, Shebi, it's only a matter of telling all the parents to gather somewhere. No one is expecting Mr. President to be going from house to house. But you know, when President Goodluck Jonathan visited South Africa recently, they booed him. The world is now laughing at us. They basically told him, go and bring back the girls. And then his wife will come out and say, stop abusing my husband. Stop abusing my husband. Why won't people abuse your husband, madam? He reinforced the security guard at the presidential villa very recently because of protesters, instead of sending those soldiers to rescue the girls. Why won't people talk? Lawmakers recently approved Governor Akpabio getting 100 million naira as medical retirement allowance, and Mr. President is not saying anything about that. Why won't people abuse your husband? Seriously? And lastly, and I'll keep saying this, that I am really disappointed in the Christian body in Nigeria as well. I mean, more than 200 girls have been kidnapped for more than 40 days, and churches are not marching in support of these girls. Most of the girls are Christians, by the way, but you know, that doesn't even matter. Pastors and prophets are not rallying their members. I'm like, what? All that the Christian Association of Nigeria has done, is to ask people to fast for 3 days. And I'm like, even Abraham, the father of faith, when his nephew Lot was taken captive, remember that Abraham went after them, just with the people in his household. Though. He faced a huge army and he fought until he rescued his nephew. He didn't just stay at home praying. Shouldn't that challenge us to do more? And I know that if the daughter of any big man of God were to be among those girls that were kidnapped, all their church members by now would have been protesting. But you know, wait and be my own. I don't know anything anyway. Guess what? I'm just keeping it real.